One GOP vote, well, they will need help from the Democrats. Carrie Severino is the Chief Counsel and Policy Director at the Conservative Judicial Crisis Network, which has been instrumental in supporting Kavanaugh's nomination. So thanks a lot for joining us, Carrie. Walk us through what's going to be taking place next, immediately following today's vote.
Well, there'll be a vote in the Judiciary Committee, and then his nomination will move to the floor, and then they'll have the opportunity for all of the Senate to vote up or down on his confirmation. Obviously, a lot of the senators were concerned that before getting to that point, we had the opportunity to hear from both Dr. Ford and Judge Kavanaugh, so that's why yesterday's hearings were so important, and they'll be looking at that. I think at the end of the day, we still don't have corroboration. She did deliver very passionate and compelling testimony, but then so did Judge Kavanaugh, and we still don't have corroboration or evidence supporting her allegations. And while a lot of stuff was uncovered about some of the Democrat work to undermine the investigation process, so that's something that all the senators will have in their minds as they're trying to decide on the vote.
Yeah, I think pretty much no matter where you land in terms of Judge Kavanaugh and whether he's worthy to be on the Supreme Court, I think everyone can agree that this process has been grueling. Yesterday was emotionally exhausting. Just to watch it, it was emotionally exhausting. I can only imagine what it was like for Judge Kavanaugh and Dr. Ford. But now we're hearing that the American Bar Association has asked the Senate to wait until an FBI background check can be performed before voting on Judge Kavanaugh. I want to get your take on that. What do you think of that?
Well, the FBI has said they've done their background check. They added this information to it. What we saw here is, unfortunately, the Senate Democrats, who were the only ones in possession of these allegations at the time when that would have been the most appropriate route of investigation, they did nothing. This is in stark contrast to what Senator Biden, for example, did during the Anita Hill investigations. They held on to this. They didn't turn it over to the FBI. And now we're at a point where once the claims are blown up in the media, it doesn't make sense to try to go back and say, well, now we're going to try to separate all the witnesses and individually interview them or something. Now the Senate Judiciary Committee takes over. There's the same penalties for lying to the Judiciary Committee that there is the FBI. It's covered by the exact same statute. They have been for now nearly the last 2 weeks performing that investigation. So what we've seen is they've taken testimony effectively under oath. It's under penalty of felony from everyone who's named. All of the later allegations, they reached out. Some of them, they've had no response after reaching out 8 times, but they continue to reach out, try to collect the investigation materials they have. Unfortunately, Senate Democrats, who are supposed to be participating, are refusing to participate in that process, and that is a shame because it should be a bipartisan effort. They've been more busy asking for an FBI investigation and than actually doing the investigation that we have in front of us.
So let me ask you that, Carrie, because yeah, you're right. It's the Senate Democrats that keep asking for an FBI investigation. They obviously think that an FBI investigation would be more valuable than what the Senate is able to do, what the committee is able to do. Why is it that Republicans aren't as interested in an FBI investigation as the Democrats are?
Well, I think the Democrats are only asking that because they're looking for one more thing to do to delay things. Senator Biden is going back to the Anita Hill hearings. He said the FBI doesn't come to conclusions. This is not, people keep on speaking of this as if it's valuable, and it's not. That's Senator Biden's assessment because all they do is take testimony. The Judiciary Committee is doing that now. That's the same thing that happened after Hill's allegations were made public. You can't, again, it doesn't make sense to have the FBI do it at this point when you already have the real decision makers here under the Constitution. That's the senators. They have to be the ones moving forward and taking that testimony. So if you want to have an investigation, please take part in the one that's actually happening before your eyes.
Well, certainly some Republicans on the committee expressed exactly what you are expressing, including Senator Lindsey Graham of South Carolina. He directly addressed his fellow Republican senators. So we're going to play a little bit of what he had to say. He was very emotional. Let's hear it.
To my Republican colleagues, if you vote no, you're legitimizing the most despicable thing I have seen in my time in politics.
All right. So at this point, and there were a few Republicans that were in question. Senator Jeff Flake was one of them, at least going into this hearing. Do you think there were any Senate Republicans who could jeopardize Kavanaugh's confirmation?
Well, I think there are several who are undecided, but let's not forget there's also several Senate Democrats undecided, and you had people like Senator Manchin, Senator Donnelly, Senator Heitkamp, who I have not made up their minds, and I think it's are very key votes as well. According to our polling, for example, in West Virginia with Senator Manchin, 20% of voters, by a 20% margin, they think Judge Kavanaugh should be confirmed. That was even before these hearings, which I think, if anything, might push it even farther among independents. That's 26%. In West Virginia, or in North Dakota, rather, with Heidi Heitkamp, who's up for re-election, that is an even wider margin. It's 25% of all voters, 30% of independents. So I think a lot of those Senate Democrats as well are going to be thinking hard. Is this, if I vote against Judge Kavanaugh, is this just looking like a vote for a vicious campaign orchestrated by some of the Senate Democrats to try to tank a nomination? You know, that's going to be a real hard vote for them to want to take if they're voting against someone who, by all accounts, is just one of the most qualified nominees ever for this position.
Yeah, it certainly has been a rough go. The confirmation process has been ugly. It's been hurtful. And I think, you know, many people watching, you know, probably felt sympathy for both of those people testifying yesterday. I'm wondering what you think the impact of this may be moving forward. If Brett Kavanaugh is confirmed, is there always going to be sort of an asterisk beside his name? When we hear his name, will we also associate it with this process? And do you think that's something that will also sort of impact the way we feel about the Supreme Court moving forward?
That certainly seems to be their goal, but I don't think that's going to be the result, because what we have here
Wait, when you say their goal, what do you mean?
Oh, I guess I mean the Democrats' goal, and I think people have even said this very clearly, that they would like to delegitimize his position on the court. Look, I worked for Justice Thomas, who I think is one of the great thinkers in the court, and people try to do that to him as well. However, the Supreme Court justices themselves, they know Brett Kavanaugh very well. He's someone who they have found very influential. I think 14 times they vindicated his opinions, often citing his specific opinion as a lower court judge in their reasoning. So he's someone who commands a lot of respect, and we know that they all have a lot of mutual respect for each other, even across these ideological divides. I think what it says really is more of a problem with our Senate judicial confirmation process that needs to be addressed. That is the real impact, because the Senate Judiciary Committee is engaged even before this. It was already a circus the way they were treating this nomination. But at the end of the day, I don't think uncorroborated allegations are going to have a long-term impact on Judge Kavanaugh outside of the partisan community.
All right, Carrie Severino, thank you so much.
Thanks.
So in just a few minutes, the Senate Judiciary Committee will hold a vote on Brett Kavanaugh's nomination to the Supreme Court. Ed O'Keefe is on Capitol Hill following the latest developments for us. So, Ed, give me a sense of what the feeling is like on Capitol Hill right now.
It's nail-biting time, because we don't quite know yet what's going to transpire in the Judiciary Committee. We would think that all 11 Republicans will vote for Kavanaugh, but at least one of them, Jeff Flake of Arizona, has not yet said what he plans to do. Now, any second now, there could be some tweet or some announcement from his office of his intentions. Otherwise, we're going to be waiting in suspense until he speaks about this or casts a vote in the committee hearing that starts at 9:30. We expect that hearing will begin with some squabbling between the two sides, a few more statements from members of both parties, and then at some point Chairman Grassley will call a vote. Even if he is referred out of the committee without a positive vote, or reported unfavorably, as they say in the Senate, Majority Leader Mitch McConnell says he's bringing it to the full Senate in a series of procedural moves that are likely to start on Saturday morning and would lead to a vote on Tuesday. But again, in addition to Flake, we're waiting to hear about Susan Collins of Maine and Lisa Murkowski of Alaska. And then from there, we'll see whether any Democrats actually sign up for this as well.
You know, Ed, anybody who watched yesterday's testimony probably walked away emotionally exhausted. It's been a really ugly process. I wonder if any of the lawmakers that you've spoken to have discussed just how they feel about what's happened to the nomination process and just, you know, how it looks as the American public watches on.
Well, I ran into Cory Booker of New Jersey last night after this had all ended, and sort of said, you know, what did you make of this? Was there some moment that stands out in your memory, or that will in perpetuity. And he said, no, there wasn't anything terribly memorable. He goes, I just know, talking to my colleagues on both sides, that this was just sort of sick and sad. And I think that's the general perception that a lot of people had up here yesterday after enduring 8 hours and 45 minutes of that this is just not a good moment for the Senate, not a good moment for Congress, not a good moment really for the country at all, because you had the intersection of partisan politics, the Me Too movement, the classic universal he said, she said, and just the general nastiness that pervades Washington these days.
Yeah, that's so true. Ed O'Keefe, thanks a lot. So, of course, we are moments away from the Senate Judiciary Committee's expected vote on Supreme Court nominee Brett Kavanaugh. The Republicans hold a one-seat advantage on the committee, and that would send Kavanaugh to the full Senate after that for voting along party lines. Now, Kavanaugh and his accuser, Christine Blasey Ford, testified before the committee yesterday. All right, so you can see that lawmakers are sort of gathering now, chit-chatting ahead of the vote today. And as you heard from Ed O'Keefe and from Nancy Cordes, the expectation is before they vote, they'll have an awful lot to say. If yesterday was any indication of what we'll see today, perhaps they're exhausted. It was a long day, but we'll probably hear some similar requests from the Democrats about an FBI investigation, from the Republicans complaining about an intentional delay of this nominee moving forward. For more on this, we're joined by Republican strategist and CBS News contributor Leslie Sanchez and Democratic strategist Joel Payne. Thank you so much for joining us, guys. So I don't know about you, but I'm emotionally spent.
Right.
I didn't testify yesterday.
Right. And I think that's the sentiment of so many people. The thing about Dr. Ford's testimony is it unearthed a lot of very conflicting, very emotional reactions from women of many generations. I'm going to talk about the gender divide on that. There are a lot of conversations now about sexual assault, what was accepted, how is not accepted, and everybody kind of knows that fraternity type of culture.
Yep.
And it harkens back to that, whether it's a fair connection or not. And because of that, it has a lingering effect, and it's a frequency, I think, that a lot of women immediately understand. For that reason, I think if Kavanaugh, as it looks like he's going, moves forward, there will always be this pall and this suspicion, and also his hyper-partisanship. Yeah. So I think we know Republicans are moving this through politically to save themselves in the midterms because they committed to having these two jurists on the Supreme Court, but at what expense? And that is going to be my caution to the Republican Party, because this is not going to go away. And is this really the best we could do? I find that hard to believe.
Yeah, that's one of the things that I've been thinking about sort of moving forward, as I saw sort of the rhetoric heating up and people becoming more and more passionate and understanding that this was a campaign promise and the president really wanted to be able to deliver on this promise. But, you know, will they win the battle in that they got Kavanaugh but lose the war? Because people are fired up about this. You know, what I want to ask you actually, Joel, what's your take on how the Democrats handled themselves?
I think the Democrats acquitted themselves relatively well. I mean, listen, this was not set up to make anybody really look great, okay? This was not set up, obviously. I think the one thing that we accomplished yesterday is that the Senate figured out how to not redo Anita Hill from 25, 30 years ago. I think everybody went out of their way to make sure we're not going to have a replay of that. We are going to treat Dr. Ford with respect. We are going to treat her with a certain level of care and concern. And I will say that it does appear that everybody went out of their way in that hearing room. And even Judge Kavanaugh in his testimony, he did not really go out and while he denied that he was the person that she was talking about, he did not cast aspersions on what she was saying about her experience. I do think that's significant, and I think that's telling about the moment that we're in, Leslie. To your point, that is not something that in 2018 is an okay thing to do. People are not okay with feeling that.
But I felt like I heard echoes of that. You know, we did not see any other testimony from anybody else, right? Any other witnesses, much like Clarence Thomas. And, you know, just sort of picking out some phrases. You know, Judge Kavanaugh called this a calculated, orchestrated political hit. And I thought of high-tech lynching, similar sort of phrasing. And, you know, they both called it a circus in their opening statements. Justice Thomas and Kavanaugh. They both called it a circus. They both called it a disgrace. I did hear little echoes, and maybe that's just a coincidence, or maybe it was a disgrace.
I think it's really about the fact that Brett Kavanaugh and Leslie. I think Leslie's probably right that it's more likely than not that he's going to be confirmed. Because let me tell you, someone who used to work in Senate leadership, the job of these folks is to get it right and know how to count. Okay,
right.
Mitch McConnell knows how to count.
Right.
And so it's just come out. I think that in the last few minutes, Jeff Flake is going to be a yes vote. That's not a surprise. He wouldn't have brought that vote up unless Flake was going to be a yes. So, just the idea that that Senate Republicans felt comfortable enough to do that. I think that tells you about how they felt about the hearing yesterday, that they passed the litmus test to at least get Brett Kavanaugh over the hump. But I don't think Brett Kavanaugh passed the Supreme Court test. And while he may have passed the believability threshold that he needed to, while he may have defended himself, while he may have made the audience of one in the White House happy, I don't believe he comported himself as a Supreme Court justice, because as a Supreme Court justice, you have to be impartial. You have to have the veneer of, I haven't made a decision. He talked about Clinton money, Clinton revenge. He talked about leftists.
Yeah.
That was not really conduct becoming a Supreme Court justice.
This is where we're going to agree, because the veneer was off that he is unbiased.
Right.
And people could say and we talked about this, 300 opinions he's written. There's a very long record. But there's almost two sides of Brett Kavanaugh that I don't think we have a clear understanding of. There was this one kind of young, exuberant, drinking. He was mad. He was emotional. His temperament, I do feel in many ways disqualified him because of the way he behaved that way. Had it been a woman, we wouldn't even be having this conversation. She'd be gone. There would not be a vote. And so this double standard, I believe, and really we have to talk about that. We have to lay that out in terms of what do we expect our Supreme Court to look like. You can have a conservative jurist. You can have somebody who's highly qualified. But do they have to have this kind of thing? And if we really slowed it down just a beat, it might have a natural conclusion. And now I sound like, these are raving and conservatives get mad, but we want to know the truth, especially on something so significant. I don't want him that biased.
Let's just listen in, because lawmakers are talking now.
And
it's a shame that this is the difficulties, and I think she made a good witness. I liked her, but there comes a time when you have to do what's right, and he'll make a great judge.
Do you still believe that these allegations at all, should they be investigated?
I think she's mistaken. With all that I know, I think she's mistaken, and I do believe Kavanaugh. I mean, he's a straight shooter. He's a very fine man.
Thanks, guys.
I think she's a fine woman too. So that's what makes this difficult.
Appreciate everybody. Thank you.
All right, so just hearing from Orrin Hatch there, and what he expressed is something we've heard from a lot of other Republicans. This is the way they're sort of reconciling these two completely opposing stories. I mean, Judge Kavanaugh stuck to his story that he was never at an event like that. He doesn't know her, not even like that they were casual friends at all. And she said she was 100% sure that he was the one that assaulted her. How do you think that's going to fly as we move forward to the midterm elections? How do you think, the public will sort of embrace that?
So from the conservative side, I think especially the Trump supporters are going to believe that the president delivered on what he was supposed to. Like if they're just looking at the win.
Sorry, I'm going to keep hold that thought, because we're going to keep. Let's head back to the lawmakers.
It sends a message that we are not prepared to deal with or support women who are survivors of this kind of horrific act in a very good way. And I think what is the most telling of all is that they will not go for a investigation by a neutral entity, which is the FBI. They will not go there. So that is very telling. And frankly, if the Republicans think that committee people doing the investigation is equivalent to FBI, give me a break.
If the Democrats take back the Senate, would you be supportive of potentially looking into Judge Brett Kavanaugh once again?
We're not there yet. I'm totally focused on what we need to do. And of course, going forward, even if Judge Kavanaugh is confirmed under this kind of a huge cloud, it's bad enough that we sent one person to the Supreme Court with this kind of cloud. We should not be sending both. But as I've been talking for months and and alerting everyone to the court packing that is going on with judges who are so ideologically driven and outcome driven that is not good for the court, which should be people with, I don't mind if they're conservative, as long as I can be assured that they can be fair and impartial. And there's too many of these people who are really Federalist Society and Heritage Foundation anointed people have an outcome-driven agenda, and that is not where we should be.
At this point, are you resigned to the fact that people will be confirmed?
I'm not resigned to anything. I'm just going to keep on going. There are still others who I hope will search their souls and do the right thing for the court as well as the country and for all the women and survivors in this country.
Thank you.
All right. As promised, as soon as the hearing for the vote here started in chambers, we were going to take you there live. So I'm going to stop talking and have you guys listen in.
If you remember then, we were having a lot of motions from, can we have quiet from the audience? Is there somebody from the that can signal to me that the chairs are filled and that that we can have some peace and quiet? I'd like to start out today where we left off on September the 13th, although this is a new meeting. But I was anticipating a lot of motions from the minority, and we did have some motions for the minority. But if you remember, I said that I'll give the minority a chance to make their motions, and then I was going to make a motion that we have a time certain to vote. And so I want to make that motion time certain to vote, but if there is a motion from a minority, I would recognize that motion first.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to make a motion to subpoena Mark Judge as a witness before our committee.
Okay. Let me hold.
And I'd be happy to speak to it, but I wanted
hold just a minute. Could you make your remarks short, please, and speak now, and then we will vote? Proceed.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, thank you. We heard yesterday from an extraordinarily courageous, strong survivor, Dr. Christine Blasey Ford. Every one of us, I think, were riveted and powerfully impressed by her truth. We heard her provide details in that story that can be corroborated and other facts that can be uncovered if we hear from other witnesses who have very relevant, important knowledge about what happened to her on that evening in that room. The third person allegedly in the room was Mark Judge. Evidently, he has never been interviewed by the FBI. He has never been questioned by any member of our committee. He has never submitted a detailed account of what he knows. And so I move, Mr. Chairman, that we have him before this committee as a witness. He could be interviewed beforehand on a bipartisan basis. I recognize that he has submitted a cursory, conclusory 6-sentence letter not even signed by him, it's from his attorney. And I believe we have a responsibility to subpoena, at the very least, Mark Judge before we move to vote. It is our constitutional duty to do everything we can to uncover the truth after hearing yesterday that compelling testimony from Dr. Blasey Ford. And we cannot, in good conscience, vote without hearing at least from Mark Judge. I would submit, with all due respect, Mr. Chairman, that there are other witnesses essential for us to hear from. We should hear from the other sexual assault survivors who have come forward with credible and powerful stories. And that will be also, in my view, necessary. But today I am moving that we subpoena Mark Judge.
Before we vote, I will read a letter that we received from Mark Judge last night. As I stated in my attorney, Barbara Van Gelder, September 18th, 2018 letter, I did not ask to be involved in this matter, nor did anyone ask me to be involved. We've told the committee that I do want to comment. When I told the committee that I do not want to comment about these events publicly, as a recovering alcoholic and a cancer survivor, I have struggled with depression and anxiety. As a result, I avoid public speaking. Brent Kavanaugh and I were friends in high school, but we have not spoken directly in several years. I do not recall the events described by Dr. Ford in her testimony before the U.S. Senate Judiciary Committee today. I never saw Brett act in a manner Dr. Ford describes. I am knowingly submitting this letter under penalty of felony. Mark Judge, witnessed by Barbara Van Gelder, and he has signed it.
Mr. Chairman, if I may respond.
On the motion?
Yes, on the motion. If I may respond, that letter is no substitute for an FBI interview.
The answer is no.
Mr. Graham.
And it is no substitute for testimony before this committee.
Mr. Lee. No. Mr. Cruz. No. Mr. Sass. No. Mr. Flake. Mr. Crapo. Mr. Tillis. No. Mr. Kennedy. No. Mrs. Feinstein.
Aye.
Mr. Leahy.
Aye.
Mr. Durbin.
Aye.
Mr. Whitehouse.
Aye.
Ms. Klobuchar. Aye. Mr. Coons.
Aye.
Mr. Blumenthal.
Aye.
Ms. Hirono.
Aye.
Mr. Booker.
Aye.
Ms. Harris.
Aye.
Mr. Chairman.
No.
Mr. Chairman, the votes are 10 yeas, 11 nays.
The motion is defeated. Now I move, as I said I was going to do, that we set the vote to report out Judge Kavanaugh's nomination at 1:30 p.m. today.
Mr. Chairman, point of order. Mr. Chairman.
Aye.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Chairman, point of order.
Mr. Cornyn.
Sorry, I can't hear what this
That's violating the rules of the committee.
Yes.
Yeah.
Mr. Lee. Mr. Cruz. Mr. Sass.
Oh, yeah.
Well, this is.
Mr. Flake.
The
Mr.
ram
Crapo.
job continues.
Mr. Tillis. Mr. Kennedy. Mrs. Feinstein.
No.
Mr. Leahy.
No, because it violates the customs of this committee.
Mr. Durbin.
It violates them.
No.
Mr. Durbin. Mr. Whitehouse.
No.
Ms. Klobuchar. No. Mr. Coons.
No.
Mr. Blumenthal.
No.
Ms. Hirono.
I strongly object. This is just totally ridiculous. What a railroad job. The answer is no, no, no.
Mr. Booker. Ms. Harris. Ms. Harris.
Senator
They're not answering because this is so unfair, Mr. Chairman.
It breaks our rules and customs.
Mr. Chairman.
Aye.
Mr. Chairman, the votes are 11 yeas and 8 nays.
Okay. Motion carried. I'll go to my opening statement now. We have an agenda with 10 judges who are ready to be voted on. Brett Kavanaugh nominated to the Supreme Court. Jonathan Kobus nominated the 8th Circuit and 8 district court judges. We also have 2 bills on the agenda. We will hold over S 3178, the Justice for Victims of Lynching Act. We will vote on S 2785, the DETER Act, sponsored by Senators Durbin and Graham. This bill combats offensive election interference by foreign adversaries by denying entry to any foreign national who has been deemed to engage in election interference. The amendment I'll be introducing makes clear that the Secretary of Homeland Security will make this decision on who has engaged in election interference in consultation with the Attorney General, the Director of National Intelligence, and the Secretary of State. Any foreign national who engages or conspires to engage in improper interference in our elections should not be allowed to enter our country under any circumstances except to stand trial. Yesterday, we heard testimony from Dr. Christine Blasey Ford and Judge Kavanaugh regarding sexual assault allegations that date back to when the 2 were in high school. It was difficult and emotional for both of them. At the end of the day, the 3 witnesses Dr. Ford named denied any knowledge of the event she described. Judge Kavanaugh forcefully denied the allegations. The alleged behavior is inconsistent with everything else we know about him. Hundreds of people, including women he knew in high school, attested to his character and fundamental decency as a person, both in high school and now. He is widely regarded as an excellent husband, father, friend, coach, professor, and judge. He has an exemplary record of being at the forefront of women's advancement in the legal profession, and he's been through 6 FBI full-time background investigations, and no issues of sexual misconduct were uncovered. It's a fundamental aspect of fairness and due process that the accuser have the burden of proving allegations. It's true yesterday's hearing was not a trial, but trials have rules based on common sense notions of fairness and due process, not the other way around. A person had allegations made against him in a public way, and his reputation and livelihood were at stake. It was only fair that his accuser had the burden of proof. In my opinion, this wasn't met. Hey, you folks that are photographers know that you're supposed to sit down. Maybe you just ought to leave the room if you don't know what the rules are. I found Dr. Ford's testimony credible and believe she's sincere in her version of the facts. But I also found Judge Kavanaugh's testimony credible and sincere. Ultimately, the existing evidence, including the statement of 3 alleged eyewitnesses named by Dr. Ford, refutes Dr. Ford's version of the facts. There is simply no reason to deny Judge Kavanaugh a seat on the Supreme Court on the basis of evidence presented to us. I reopened the hearing at the assistance of Dr. Ford and Judge Kavanaugh. Dr. Ford wanted to be heard, and we gave her that opportunity. Not one question to Dr. Ford was disrespectful in any way. She was treated with courtesy and dignity as I promised her. But the questions my Democrat colleagues asked Judge Kavanaugh were unequivocally and universally hostile. My colleagues first claimed that the Senate doesn't confirm Supreme Court nominees in midterm elections. The Washington Post fact checker said that's false. Indeed, Justice. Can we have quiet, please? I would expect the same quiet for other people on the committee when they speak. Anyway, indeed, Justice Breyer and Kagan were both confirmed in midterm elections. Then the second attempt was to argue that we needed to request all Judge Kavanaugh's executive branch records. But they completely ignored the fact that we did not request all of Justice Kagan's executive branch records. Indeed, her most recent and relevant executive branch records from the Solicitor General's office were not requested, even despite the fact that Judge Kavanaugh has spent the last 12 years on the second most Even though Judge Kavanaugh has spent the last 12 years on the second most powerful court in the country, issuing 307 opinions and joining hundreds of others, we received over 480,000 pages of documents from Judge Kavanaugh's time on the executive branch. This was more pages of such documents than the last 5 Supreme Court nominees combined. In short, it was the most thorough and transparent confirmation process at all. I'm going to put the rest of my statement in the record because I'm sure a lot of people are irritated right now, and I'll let them express that irritation. We'll go by seniority, so I'll call on Senator Feinstein and put the rest of my statement in the record.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm very disappointed that we're here today voting on this nomination, especially in light of the testimony that we heard just yesterday. My Republican colleagues spent their time at the hearing focused exclusively on policy and on partisanship and process. The majority argued that the sexual assault Dr. Ford experienced was nothing more than a Democratic smear campaign that I am allegedly orchestrating. My staff and I were accused of leaking Dr. Ford's letter, which we did not. We were accused of leaking Deborah Ramirez's letter, which we did not. We were said to have refused to participate in the partisan, quote, investigation, end quote. Yet it is the Republicans who have refused to talk to Debbie Ramirez or Julie Swetnick. Republicans also failed to mention Democrats were not notified and had no idea the chairman's staff had been communicating with Mark Judge, Patrick Smith, Leland Kaiser, and apparently at least 2 other individuals who have not been named. Instead, Democrats learned about this outreach when various letters or emails appeared in the press. And in one case, we learned about the Republican staff outreach at 10 p.m. the night before the hearing. Ironically, my colleagues on the other side of the aisle have gone so far as to say this whole situation was nothing more than a nefarious attempt at political theater. I understand why they did that. The Senate is a political body. However, I was shocked to see Judge Kavanaugh take the same tone and strategy. Candidly, in the 25 years on this committee, I have never seen a nominee for any position behave in that manner. Judge Kavanaugh used as much political rhetoric as my Republican colleagues, and what's more, he went on the attack. He yelled at Democrats for having the temerity to express our frustration for not having access to over 90% of his record, and said that some Democratic members were, quote, an embarrassment, end quote. He'd accused Democrats of, quote, lying in wait, end quote, and replacing, quote, advice.
So we're going to pull away from Senator Feinstein just for a second because Senator Lindsey Graham is speaking outside. Let's take a listen.
To the judicial nomination process, every custom the Senate has embraced before Kavanaugh has been pretty much destroyed. And I don't know if it'll ever be revived. So here's what I'm going to say. Somebody took Mrs. Ford's anonymous letter and they leaked it to the press, not giving a damn about her, for a political purpose, to slow this hearing down, to delay this vote, try to destroy Judge Kavanaugh, and they could completely indifferent to the effect it had on Dr. Ford. What I do not believe it was Dianne Feinstein. I like Dianne Feinstein. I don't believe she would do this. But somebody did, and the 3 groups to look at are her staff, the lawyers, and the Congresswoman from California. The details that were leaked out did not come from a friend. This was planned. The fourth letter, the fourth accusation. Anybody here from NBC? Okay. You ready? Corey Gardner received an anonymous letter with no postmark, and he brought it over to the committee several days ago about an alleged incident in 1998 in a restaurant with no details of who it was and no postmark, but he felt like he should turn it over. All I can say is an anonymous letter, if that can make news and affect the outcome of a committee, we're really going to destroy the process. What bothers me about NBC is that you ran with it. And what bothers me more, somebody on their side gave it to you. You would never have done that with a Democratic nominee. To my friends at NBC, don't write off conservative concerns about NBC to Roger Ailes. You need to think long and hard about what you did. About the invitation, the customs of the committee. Chairman Grassley bent over backward to make sure that Ms. Ford could be heard at a time of her choosing, at a location of her choosing, and I was stunned to hear from Ms. Ford, Dr. Ford, that she did not know it was available to her to testify in California under the conditions that she would request. I find that almost impossible to believe, and I don't doubt her, but I've got communications where that offer was made numerous times. Why wasn't it accepted? It's inconsistent with the debacle we witnessed yesterday, and it's inconsistent with moving this thing forward. It's all about delay. So to my good friend, Senator Leahy, I don't want to hear any more about the customs of this committee. I don't want to hear any more about an FBI investigation. If you really wondered what the FBI could or should do, you would have come forward in a timely manner. The FBI is not going to tell us any more than we know now. As to the accusations, I went through all 5, and I would say this. There are no statute of limitations in Maryland regarding sexual assault. So if somebody wanted to pursue this case, they could go to the appropriate officials in Maryland if you could find out what town it happened and when it happened, and you can make a complaint against Judge Kavanaugh. And if that complaint is taken to a court and he's convicted, I will be the first one to say we need to look at Judge Kavanaugh. I will be in the NBA before that happens. That's the way you handle allegations. Everything about this, in my view, has been the lowest point of the committees since I've been here, and it's just rank with politics. And nobody really cared about Dr. Ford, and nobody really cared about Brett Kavanaugh. And when I hear my Democratic colleagues openly say, if we can delay this past the midterms, we take back the Senate, we keep this Senate unfilled, this seat unfilled. Disgusting.
Have you spoken with Senator Flake? Senator Flake.
So we just heard from Lindsey Graham outside of the chambers there, reiterating something that he said very passionately during the hearing yesterday, essentially blaming the Democrats for politicizing this process, wondering who leaked some of the letter that Dr. Ford wrote about this accusation. Oh, looks like we've got more senators talking. We're going to dip back in.
The court, and this has got to stop. So I walked out. I'm not going to participate in this charade anymore.
You know, one of our colleagues talked about this being a sham. This is a sham, what's going on in there right now. Democrats are not being heard. They're pushing through this process. And frankly, the statements yesterday were about bullying fellow senators. And from top to bottom, this has been about bullies. Listen to the people. All we have asked for is that there be an FBI investigation. Dr. Ford came in and she poured out her heart. She cooperated with the process. She gave the process dignity and respect. The least we could do is give her the dignity and respect of having a process that has credibility. We are talking about putting somebody on the United States Supreme Court for a lifetime. For the sake of our democracy and the integrity of our democracy, you would think that members of the United States Senate would say, wait a minute, there's enough here to push pause. Let's reflect on what we're about to do. This is not a statement about the best of who we are in terms of a system that is about to be and is supposed to be about justice.
Senator Howard, what should happen now?
I am here to join my colleagues in objecting to the sham process that is going forward right now, right next to us in the Judiciary Committee. This adds to the sequence of sham process that we have seen. I think it is unprecedented in the history of background investigations for new and credible allegations to come forward and the background investigation not be reopened. All three credible allegations have received zero investigation by the FBI. That is not right. The partisanship that was on display in yesterday's hearing was not right. It was not right from my colleagues. It was particularly not right from the nominee. I have never seen such a display of vengeful, partisan, conspiracy theory behavior from somebody seeking any judgeship, let alone a seat on the Supreme Court. And now we have this sham process in the committee, which raises the question, why? Why are they so desperate to get this person on the court without a proper investigation? Thanks.
What we're watching is a betrayal. It is, first and foremost, a betrayal of the United States Senate's constitutional duty to advise and consent. That duty can be done only if we uncover all of the facts, good or bad, about a nominee. There has been no adequate FBI investigation. There has been no sufficient fact-finding. There has been barely a process of considering the people who ought to be heard. Yesterday, we heard from a powerfully credible sexual assault survivor. This process betrays all the hollow, hypocritical respect that our Republican colleagues said they were going to give her, ramming through this nomination without hearing from Mark Judge and other relevant witnesses and without any investigation is a betrayal of our promise to those sexual assault victims that they would be heard respectively. And this process is being watched. All of America is watching the United States Senate today, and they should be deeply disappointed, embarrassed, ashamed of supposedly the world's greatest deliberative body sinking to a low that denies sexual assault survivors the right to be heard. There are two that should be called as witnesses. There are other witnesses like Mark Judge who need to be called about this nominee, and there needs to be an FBI investigation. Trained professionals, not the staff of the Judiciary Committee. Trained professionals, not...
All right, we're trying to cover all the action here. There's stuff happening in the chamber, in the committee room, and outside in the hallway. We've just been listening to Democratic senators that have walked out of the committee room explaining why they've left. And now we're going to head back in. Senator Grassley's talking, and we're back into the chambers.
Unlike our Democrat colleagues, some of who sat on her story and apparently conducted their own private investigation rather than share it with the chairman. I first learned of her allegations when they became public in the article New Yorker, published late Sunday evening, September 23rd. My staff immediately contacted her counsel asking when she was available for an interview with committee investigators. The next afternoon, Monday, September 24, her counsel responded that Ms. Ramirez, quote, has accurately relayed what she recalls to the New Yorker. End of quote. Her counsel added, however, that, quote, she would welcome an investigation by the FBI into this investigation and would cooperate with such. On appropriate terms, she would also agree to be interviewed in person, end of quote. Over the 24th and the 25th of this month, my staff repeatedly asked Ms. Ramirez's counsel 2 questions before setting up a call to discuss her allegations so that such a call could actually be meaningful and useful. Whether, number one, whether she had, quote, any other evidence, including other statements, in addition to those that are contained in the New Yorker article, end of quote. And 2, whether she was, quote, willing to provide her evidence, including her testimony, to committee investigators, end of quote. My staff repeatedly made clear that it welcomed, quote, the receipt of Ms. Ramirez or anyone else's evidence in the form of a letter or email to the chairman or ranking member, a letter or email from counsel to the chairman or ranking member, or a statement to committee investigators. Ms. Ramirez's counsel has still not provided any evidence to committee staff. If evidence emerged, we, of course, would proceed as appropriate. My staff also acted swiftly to set up an interview with Judge Kavanaugh. He unequivocally denied Ms. Ramirez's allegations. I regret that my Democrat colleagues again failed to timely bring this relevant information to his attention.
All right, back out into the hallway. Listening to the Democratic senators outside talking. Here's Kamala Harris.
It's been pushing and ramming this thing through because they have the power, as opposed to the integrity to say, let the American people know what's about to happen. Have transparency in the system. Have integrity in the system. This is a failure of this body to do what it has always said it's about, which is be deliberative.
How much coordination and discussion did you all do in advance of yesterday's hearing, and why was there so much focus on the FBI investigation that you were calling for rather than the substance of Judge Kavanaugh's past?
You don't think an FBI investigation is at the core of all of this?
Yeah, right.
What have we been saying if not that? We need a minimum investigation. And by the way, we did not coordinate walking out. You know, we feel this in here.
That's right.
Okay, and that's what all the people out there are going to
The line of questioning at yesterday's hearing, did you all discuss the questions that you would ask Judge Kavanaugh?
What does that matter, really?
We have been calling for an FBI investigation from the time that we first learned about this letter from Dr. Blasey Ford. We have been calling for hearings and additional witnesses from day one. There's nothing novel, and there's no need to coordinate because this point is absolutely obvious to everyone, and it's obvious to the American people that the Senate is ramming through this nomination. The Republican leadership is jamming Judge Kavanaugh through this process without knowing the facts. But eventually the facts will come out, and there will be additional investigations, and the truth will out.
And you have to be clear also that the smoke screens that we're seeing. So they put a prosecutor in, right? The person who's from the prosecutor's office in Maricopa County to give the suggestion that this was a hearing that was about getting into evidence and facts. Well, she said herself, and her protocol says, it's very clear, you don't do this without an investigation. The FBI is an agency of sworn, trained law enforcement officers. They have the ability to do an investigation. So understand the misleading suggestion yesterday that this hearing was sufficient. If this hearing were sufficient, we would not, as a matter of course, have the FBI do a background investigation every time we have a nominee to that court. But yet, when it came to these allegations, they wanted to cut off that process. And you have to ask why. You have to ask that.
You say they have the power, so practically what can you do now?
What we're doing right now.
We're gonna use every tool available.
All right, there is a lot going on. You can see the split screen there. One shows inside the committee room is focused on Senator Grassley. Outside, you have a group of Democratic senators who have gathered. They walked out of the proceedings, and they're explaining why they chose to walk out. I want to bring in Ed O'Keefe. Ed, so you can sort of help us understand what's going on. We're supposed to be waiting for a vote, but there was a motion almost immediately as soon as the senators gathered, a motion from, I believe, Senator Blumenthal about subpoenaing Mark Judge. And then after that, it seemed like things sort of went off the rails. Just explain what's happened so far this morning.
Right. So we convened at 9:30 this morning, and we were expecting them to begin the process of voting on Judge Kavanaugh, but they actually have a full docket of other nominations they got to get through as well. So what Chairman Grassley ended up doing there was saying, look, no matter what today, we're voting at 1:30 on Brett Kavanaugh. If we want to spend the next few hours yelling and screaming at each other, fine. If we want to start filing motions to try to delay this even longer, okay. But at 1:30, we're holding a vote on Brett Kavanaugh. What you just saw there was 4 Democratic members of the committee who are going to vote no walk out. Doesn't matter right now. There's no vote being held. And when I asked them, will your chair be empty at 1:30? They admitted they don't know. So essentially what they're doing is just making noise. Because at this point, procedurally, that's pretty much all Democrats can do if Republicans plan to hold this vote and refer it to the full Senate. This is what we've been seeing over the last several weeks with this nomination. Democrats, liberals, critics of the president, concerned about it, trying to do whatever they can to stop it, and it has crescendoed, of course, in the last 2 weeks since the allegations of sexual misconduct surfaced against Brett Kavanaugh. But realistically, all these Democrats can do is basically go to the microphones, encourage people to call, and try to delay things. The other thing that's going on that provides some drama, but really doesn't do much of anything else, is that there are protesters here in the building. They're down the hall behind us. We can't get to them. The police are keeping us back. But they've been blowing whistles and saying things like November is coming, which is to say elections have consequences and people will remember this. And we'll see now throughout the day how that transpires and what, if anything, it does. Bottom line, keep laser focused on at least 2 Republicans, Susan Collins of Maine and Lisa Murkowski of Alaska, because at this point we believe they're the only 2 Republicans who haven't said what they plan to do. Beyond them, you have to keep an eye on 3 Democrats, Joe Manchin of West Virginia, Joe Donnelly of Indiana, and Heidi Heitkamp of North Dakota. And frankly, from a crass, how does this work, political perspective, how this nomination becomes final, all you got to do really is keep an eye on those 5 people. The rest is just noise.
You didn't mention Jeff Flake. Is he no longer sort of in contention?
Well, he said earlier, Anne-Marie, before the hearing began, that he is a yes vote. He last night was part of a meeting with Collins and Murkowski and Joe Manchin of West Virginia to confer over what they were going to do. He had made clear he was withholding judgment until the hearing was over, and this morning, just before the hearing began, said that he will vote yes. It's important to remember with Jeff Flake, because people get this confused sometimes. He is one of the president's biggest critics, so much so that he wrote a book about it. He's not getting Christmas cards from the Trump family anymore. But when you ask him, is there anything that President Trump does that you like, he always will tell you, I like the people he's nominating to serve on federal courts. They are properly conservative. They are exactly the kind of guys and women that I want to see serving on district courts and appeals courts and on the Supreme Court. Last year, he was over the moon about the nomination of Neil Gorsuch. This year, also pleased with Brett Kavanaugh. He just was concerned when these allegations surfaced last week that they had to be handled properly, because as somebody who's concerned about the institution of the Senate and the way it handles things, he wanted to make sure that that was properly handled. In his view, at least, it has been, and he plans to vote yes. The other thing you got to keep in mind, this is somebody who has not ruled out possibly running for president in 2020, maybe as a Republican, maybe as a conservative independent. If you vote against a guy who is, by all measures, a judicial conservative, who conservative base voters want to see on the court, separate from his alleged behavior, then why wouldn't you vote for somebody like this if you're still thinking about your political future?
Oh, that's very interesting. I want to play a little bit of tape. You know, you talked about the protesters that are down the hall. You talked about the message that they're trying to send, that elections have consequences, and who knows what Senator Flake's future plans are. He was accosted by a demonstrator a little bit earlier. We're going to play that.
In front
with Ann Barker. I told the story of my sexual assault. I told it because I recognized in Dr. Ford's story that she's telling the truth. What you are doing is allowing someone who actually violated a woman to sit in the Supreme Court. This is not tolerable. You have children in your family. Think about them. I have 2 children. I cannot imagine that for the next 50 years, they will have to have someone in the Supreme Court who has been accused of violating a young girl. What are you doing, sir?
I was sexually assaulted and nobody believed me. I didn't tell anyone, and you're telling all women that they don't matter, that they should just stay quiet, because if they tell you what happened to them, you're going to ignore them. That's what happened to me, and that's what you're telling all women in America, that they don't matter. They should just keep it to themselves, because if they have told the truth, you're just going to help that man to power anyway. That's what you're telling all of these women. That's what you're telling me right now. Look at me when I'm talking to you. You're telling me that my assault doesn't matter, that what happened to me doesn't matter, and that you're going to let people who do these things into power. That's what you're telling me when you vote for him. Don't look away from me. Look at me and tell me that it doesn't matter what happened to me, that you let people like that go into the highest court of the land and tell everyone what they can do to their bodies.
Do you have an answer, Senator?
Senator Flake, do you think that Brett Kavanaugh is telling the truth? Do you think that he's able to hold the pain of this country and repair it? That is the work of justice. The way that justice works is you recognize harm, you take responsibility for it, and then you begin to repair it. You're allowing someone who is unwilling to take responsibility for his own actions, unwilling to hold the harm that he has done to one woman, actually 3 women, and repair it. You are allowing someone who is unwilling to take responsibility for his own actions to sit in the higher court of the country and to have the role of repairing the harm that has been done in this country to many people. No, thank you. What do you think? You have power. The truth.
Questions
No,
for the
I want to
senator.
talk to him. Don't talk to respond. What do you think? I understand, but tell me, I'm standing right here in front of you. What do you have? Do you think that he's telling the truth? No. Do you think that he's telling the truth to the country?
You have power when so many women are powerless.
Flake is unsuited even without these
I'd be happy to talk to you.
Can you not give them an answer, Senator? You just released a press statement. You don't have the courage to give them an answer?
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Thank you's not an answer, Senator.
Thank you.
Saying thank you is not an answer. It's about the future of our country, sir.
You can be a hero today.
Lifetime appointment in the Supreme Court. That's fine. Fine security.
Be a hero.
Senator, you
why
could be
now?
a hero and
Why
vote
now? Why not wait? Why not wait? Why not wait for the investigation? There's no harm.
How can you be speechless? We demand to know what you're thinking. Do you stand with women? Do you stand with this nation who deserves due process?
Senator, do you want to respond to their complaint? Senator, you can't respond to their complaints.
No, I need to go to the hearing. I just issued a statement.
You can send an email. You can't give an answer? We're asking you for an answer.
We've got a lot of questions here.
Do these women not deserve an answer?
You've heard a lot of the same
Next on my question, do you think Brett Kavanaugh can tell the truth?
Waiting for an FBI.
Everyone deserves an answer?
That can be heard by the highest.
We believe in you. Be our hero. Do what is right. Do what is
All right, Ed O'Keefe, I know you're standing by. That was Senator Jeff Flake being confronted by some protesters. And, you know, what I was thinking was when, you know, we first heard about Brett Kavanaugh, the concern for some people was ideological, his point of view on Roe v. Wade and such things in relation to the issues that affect women. And now it's become very personal. Those women were telling Jeff Flake that they were also victims, that they felt that by supporting Brett Kavanaugh, they were that he was displaying a lack of compassion, a lack of understanding for victims across the country, including themselves. I mean, Senator Flake really found himself in a position where there was no right or wrong answer. There was nothing to say to these ladies.
Yeah, and this kind of direct confrontation is rare, but there was a similar exchange yesterday between Lindsey Graham and a woman who told him that she had been sexually assaulted, and he basically told her in response, you should have talked to the police about that, basically saying there's nothing really I can do about that. I hear you, but you got to refer it to the authorities. Look, this place is teeming with protesters and cops today. Yesterday we were told at least 1,200 protesters were here. We'll see what the number is today. And every available Capitol Police officer is also on duty today, some of them working 16-hour days to make sure that this place remains somewhat calm and orderly. They keep deploying out of a back room here just to the side of the hearing room, and they've been blocking off the ability of protesters to get anywhere near this hearing room, checking IDs as you round every corner. That's a rare sight here, but it speaks to the stakes and it speaks to what's going on. This is a public building. You have to go through security as you would going into an airport or something. But otherwise, if you don't have an appointment, you can still come in. And that is just the norm up here. It is something that everyone respects as long as you're orderly. And what this kind of confrontation, again, rare, but also speaks to the real passion and concern that a lot of people have about what's going on.
How difficult is this for these older male lawmakers? I mean, we saw what happened with the committee hearing, that they brought in a female prosecutor to question the victim, Dr. Ford. But sort of as we're moving forward, you know, as I'm watching Senator Flake's face, and they're demanding some sort of response from him as to, you know, whether or not he believes Judge Kavanaugh, and he said he did believe Judge Kavanaugh. It's just very easy, I would think, for some of these senators to say the wrong thing when somebody's talking about how they were personally violated. It's got to be a tightrope walk for them.
It's certainly something they're not used to, and it is part of the reason why they brought in Rachel Mitchell, that prosecutor from Maricopa County, Arizona, who quizzed Dr. Ford yesterday during the hearing. There was grave concern among Republicans that a panel of all white older men trying to ask this woman questions would be seen in this era as something just totally out of the norm, and something that could be really politically risky with elections just 43 days away. Later on, obviously, they realized this wasn't working in their favor, and they took it upon themselves to question Judge Kavanaugh, or at least speak to his character. But you're right, a lot of these people are not necessarily directly confronted on a regular basis, whether it's here in Washington or back home. Not only are they older men, but they also come, frankly, from states that support the president, that are more conservative, where voters are probably favoring Judge Kavanaugh over the alternative, and expect to see people like him, and when it comes to his rulings and his ideology, end up on the court. What have they seen from constituents in the last 2 weeks? That's harder to measure. We'd have to go office by office. It's certainly uncomfortable and tricky for some of them, especially the younger ones, and those from places like Arizona, in the case of Jeff Flake, Texas, for Ted Cruz, who, of course, is facing a big re-election this year. So, you know, yesterday broke all sorts of norms. There was a total lack of decorum. I do wonder, because we've started to see a lot more of this, whether direct confrontation of lawmakers, either here in their building or when they're out for dinner at night, when they're on the airplane home, whether that's going to become a norm, and whether that's a good thing. You know, we've seen in recent years the threats against lawmakers, made to lawmakers, spike to record levels. Members of both parties, but especially Republicans right now, because they are in power. It's something they're not accustomed to, and something that, frankly and understandably, they're concerned and afraid of.
Yeah, it's definitely one can understand that. I'm just thinking about yesterday, Orrin Hatch being asked in the hallway about what he thought about Dr. Ford, and saying that he thought that she was attractive and nice, and we sort of understood what he was getting at as, you know, as an attractive witness. But it was just sort of another example of, you know, here's a guy that may not quite sort of get it, what's happening here. I want to go back to the committee room, but I want to ask you one more question. If the Democrats that walked out do not return at 1:30, does the vote go ahead? Does it matter how many senators are there?
You do have to have a quorum, which means you're going to have at least 1 or 2 Democrats in the room, and you probably will. And if they do, and we already sense and know that it's going to be a party line vote, then it'll be 11 yeses and however many Democrats showed up. I think if they're not there, they're recorded as not present unless they send a proxy vote. And I don't know if in the case of a Supreme Court nominee they can do that. You're testing my knowledge of Judiciary Committee rules, Anne Marie, in ways I never thought we'd have to get into, but
I'm so
such
sorry.
is the times we live in.
I'm sorry that I put you on the spot. You know, usually every question I throw at you, you come back with, a great answer. So I'm sorry about that.
We've hit the bottom of the barrel.
Oh, rats. I never meant to do that. Ed O'Keefe, thank you so much. All right, we're going to head back into the committee room now. Senator Leahy's talking.
Judge Kavanaugh's defiance and evasiveness, his vehement partisan attacks against members of this committee, in the face of powerful, incriminating testimony, surpassed even that of Clarence Thomas at the time of Anita Hill. He tried to portray Dr. Ford's allegation as part of a calculated and orchestrated political hit. In my years as a prosecutor, I saw a lot of times when people try to blame the victim, not to own up to their own deeds. He angrily asserted baseless political tirades. He was all too eager to promote the false Republican talking point that Senator Feinstein was lying in wait with this allegation. He even claimed the allegations were driven by revenge on behalf of the Clintons. It's hard to make this stuff up. That amounts to conspiratorial madness. In my time in the Senate, I have never seen such volatility, partisanship, and a lack of judicial temperament from any nominee for any court in any administration. It's no secret that I have deep concerns about what a Justice Kavanaugh would mean for the rights of women, for workers, for health care, for unchecked presidential power, and other important issues. I also believe he's unfit to serve on our nation's highest court because of his history of misleading the Senate while under oath. But as serious as these concerns are, this is different. Voting to advance and ultimately confirm Judge Kavanaugh while he's under this dark cloud of suspicion will forever change the Senate and our nation's highest court. It will politicize the U.S. Supreme Court, a branch of our government that should be above politics. And for victims and survivors of sexual violence struggling with whether to come forward, the consequences may be even worse. Every one of us who's been a prosecutor has seen how hard it is sometimes for victims to come forth. And are we sending the signal that you stay there, don't come forth? You know, how this committee handles this nomination will be viewed as a reflection of how seriously our society views credible claims of sexual misconduct. During Dr. Ford's testimony, the National Sexual Assault Hotline saw an unprecedented 147% increase in calls. When survivors see us taking sexual assault seriously, they're empowered to come forward. If they see us callously sweeping it under the rug, I fear they'll have disastrous consequences. If victims think they'll never be believed or will not matter even if they are believed, then why come forward at all? Dr. Ford deserves to be heard. And that must mean more than just checking a box. Remember, Dr. Ford did not spend her entire life preparing for this moment. She is not backed by the most powerful officials in our nation's government. She did not come here with a political agenda. She did not testify with a job promotion on the line. She did not evade our questions, and she did not demean our motives. of either Republicans or Democrats. She instead plainly, with grace, and at times emotionally, recounted the trauma that she experienced as a 15-year-old girl. Trauma that has been haunting her for the 36 years since. She had nothing to gain and everything to lose by coming forward. I listened closely to both her and Judge Kavanaugh, and I believe her as I believed Anita Hill. I'll be voting no on Judge Kavanaugh's nomination. He does not have the veracity nor the temperament for a lifetime appointment to the highest court in our nation. And no such nominee should be confirmed in the face of such serious, credible, and unresolved allegations of sexual assault.
Senator Graham.
Thank you. I know I'm a single white male from South Carolina, and I'm told I should shut up, but I will not shut up if that's okay, because I got here the same way everybody else did. The people in South Carolina voted for me and Senator Scott to be their voice, men and women, and I'm going to try to be their voice today. And maybe not just for South Carolina, but a little bit about what I think is going on here. Joe Biden, I can't believe we're saying this on our side. Listen to Joe. But Joe was right a lot. Joe Biden's a unique guy. If you had one last conversation before you die, you'd want to have it with Joe. You'd be around for a while. He's a decent guy. If he runs for president, he'd be hard to beat. He came to Senator Thurmond's funeral and gave a long eulogy. And I asked him, Joe, I said, that was incredible. This can't help you in Delaware. He said, I just like the old guy. I didn't agree with him, and I didn't like some of the things he did in his life, but when I was down and out, he was there for me. And to my colleagues on the other side, this will end, and we'll see what we do next. I hope we can muster the ability to move forward, but some observations about where we find ourselves and how we got here. I wrote a book, and I think Senator Blumenthal is the only person I know that actually read it. It was online. I ran for president, and I got 1%, so I had my time to be president. Didn't go very far, and I lost. I didn't think Trump would win. I ran out of adjectives to describe about how I felt about his campaign. Well, he won and I lost, and he's president. And I'll try to help him where I can and say no when I must, and the election's over for me. I would like to tell him that you had a choice to make for the Supreme Court vacancy of Justice Kennedy. I think you did a good job, Mr. President. For somebody who's supposedly crazy and there's chaos everywhere, he did a good job here. Now, why difference between Gorsuch and Kennedy? Gorsuch and Kavanaugh. It's the Kennedy seat. If you don't get that, you're not paying much attention. Gorsuch is a even swap for Scalia, but this is high-stakes stuff, right? This is the seat where the guy in the middle is at risk. Kavanaugh clerked for Justice Kennedy. Would you have picked him? No. But you lost the election. And that does have consequences. When I said it about Obama winning, I meant it. Merrick Garland. Scalia dies in the election year, the last year of the term of President Obama. The primaries are already underway. Not in 100 years has anybody been nominated under that circumstance, so I don't think I did anything unfair with Garland. As to Sotomayor and Kagan, I was told on our side, you've got to keep them off the court because they're going to be a pro-choice vote. They hate guns. On and on and on. And I tried to go back to what this committee used to do. Strom Thurmond voted for Ginsburg. You'll never convince me that it was because he agreed with her philosophy. I think he saw in her a qualified person. Fritz Hollings voted for Scalia. The same is true. 96 and 97 votes. What's happened? Most of the nominees to the Supreme Court have never had a hearing. It was always just assumed if they're qualified and they're not hacks, that they're going to go forward. Elections do matter. When it comes to President Trump, elections do matter. Now, about the law, and to my friends who have been prosecutors. I've been a prosecutor, I've been a defense attorney, and I've been a judge. Every woman who's been victimized needs to be heard. Count me in 1,000 times over. Count me in for the proposition for every one woman who comes forward, only God knows how many women and children go to their grave with the abuse. If you don't realize that, you just don't know this area of life. But you're going to be heard in the United States. I had a young man accused of sexual assault when I was in the Air Force as a defense attorney. The case eventually fell apart, and he almost killed himself. I had women who have been gang raped and didn't want to testify, but they did. Along with counselors, I sat up with them all night. Tough stuff. Emotional. Who to believe? I've been doing this legal stuff most of my life. I've never heard a more compelling defense of one's honor and integrity than I did from Brett Kavanaugh. He looked me in the eye, everybody in the eye, and he was mad, and he should have been mad. He could tell you where he was at and what he was doing during high school in a way that just blew me away. Brett Kavanaugh and women. If you're a gang rapist when you're a sophomore and a junior in high school, you don't let it go. Every woman who actually knows Brett Kavanaugh has come forward to say he is not that kind of guy. He has been at the highest level of public service, under tremendous scrutiny, 6 FBI investigations, and we missed the sophomore, junior gang rapist. We didn't miss it. It's much garbage. We're in the twilight zone, and here's what I would say. Ms. Ford. All I can say about Ms. Ford, I feel sorry for her, and I do believe something happened to her, and I don't know when and where, but I don't believe it was Brett Kavanaugh. And as a prosecutor, you couldn't get out of the batter's box, because in America, before you can accuse somebody of a crime, you have to tell them when it happened and where it happened, and you have to prove beyond a reasonable doubt it did happen. The reason this case will never be brought in Maryland or anywhere else, you just can't get there. If you wanted to get a warrant, which is a probable cause standard, to search or arrest somebody, you got to prove by probable cause where it happened and when it happened. How are you supposed to defend yourself? Is the burden really on you to prove that you were not at a party 35 years ago and they won't tell you where it was and when it was? So all I can say is that under any reasonable standard, any concept of the rule of law, this would not go forward. There have been 5 allegations here. The 5th allegation was brought to me by Senator Whitehouse, who did absolutely the right thing. Somebody contacted him in Rhode Island and said a friend of his was on a boat with Mark Judge and Brett Kavanaugh, and they treated her badly. He went down and beat him up, and she won't come forward. I said, well, I'll make sure I'll join with you. Let the FBI look at it. And turned out not to be true. The 4th allegation was an anonymous allegation, a letter without a date or a return address sent to Cory Gardner just a few days ago. And he turned it over to the committee, and somebody on that side leaked it to NBC News, And it made it on the news, the fourth allegation. That really bothers me. I don't know what's going on over there, but that's not right. It was somebody over there. Now, about Ms. Ford. I feel really bad that she wanted to remain anonymous and could not. The one thing I know for sure is that Dianne Feinstein would not do this and did not do this. But I know for sure somebody did. It wasn't chatter from a friend. 3 groups had this letter that was requested to be anonymous. Dianne Feinstein and her staff, the Congresswoman from California and her staff, and the lawyers. Somebody betrayed her trust, and if you can't figure out why, you shouldn't be driving. To delay this hearing, to set in motion the destruction of this man, to keep this seat open past the election. That I know beyond any doubt. What else do I know? I about fell out of my chair when Dr. Ford said yesterday, I didn't know you would be willing to come to me. The email interactions between this committee and her lawyers, my staff would still welcome the opportunity to speak with Dr. Ford at any time and any place convenient to her. Come to us or we to you. I'm willing to have my staff travel to Dr. Ford in California or anywhere else to obtain her testimony, September the 19th. Well, that wouldn't fit in the plan. It wouldn't be public, and it would get over with sooner than people wanted. I don't know what to believe, but I tend to believe that Dr. Ford did not know about this invitation. And I've been a lawyer most of my adult life, and somebody needs to ask the question to her lawyers, how could she not know about this? Are you beginning to understand what's been going on for a very long time in this case? It's not that hard to figure out. So if this is the new standard, the accusation proves itself to those who want to ask questions. You hate women. God help us all. If the new standard for the committee is that there's no presumption of anything, that you have to prove why somebody would accuse you. Not just say, I didn't do it, and here's why I didn't do it, but you got to prove the motives of your accuser. God help us all. The Avenatti moment tells you what's going to happen if we keep this farce going. Plenty of time, plenty of opportunities to get to the truth. This has never been about the truth. This has been about delay and destruction. And if we reward this, it is the end of good people wanting to be judges. It is the end of any concept of the rule of law. It's the beginning of a process that will tear this country apart. And if I am chairman next year, if we keep the majority and Senator Grassley moves over, and I hope he doesn't because I think he's done a great job, I'm going to remember this. There's the process before Kavanaugh and the process after Kavanaugh. If you want to vet the nominee, you can. If you want to delay things for the next election, you will not. If you try to destroy somebody, you will not get away with it. Jeff is leaving. He has wrestled with this. He is trying to be fair. I cannot tell you, Jeff, what happened 35 years ago. I can tell you this, that through any legal system, this thing would not get out of the batter's box, and that everything I know about Judge Kavanaugh screams that this didn't happen, and all the other things. So, to my good friends on the other side who are struggling, I think an FBI investigation is going to do nothing. It's not going to tell you any more than we know now. It's going to just keep it going and going and going till he breaks and he won't, and till the next 5 come forward. I'm going to vote yes. And I'm going to tell his 2 daughters that I'm proud of your dad, and I really, really believe he's a good man. And I'm going to tell Dr. Ford, I am sorry you had to go through this too.
Senator Durbin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thursday was an historic day in a Senate committee with more than its fair share of history. In our deliberations over the nomination of Judge Brett Kavanaugh to fill the vacancy on the Supreme Court, we have confronted some of the most serious charges ever leveled against a nominee. Those charges were made at a moment in our nation's history when we are living through a cultural revolution. Women in America are not only emerging into more and more positions of responsibility, they are now airing grievances over sexual harassment and abuse at every level of society. Caught in the vortex of this cultural shift, there is not a person in this room who can truly measure the trajectory or ultimate outcome of this historic change. America is marching forward in the pursuit of justice for women in this country. Sadly, many on the Senate Judiciary Committee are still mired in the dead space it was 27 years ago during the Clarence Thomas nomination hearing. Yesterday in this room, America saw this inflammatory issue in real time, in real life. Dr. Christine Blasey Ford was credible, cooperative, and resolute. When I asked her directly, under oath, the degree of certainty that she had that she was assaulted by Brett Kavanaugh, she responded 100%. When the prosecutor on the Republican side tried to weave a political conspiracy or make her a tool of her lawyers, it fell flat. This woman, who had identified Brett Kavanaugh as her assailant to her husband and therapist 6 years ago, believed she had a responsibility as a citizen to come forward and tell her story. I thought about the words she used during the course of her testimony yesterday. The word she used more often than not to describe her motives was helpful. Helpful. She wanted to be helpful to this committee and to her nation. I believe her. But she was afraid in awakening those carefully guarded and painful memories, and she was afraid for her family. She confided in our colleague Dianne Feinstein with the clear understanding that Dianne would protect her identity, and I have no doubt that Dianne accepted that responsibility and kept her word. Yesterday, 2 members of this committee leveled personal attacks at Senator Feinstein. They said she concealed Dr. Ford's letter for partisan reasons, and one went so far as to say that she leaked the contents of that letter, or her staff leaked that letter, to the press. Perhaps in this Trumpian era, those sorts of baseless personal charges are to be expected. But if we descend to this level of political discourse, we will have forsaken the traditions of the Senate and the comedy which is essential to our public service. And for the record, this baseless claim was refuted immediately by The Intercept, which was first to publish the story about Dr. Ford's allegation. Their reporter said last night, and I quote, "Feinstein's staff did not leak the letter to The Intercept." Yesterday, Dr. Ford made the personal decision to tell her story publicly. She came before this committee under oath and volunteered to answer every question. None of the Republicans on this committee were willing to question or confront her, not one. They sat silent as their prosecutor, Miss Mitchell, tried to do their work. But after Dr. Ford completed her testimony and left the building, it was a different story. Last night on a TV show, one senator said, and I quote, "Miss Ford has got a problem, and destroying Judge Kavanaugh's life won't fix her problem." How could you listen to her honest and direct testimony and draw that conclusion? Judge Kavanaugh's opening statement yesterday was filled with raw emotion. Looking at his family and friends gathered to support him, one could not help but feel, as our colleague Senator Flake reminded us, that this undertaking is deeply personal and there's humanity to reconcile on both sides of the ledger. I could feel the intensity of what he has experienced over the last few weeks, but I could not understand how Judge Kavanaugh could say that he, quote, bore no ill will towards Dr. Ford, then called her charges, quote, a calculated, orchestrated political hit, citing, quote, apparent pent-up anger about President Trump and his 2016 election, and, quote, revenge on behalf of the Clintons. Revenge on behalf of the Clintons. This lock-her-up grace note in Judge Kavanaugh's remarks may have raised a cheer in the White House, but it is a sad moment in the history of this committee. The exchange I had with Judge Kavanaugh was an honest effort to loose the Gordian knot this committee faces when two sworn witnesses are in direct contradiction. What I asked for, what many have asked for, is obvious. Turn over the facts we know to the Federal Bureau of Investigation. Let them connect the dots. Let them complete the investigation. Then let us meet and evaluate their findings. Do you remember yesterday when on several occasions the Republicans made a point of quoting the American Bar Association? Mr. Chairman, I would like permission to enter into the record a letter sent to this committee on September 27, 2018 by the American Bar Association.
Without objection, it'll be entered.
Let me read it. This is what the committee received. The American Bar Association urges the Senate Judiciary Committee, and as appropriate, the full Senate, to conduct a confirmation vote on Judge Kavanaugh's nomination to the Supreme Court of the United States only after an appropriate background check into the allegations made by Professor Ford and others is completed by the Federal Bureau of Investigation. We make this request because of the ABA's respect for the rule of law and due process under law. The basic principles that underscore the Senate's constitutional duty of advice and consent on federal judicial nominees require nothing less than a careful examination of the accusations and facts by the FBI. Each appointment to our nation's highest court, as with all others, is simply too important to rush to a vote. Deciding to proceed without conducting additional investigation would not only have a lasting impact on the Senate's reputation, but it will also negatively affect the great trust necessary for the American people to have in the Supreme Court. It must remain an institution that will reliably follow the law and not politics. Respectfully, the Senate should recognize that a thorough FBI investigation will demonstrate its commitment to a Supreme Court that is above reproach. That letter was signed by Robert Carlson, President of the American Bar Association. All the quotes yesterday about the ABA's finding on Judge Kavanaugh are a distant second to what we've been asked by the same organization to do, and it is not an unreasonable request. So who is telling the truth? Two sworn witnesses in direct contradiction. But there is one significant difference. One of these sworn witnesses has stepped forward and said, I will submit my testimony and myself to the Federal Bureau of Investigation, understanding that anyone who lies to the Federal Bureau of Investigation is subject to criminal prosecution. The other witness evaded that question over and over and over. Oh, I'll leave it up to the committee. It's up to the chairman. You're going to have to decide on that. You make that decision. Judge Kavanaugh knows better. He knows that if he had turned yesterday to the White House counsel and says, suspend this until we have an FBI investigation to clear my name, my reputation, and my nomination to this court, it was the right thing to do. Because those scales had been tipped in favor of the one sworn witness who is willing to take her case before the Federal Bureau of Investigation, I will be voting no on the nomination of Brett Kavanaugh to the Supreme Court.
Before I call on Senator Cornyn, since the ABA letter came up, I have this comment that the president of the ABA called for an FBI investigation, as you just heard, and to do it before a vote. I've explained many times another FBI investigation is not necessary. The ABA is an outside organization like any other that can send us letters and share their advice, but we're not going to let them dictate our committee's business. Also, this letter is from the president of the ABA, one individual. He doesn't represent the hundreds of thousands of lawyers in the United States. It isn't at all clear that the ABA president has authority to speak for the organization on this matter. This letter doesn't say that he conferred with anyone else or that he convened the Judicial Qualification Committee by conference call or otherwise. The ABA president's opinion doesn't alter the fact that Judge Kavanaugh received a very well qualified rating from the ABA Standing Committee on the Federal Judiciary, and the Standing Committee did not join this letter. Senator Cornyn.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I've said before that I believe that in considering Dr. Ford's testimony, we should treat her the same way I would want my wife, my daughters, or my mother treated if they were in similar circumstances. Conversely, I want to make sure we treat Judge Kavanaugh the same way we would treat my father, my brother, or a son. We owe that to both Judge Kavanaugh and to Dr. Ford. It is simply false to say that somehow we have, in drawing attention to the fact that this has been an orchestrated effort to delay the vote on this nomination, that we have somehow been disrespectful of Dr. Ford. I'm proud of the way this committee treated Dr. Ford yesterday. I thought it was appropriate, dignified, and apparently our friends across the aisle are somehow upset that we got a trained lawyer who handles claims like this on a daily basis to handle it in a thoughtful, appropriate way to elicit facts and information from Dr. Ford. I thought Ms. Mitchell did a good job. But to somehow wrap themselves in the normal compassion we would that we do feel for somebody in Dr. Ford's situation and claim that we are not treating her well by pointing out the overt politicalization of this process is simply trying to take our eye off the ball. There has been a calculated effort to manipulate this process in a way that is blatantly unfair to Dr. Ford and to Judge Kavanaugh, and that's shameful. I said yesterday, I think this is one of the darkest days for the United States Senate since the McCarthy hearings that occurred back in the 50s. You may recall the comments of one of the lawyers who said, I never really gauged your cruelty or recklessness before today, and asked Senator McCarthy, have you no sense of decency? I think this process has been cruel and reckless and indecent for both Dr. Ford and Judge Kavanaugh. And it did not have to be that way. When we learned yesterday from Dr. Ford that she did not authorize the release of the letter of July 30 that she sent to Senator Feinstein, she did not authorize it, she did not want it leaked, but it was leaked. And she said the only people that had possession of it were her lawyers, Senator Feinstein, and Representative. You can reach your own conclusion, but the letter had to come from somewhere. And when she testified that she was not informed of Chairman Grassley's offer to travel where she was to interview her with bipartisan participation about her claims, she said it wasn't clear to her that offer had ever been made. So when the letter was leaked by somebody, when the offer to interview her before a bipartisan panel of investigators at a place and time of her choosing out of the public eye, when that was not communicated, it sure looks to me, at least the circumstantial evidence would seem to point to the desire to have exactly what we had yesterday and to contribute to what has been described as accurately as a circus atmosphere. Cruel, reckless, no sense of decency. I would point to the fact that Judge Kavanaugh said that as long as this nomination has been pending, you've seen a trend toward more and more scurrilous, salacious, and uncorroborated allegations being made against him, all of which the chairman and the committee professional staff have attempted to investigate. We heard from Dr. Ford. We also saw a claim by Ms. Ramirez that was uncorroborated by the dozens of witnesses that allegedly existed that the New York Times could not confirm. Nobody would confirm her allegation. And then yesterday, the ranking member quoted from some of the claims of Ms. Swetnick, represented by Mr. Avenatti. And I was struck by the fact that some of the allegations made in the statement by Ms. Swetnick that we got on September the 25th, 2018, accused Mark Judge and Brett Kavanaugh to gang rape high school girls at a time when Ms. Swetnick was in college, and says she went back to parties in high school where girls were gang raped, not on one occasion, not on two occasions. She said she went to 10 such parties. I'm shocked that our colleagues would embrace this kind of uncorroborated, outrageous, salacious allegation, considering the facts and the timing and the representation by Stormy Daniels' lawyer, obviously eager for more public attention and notoriety. But you didn't hear that in the quote from the ranking member yesterday when she quoted from some of the allegations made by Ms. Swetnick. Our friend, the ranking member, said yesterday that the integrity of the Senate is on trial. I agree with that. And we're failing badly. Cruelty, recklessness, indecency toward the people we should be treating with respect and dignity. That extends to Mark Judge. Isn't it obvious what is happening here with Mark Judge? He has submitted a statement under penalty of felony saying that Brett Kavanaugh and I were friends in high school, but we've not spoken for several years. I do not recall the events described by Dr. Ford in her testimony before the United States Senate Judiciary Committee today. He submitted that statement yesterday. He said, "I never saw Brett act in the manner Dr. Ford describes. I am knowingly submitting this letter under penalty of felony." So he says he has nothing more to offer. He submitted his statement under penalty of felony. But here's the other part. He admits to be a recovering alcoholic, as well as a cancer survivor. He said he struggles with depression and anxiety, so much that he avoids public speaking. And our colleagues across the aisle believe that the appropriate course of conduct is to drag Mr. Judge into this circus-like atmosphere and to subject his battle with alcoholism and addiction to public investigation and scrutiny and ridicule. That is cruel. That is reckless. That is indecent. So, Mr. Chairman, in conclusion, I believe this is a calculated effort to delay the vote. I think the evidence all points to that. And the longer we go without voting, it's clear to me that people like Mr. Avenatti and others eager to get attention and willing to peddle the most salacious, uncorroborated, outrageous allegations against this nominee, that we'll continue to see more of the same. It's well known that about 150 nominations are pending on the Senate calendar. If there's been one thing that's been the hallmark of our colleagues' conduct across the aisle during the time of the Trump administration, it's to obstruct, delay, and deny this administration the benefit of the nominees which they have sent to the Senate for advice and consent. That includes not only judges, but all aspects of the federal government. 150 nominations pending on the Senate calendar because even with uncontroversial nominees, they want to obstruct, delay, and deny this administration the benefit of the people they've chosen to help govern. So it strikes me as entirely consistent with what we have seen on this nomination. And I think it's disgraceful, as Senator Hatch said yesterday. I think the way Dr. Ford and Judge Kavanaugh have been treated is a scandal, and it is cruel, reckless, and indecent.
Senator Whitehouse.
Thank you, Chairman. I'll be fairly brief because I announced my intention to vote against Kavanaugh already. Judge Kavanaugh has an unpleasant record, both of associations with and rulings for a powerful array of activist Republican special interests, to whom he gives a 90% win rate. The Supreme Court has an equally unpleasant record of 5-4 partisan rulings for those same big interests. Not 3 or 4 times, not even 1 or 2 dozen times, but under Chief Justice Roberts, 70 times, all 5-4 partisan decisions. The court is flying all the warning flags of a captured agency, dancing to special interest tunes and rampaging through precedent and principle to get there. This will be a disaster for the court, and I believe Kavanaugh will contribute to that disaster. His partisan screed yesterday was telling. As to yesterday, let me be frank. I believed Dr. Ford. I may be wrong, but I believed her. And I believe Kavanaugh dodged and dissembled, ranted and raved, filibustered and prevaricated. I did not find him credible. I don't believe boof is flatulence. I don't believe the Devil's Triangle is a drinking game. And I don't believe calling yourself a girl's alumnus is being her friend. And I think drinking till you Ralph or fall out of the bus or don't remember the game or need to piece together your memory the next day is more consistent with Dr. Ford's and others' testimony than his own. If Dr. Ford's testimony is true, I hope we can all agree Kavanaugh has no business on the court. And I, for one, believed her. But set aside my own belief. As a prosecutor, I am horrified at what the committee has done. Terminating the FBI background investigation before these new allegations were even considered. Doing partisan interviews by partisan staffers declaredly determined to force the nominee through. Letting Kavanaugh's alleged accomplice in the assault, the guy in the room with him when it happened, get away with a lawyer's letter and no testimony, no cross-examination. The lawyers in the room will know the reverence with which Wigmore is cited as legal authority in decisions across the country and for decades. Beyond any doubt, he wrote, the greatest legal engine ever invented for the discovery of truth is cross-examination. Mark Judge is in hiding instead of under subpoena, and that greatest legal engine has been deliberately disabled in this matter. Let me have one example of where investigation might help. Here's Kavanaugh's calendar. Dr. Ford said that Kavanaugh and Judge and PJ and at least one other boy were all at a house. Well, we know Bart Kavanaugh was there because it's his schedule. And here's Judge, and here's PJ. Here are all those three named boys and others at a house together, just as she said. She said Kavanaugh and Judge were drunk and that she had a beer. Skis is brewskis, beer. They were drinking, just as she said. Now, I will concede that the two girls aren't mentioned. But spot me this. If If you had just sexually assaulted one of the two girls, would you add the girls' names to your calendar? I doubt it. This may be powerful corroborating evidence that the assault happened, that it happened that day, and that it happened in that place. But with no FBI investigation, we can't tell. That's how you get out of Lindsay's batter's box. You investigate. It's the least thing a sexual assault victim is entitled to when she comes forward. The FBI could interview all the attendees, not just to obtain simple denials, but to cross-check and see if the stories add up. The FBI could see if the house matches the locality and description Dr. Ford gave. The FBI could inquire after and pursue other corroborating or exculpatory evidence. It's what they do. Anybody who has done any serious investigation knows you don't stop just with witness statements of interested parties. You run down corroborating and impeaching evidence. You check and cross-check. You ask and go back again. You do the basic blocking and tackling of investigation. Partisan interviews by political staff predetermined to clear the nominee just aren't the same as real investigators doing real investigation and corroboration. I don't think this has ever happened before in the history of background investigations. Closing out the background investigation without investigating new, credible allegations. You cannot tell me Ms. Ford's allegations weren't credible. They were credible enough to get her before the Senate. And yet she was not given the most basic, decent thing that a witness or victim could be given after they come forward. Sincere or thorough investigation. Closing out the background investigation without investigating new, credible allegations, not any of 3 allegations, all from women demonstrably in Kavanaugh's social circle. Look at this ridiculous letter from the other alleged assailant in the room. And it's equally ridiculous, yesterday's fig leaf, I guess you'd call it, where the same statement is repeated, just this time with his signature on it. And ask yourself, do you think investigator Kavanaugh would have tolerated letters like this from the third person in the room? Had there been one with Mr. Clinton and Ms. Lewinsky? Never in a million years. And yet this is what we're supposed to satisfy ourselves with in this matter. It is preposterous to anyone who's ever done serious investigation. Yet this is what we are left with. We have done a botch of an investigation. Over time, I expect the facts come out. They have a way of doing that. Cover-ups never last. The sand is running through Kavanaugh's hourglass. And I pledge whatever I can do to make sure that the truth of his conduct is ultimately determined. Setting aside this botch, we go back to a Supreme Court far too often dancing to the tune of a handful of big Republican special interests. Big Republican special interests funding the Federalist Society that is now picking Supreme Court nominees. Big Republican special interests using the unlimited dark money power the Supreme Court gave them to mount TV ad campaigns for Supreme Court nominees. Big Republican special interests funding frequent flyer amici, so-called friends of the court, offering constant instruction and encouragement to the 5 Republicans on the Supreme Court, and big Republican special interests on the winning side of those 70 5-4 partisan victories, the fruits of their political labor. People are catching on. The record of this is undeniable. And as I said, it will be a disaster for the court. I yield my time.
I think I should try to clarify about the calendar that Senator Whitehouse put up there. The entry has 6 boys listed for July 1st, 1982. It says go to Timmy's house for skis with Judge, Tom, PJ, Bernie, and Squee. Dr. Ford said there were 4 boys there. The counter entry lists 6 plus Kavanaugh. That's 7. That's the wrong gathering. 2 allegations made by my colleague are incorrect. First, I never terminated an FBI investigation. I didn't have any authority to open or close an FBI investigation. The FBI considers this matter closed. If my colleagues were worried about the partisanship of the investigation, the Democrats could have joined us at every step of the way. However, we all know they declined to participate. Second, we did receive a letter signed by Mark Judge himself under penalty of felony. I read it previously this morning. Senator Lee.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. There's been a lot of talk about the need for an FBI investigation. There are many of us who wish that that's where this would have begun, as it should have begun, as it could have begun had these letters been handed over to the FBI with the request that they be investigated at an earlier time, as early as late July or early August. But let's talk for a minute about what would have happened had that occurred. Well, they would have gone to Dr. Ford, they would have interviewed her, and they would have prepared a report outlining Dr. Ford's allegations. That report would have reflected more or less what we heard yesterday, probably a more distilled version of that, similar to what we saw in her written statements before she appeared before this committee. They would have gone to Judge Kavanaugh. They would have interviewed Judge Kavanaugh. And Judge Kavanaugh would have told us then, as he told us yesterday, that no such event ever occurred, that he never did this to any woman, not in high school, not in college, not before, not after. They would have gone to the other alleged eyewitnesses to this event, including Mark Judge, Patrick Smith, and Leland Kaiser. They would have taken statements from each of them, and those statements would have indicated, as they have each indicated in written statements submitted to this committee, that they recall no such event ever occurring. And so we have investigated. I too wish it had been investigated by the FBI, and had it been investigated by the FBI at the outset, as it could have been, as it should have been, as it would have been when these letters were received, then this could have been handled in a much more dignified manner, in a manner much more respectful to Dr. Ford, in a manner much more respectful to Judge Kavanaugh, and respectful to both of their families and indeed this entire process. Now, some have mentioned today that there was some emotion in the room yesterday. Yes, certainly. These are emotional circumstances. My heart goes out to both Dr. Ford and her family and Judge Kavanaugh and his family. They've both been through a lot. I don't blame either one of them for demonstrating some emotion, not for a moment. In the case of Dr. Ford, clearly she's been through something awful. In the case of Judge Kavanaugh, he in recent days has seen, in addition to this allegation, dragging his name into the public record, he's seen his name dragged through the mud on a lot of other things, including an allegation that he was involved in and, in effect, running a drug distribution and gang rape ring. Now ask yourself the question, if you or someone you love was alleged to have been involved in running something like that, might not you feel a little bit emotional as well? And might not that spill out into your testimony if you were called in front of this committee? Look, we have a job to do here today. Our job yesterday was to hear from Dr. Ford and to hear from Judge Kavanaugh. We've done that. Our job now is to vote. Today, we're going to do that. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I said at the first day of the first hearing regarding Judge Kavanaugh that this is not normal. It might look normal. You have the nominee, you have the family behind them, you have all the cameras on, but it wasn't normal. It wasn't normal because this nominee was handpicked by a president who, in just the last week, has gone after his attorney general, threatened to fire the deputy attorney general who's overseeing a major investigation, a national security investigation, handpicked by a president who's constantly undermining law enforcement, constantly undermining the FBI. And yet, this president picked a nominee who has the most expansive view of executive power that we've seen. A president, a view of executive power that, according to his writings and even the case law, says, in his own words, in an opinion, that a president should be able to declare laws unconstitutional. In his own views in legal writings, that a president should be able to be immune from investigation while sitting in office, that we shouldn't have a special counsel statute. So that's where we start. That's the core here as we look at the constitutional issues that we're facing. The second reason this isn't normal is that we did not get the information we needed to make a decision. I come from a state that believes in process. In my old job for 8 years, I headed up the Hennepin County Attorney's Office. We handled, by the way, 12,000 juvenile cases every single year. So I saw cases just like the one we heard about yesterday. But in our role, I would always tell people if we had to let a case go, if we had to make a deal that people didn't like, our role was to be ministers of justice. It was to convict the guilty, but also protecting the innocent. And I don't think we protected the innocent very well yesterday, and I certainly don't think that we're doing it today. There was a lot of chest beating that went on yesterday on the other side. And it was pretty effective, I guess, if the goal was to distract the American public for what they had heard in the morning, to distract and deflect from the moving, powerful testimony we heard. And I don't want to hear about respecting Dr. Ford when we are not giving her the respect of having an investigation of the case that she made to us yesterday. It was a while ago that this happened, and there's other claims out there as well. But it's been my experience, as Senator Whitehouse just articulated, that if you don't go back and look at things and you don't look at corroborating evidence and you don't talk to the witnesses, you're never going to know what happened. I have proposed and talked to some of my colleagues, and I know others have as well, as a finite period for an FBI investigation, maybe a week. George H.W. Bush ordered that in the Anita Hill case, a 3-day investigation. That happened. Whether people like that outcome or not, it happened. That is not even happening here. We are not even giving Dr. Ford the respect of having that investigation. And that is wrong. That is not being ministers of justice. This was a woman with no political background who made an attempt to call the front office of her congresswoman. That's what she did. She did this before the nominee was even picked. She did it when the nominee was on a short list because she was concerned. That's what she did. So don't argue that she is part of some massive political strategy. Those aren't the facts. And yes, it's messy. The justice system is messy. Things come in at the last minute. It happens all the time. It happens before a trial. It happens before a hearing. And the question is not if it's messy. Senator Flake himself said yesterday, this is not a good process, but it's all we've got. The question is, what do you do when it happens, when you're in a position of power? What do you do when it happens? You may not like how this came in at the last minute. I would have liked to known about it earlier too, but I didn't. The question is, what do you do when it happens? And when it happens, you don't just put it under the rug. For so many years, this is what happened to claims like this. They were just swept under the rug. What happened in the House, no matter how bad it was, didn't belong in the courthouse. And that hurt women and that hurt children for a long, long time. But the times are changing now. We have someone who made a credible claim. The chairman even thanked her for her bravery. Well, where is the bravery in this room? This rush, when in fact we could have a finite period of time to interview a finite period of witnesses, someone who she alleges was in the very room where it happened. We are not able to even cross-examine them, ask them questions. We're not allowing the FBI to go in there and tell him to his face that you're going to get in criminal trouble if you don't answer these questions correctly. Instead, we get a letter behind the veil of a law firm. That's not the same thing. We have a polygraph expert. Yesterday, I put that polygraph exam on the record. People were bristling over there and said, well, we want to see the charts. Well, we would be happy to have the polygraph expert testify and explain how this was verified. And yes, as Judge Kavanaugh pointed out, this is not a test that is admissible in court. But guess what? We use it for job interviews. We use it for the FBI. We use it for the Defense Department. We use it for the CIA. And the nominee himself has even said that this is useful to use for those purposes in a case that he decided in 2016. Those are the kind of witnesses we could hear from if we had the opportunity, maybe 1 week, to do it. So I look at it this way. If we want to show Dr. Ford respect, we give her the respect of having her case heard and the evidence looked at. I look at it as, what are you hiding? What would it hurt? If Judge Kavanaugh is so sure that he has this corroborating evidence and what this calendar means and what these things mean, then what is he afraid of if we just spend 1 week looking at the evidence? What I have heard today just adds to this. When I heard this sanctimonious talk about some kind of a political strategy, well, I'll give you Exhibit A, Merrick Garland, who was delayed for nearly 10 months. You talk about a nominee getting off the floor when all we're asking for is 1 week for an investigation, and you kept Merrick Garland away from this committee for 10 months? That's not even a comparison. That was a strategy yesterday. And boy, was it a strategy. And I sure hope that some of the senators who have not yet made a decision, who are not on this committee, will look at the evidence and look at what happened and see it for the strategy that it was. I asked Dr. Ford yesterday about what she remembers from that night. And I also asked her what she couldn't forget. And here's what she said. The stairwell, the living room, the bedroom, the bed on the right side of the room, the bathroom in close proximity, the laughter, the uproarious laughter, the multiple attempts to escape, and the final ability to do so. We heard her talk about how she had a civic duty to bring this up. We heard her testify about how she had actually brought this up 6 years before to a counselor, about how her husband recalls her using the judge's name. In the rules of evidence, it says that statements made to a professional, to a medical professional, are considered to be credible. In cases, when you compare evidence, you look at what their goals are. What would be their reasons to lie? And I look at, you have on one hand a judge who is a career-making moment to get on the United States Supreme Court. And by the way, no one is entitled to be on the United States Supreme Court. And then you have a woman who tried to keep this confidential, who came forward, sent a letter, tried to do what she could to keep her name out of the news, and finally, when the reporters showed up at her door, she came forward. I just see these as different. And when you look at the rules of evidence, when you look at credibility, the fact that she had mentioned this years before means a lot. But you could have doubters. I understand that. But when we don't have an investigation and we don't have things in writing to be able to look at the facts, where are we? I have been on this committee for a number of years, and I have been briefed on FBI background checks. And a number of times, and my colleagues know this, nominees withdraw because of what is in those background checks. They pull their names out. The press never knows it, but it happens. Or sometimes we're presented with some information that's not public, and we have to make a decision. Well, does this drug use amount to something that should keep this person off the bench? Does looking at this website amount to keeping this person off the bench? These are things we've actually considered. That's the kind of information we get from those background checks. And I think it's a good thing, because not everyone needs to be dragged through the mud. Things are contained in a background check.
May we have order?
Those background checks are useful for us, and they're useful for the American people. I, for one, don't want to live in an evidence-free zone. We need this information. I would submit to my friends across the aisle that this is not a he said, she said. This is a he said, they said. There are a number of people out there who have talked about the fact, including the nominee's roommate, that he is belligerent when he gets drunk. Yes, that was a long time ago. Maybe he doesn't do that anymore. And I know people in high school drink a lot and in college, but when I asked him about this to try to get to the facts, I'm not an FBI agent, but all I was trying to do was try to figure out, well, maybe he has partially memory loss when he gets that drunk, or maybe he blacks out. I don't know. I was trying to get that. What did I get in response? A question of if I black out. Did he apologize? He did, and I appreciated that. But the point is, if we could have the FBI, like we do with all background checks, interview these witnesses, we could get to the bottom of the facts. Judge Kavanaugh said on Fox News and yesterday that he wants a fair process. That's what he said he wants. And when I asked the judge why he wouldn't ask the president to have the FBI reopen the investigation yesterday, he didn't make that request. He didn't really answer that question. There are only a few people in America right now that can reopen that investigation. The one sitting across the room, because yes, Senator Grassley could have held off this vote until we had that investigation. Judge Kavanaugh could have easily said, Mr. President, for this to move forward, I want to at least clear my name, but mostly I want to have the American people know whether or not this is true or not. He could have done that. Why didn't he do it? Because they're afraid of what they'll find out. Yesterday, the American Bar Association, as Senator Durbin has just noted and read the letter, sent a letter urging the committee not to vote on Judge Kavanaugh's nomination until the FBI has conducted appropriate follow-up. The ABA said that it made that request because of its, quote, respect for the rule of law and due process under law. I'm just waiting until the staff is done talking over there. The ABA said that it made the request because of its respect for the rule of law and due process under the law. I chose to get on this committee. I didn't get on it right away because I'd done this work for 8 years before I got on here. I got on here 2 years after I got to the Senate because I decided I wanted to continue that work, to uphold the respect for the rule of law and due process under the law. But that's not what I saw yesterday. So if this committee isn't going to respect the law, and if we go to the floor and the same thing happens again, I would remind my colleagues that the Constitution does not say we, the ruling party. The Constitution says we, the people. And if the people of this country want to have a check and balance in the Supreme Court, a check and balance on this administration, if they want to have a fair process, they're the only ones left to pitch in here. They're the only ones left to have a say. Because right now, the way this process is run, we're not running it like we the people. It's being run like we the ruling party. I vote no.
Senator Cruz, we hear about fair and open and thorough and everything that I just heard. We heard the inference of a political strategy on this side of the aisle not to be fair and thorough. I have seared in the back of my mind something that was said soon after July the 9th that Senator Schumer said that tells me about a political strategy that is carried on here the way it has to delay and delay and delay and delay, because he said, I'm going to fight Judge Kavanaugh nomination with everything I've got. And it seems like that has happened over the last 90 days. Senator.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We're living in a divided time. This country is divided right down the middle. There is an enormous amount of anger. There's rage. There's hatred. We see demonstrators screaming at each other, reflecting that rage, reflecting that anger. And I know there are a great many Americans who wish we could and believe we can get back to an environment where we treat each other with civility and decency. Get back to an environment where, yes, we have policy disagreements. We disagree on what the right legislation is to pass. And we even have vigorous debates about what the right policy is. But we do so in a context that respects each other, that doesn't demean the humanity of each other, that doesn't attack the character and drag people through the mud. The politics of personal destruction that we have seen on display in recent days is Washington, D.C. at its very ugliest. And all of us should remember that we're talking about real human beings here. These aren't pawns on a chessboard. These are real people. Dr. Ford has been through hell. The last 2 weeks, I have no doubt, have been extraordinarily painful for her family. The testimony she gave yesterday was powerful. was clearly heart-wrenching, was clear she was hurting and hurting mightily. Having her name made public against her wishes and dragged through the mud was a hurtful thing to do. It was the wrong thing to do. And Judge Kavanaugh, he too has been dragged through the mud for the last 2 weeks in a way that has no precedent. In our polarized society we live in today, it's almost tribalized, where half of us wear one team's jersey, the other half wear the other team's jersey, and everything we see through the lens of our jersey. So it would not surprise me if across the country, a significant percentage of those on the Democratic side of the aisle saw yesterday's testimony and concluded he must be guilty. And it would not surprise me if a very significant percentage of those on the Republican side of the aisle saw yesterday's testimony, the same testimony, and concluded he must be innocent. One of the consequences of that, Judge Kavanaugh talked about how these smears and the many that have been leveled against him in the last 2 weeks, how they have, as he put it, destroyed his family. To some, that may sound like hyperbole. I don't think it is. Judge Kavanaugh has 2 young daughters, a 10-year-old and a 13-year-old. For the rest of their lives, their daughters will go to school, will interact with people, many of whom are convinced their father is a rapist. I want you to think of the effect that has when those are the allegations. That's where it starts. Not, I disagree with your jurisprudence, not, I think you're wrong in how you interpret the Constitution, but you are, and let's be clear, he has been accused of, among other things, participating in repeatedly drugging and gang raping women, to take some of the more sensational, I think, ludicrous claims that have been aired. These little girls are going to have classmates of theirs repeat those charges to them. Some of the most poignant testimony yesterday is when Judge Kavanaugh described how he's taught law at Harvard Law School for over a decade. And he said he may never get to teach law again. And that's entirely possible. That's entirely possible, even if Judge Kavanaugh is confirmed to the U.S. Supreme Court as a sitting justice in our polarized world. I'm a graduate of the Harvard Law School. I think it is entirely possible those on the left would say, we don't want someone we believe is a rapist ever teaching again. He also talked about how much he has loved coaching girls basketball, coaching his daughters in basketball. And he mentioned he may never coach again. That's a very real possible consequence of the mudslinging and irresponsible behavior of the last 2 weeks. It may well be in this tribalized, partisan, divided world that the parents of the other girls say, no, we don't want him as a coach anymore. Our words and actions have consequences. That being said, even though this is a divided time, even though this is a partisan time, I have faith in the American people. I have faith in the American people that we want to be fair-minded. We want to actually assess the facts. We want to actually assess what happens. I think it's important that once these allegations became public, that Dr. Ford was given a full and fair opportunity to tell her story. I emphatically urged my colleagues that was the right thing to do, to give her the opportunity to testify in public, and that it was important that when she testified, she be given an environment that was fair, that was respectful, that she not be demeaned, that she not be attacked, and she wasn't. That was the right thing to do. The committee, once this had been forced to the front pages of the paper, the right thing to do was give her a public forum, and a full public forum, to tell her story. But the right thing also requires And we saw yesterday Judge Kavanaugh being given a full and fair opportunity to defend himself. The American people watched that testimony. And you come away with a number of conclusions. Number one, it is clear their testimony is in direct conflict. What they said is directly conflicting. Judge Kavanaugh categorically and unequivocally denied the allegations. So the question is, how do you resolve that discrepancy? How does this committee, how does the United States Senate, how do the American people resolve the discrepancies when you have two witnesses that testify to things diametrically opposed? Well, the only way I know to do, and this is how a court of law operates, this is how most reasonable people operate, is when you have conflicting testimony, you look to, well, what does the rest of the evidence demonstrate? What other evidence is there, and what does the evidence demonstrate? Dr. Ford named 3 fact witnesses who she says were there and could corroborate her story. None of the 3 corroborates her story. Not only do they not corroborate her story, all 3 of the named fact witnesses explicitly refuted her story. And they did so under penalty of perjury. They didn't do so lightly. They didn't just say it. They did so in a context that under the United States Code, they can face up to 5 years in prison if they lied to this committee. So every single fact witness that Dr. Ford named has explicitly disputed her allegations. Now, one of those fact witnesses was Mr. Judge. We've heard a lot of discussions about Mr. Judge. A lot of my colleagues saying, why didn't we hear testimony from Mr. Judge? Well, Mr. Judge refused to talk to the committee. He submitted a statement under penalty of perjury, under penalty of felony, but he refused to be interviewed by investigators. It's not complicated to understand why. The public record indicates Mr. Judge has had a very troubled life, that he has battled with addiction for most of his life. We heard testimony yesterday that he's been near death, that he battles with depression, that he's a cancer survivor. He has also been directly accused of multiple felonies. So when committee investigators asked to interview him, he said no. That shouldn't surprise anybody. We had a vote earlier today on subpoenaing Mr. Judge. It's not complicated what would happen if he were subpoenaed. If he came before this committee, any defense lawyer worth his salt would tell Mr. Judge not to testify. Now, I understand politically, the Democratic members of this Senate would very much like to see a man who struggled with addiction most of his life sitting before this committee and pleading the Fifth. That would make great theatrics. That would make great political theatrics. It wouldn't help one iota in the search for the truth, but it would make a great public show. And I will say, of the 3 fact witnesses, the one who I think is most revealing is Leland Kaiser. Ms. Kaiser was close friends with Dr. Ford. Ms. Kaiser had every incentive to back up her story. And instead, Ms. Kaiser, under penalty of perjury, says she doesn't know Judge Kavanaugh, and she has no recollection of any party like the one Dr. Ford describes. Dr. Ford testified yesterday that Ms. Kaiser texted her after submitting that statement to say she was sorry for not backing up her story. I think that indicates powerfully that her incentives, if at all possible, were to back up the story, and yet she didn't feel she could. She had no incentive, no motive to lie, every incentive to agree with Dr. Ford's story, and yet she did not do so. So all 3 fact witnesses have explicitly disputed the allegations. What other evidence do we have? We have Judge Kavanaugh's calendars. Detailed day-to-day. I have to admit, when the calendars were first released, there were press stories about them. I didn't find that terribly persuasive evidence until Judge Kavanaugh walked through day by day each of the possible days when this was alleged to have happened and walked through the specific conflicts, how he was out of town for many of the days, how he had conflicts for many of the days. The notion that his calendars were almost like diaries, frankly, I think is kind of odd. That's not something many people do, but it appears to be something both he and his father do. That contemporaneous evidence that he kept in 1982, I'll tell you, in a court of law, that kind of contemporaneous evidence would be powerful. If you're trying to ascertain two conflicting witnesses and which one is telling the truth, you would look for contemporaneous evidence one way or the other. And finally, we know Judge Kavanaugh's impeccable record of decades of public service. He's 53 years old. And prior to 2 weeks ago, there have been no allegations whatsoever of this kind. 6 FBI background checks, detailed, thorough FBI background checks. Nobody raised any claim like this. Now, all of us know from human experience that if someone is a sexual predator, if someone is committing the kind of actions that have been alleged, that it is very rare that they're a one-time offender. That if someone is carrying out this kind of conduct, they typically have a pattern of doing so over and over and over again. We have seen powerful men throughout society, in politics, in journalism, in Hollywood, whose careers have rightly been ended, but they've been ended for a pattern of harassment and abuse that typically extends decades, because when someone behaves like this, they behave like this over and over again. There's no credible indication that that's occurred. Indeed, it's striking that in his 12 years as a federal appellate judge, a majority of his law clerks have been women. That is exceptionally unusual. I do not know of another federal appellate judge for whom that is the case, and I can tell you his law clerks revere him. They hold him in the very highest of respect. His reputation, Judge Kavanaugh's reputation in this town, is of being a Boy Scout, is of being a boring Boy Scout. That's been his reputation for a long time. Now, some might say, well, gosh, in the press there have been these other sensational allegations. We've seen others that have popped up after this one. Well, I thought it was striking in yesterday's hearing that not a single Democratic member of this committee chose to ask about any of the other allegations. I think that indicates how little credibility there is behind those allegations. The one that is the most sensational, by the client of Mr. Avenatti, makes extraordinary claims which apparently our Democratic colleagues are embarrassed to say publicly, because they demonstrate that this has become a partisan circus. This is not about substance. This is about smears.
Can I ask the senator if he could sum up? The reason I've done that is because I'd like to give everybody a chance to speak.
This committee has given Dr. Ford and Judge Kavanaugh a full and fair opportunity to lay out their views. And I will say, unfortunately, the conduct of our Democratic colleagues, it's been clear that this has been all about politics, all about delaying this confirmation until after the election, hoping that they win the Senate in the election, and then keeping this Supreme Court seat vacant until 2021. Every Democratic member of this committee, before the confirmation hearing started, said they opposed Judge Kavanaugh, before a single thing started. And not only that, this allegation, the ranking member of this committee had it in writing on July 30th. If on July 30th that had been reported to the committee chairman, this committee has a process to investigate it, that is confidential, that the FBI could have participated in investigating, starting back in July 30th, that we could have had a hearing that is closed, that is not dragging either of these individuals through the mud. That's the way this process should have worked. And the testimony yesterday from Dr. Ford is that the only people who had copies of the letter were herself, her lawyers, Representative Eshoo, and the ranking member of this committee. Dr. Ford further testified that neither she nor her lawyers handed the letter over. That leaves the only conclusion possible is that the letter was leaked to the public by either of the 2 Democratic members of Congress or their staff, or someone else to whom they gave it. If there are only 4 people that have it and 2 did not give it, then the other 2 are the only possible sources. And that, unfortunately, demonstrates a cynicism, a willingness to smear Dr. Ford if it helps politically delay this nomination. I think we have an obligation to be fair, to be impartial, to listen to the evidence, to weigh the evidence. That's the right thing to do. And that's what I hope this committee does, and that's what I hope the full Senate does.
Senator Coons.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yesterday was an important and a difficult day, a long day for Dr. Ford, for Judge Kavanaugh, for the Senate Judiciary Committee, for our nation. And I will say briefly at the outset that before yesterday began, I prayed. I prayed for Dr. Ford and her family. I prayed for Judge Kavanaugh. I prayed for our chairman and ranking member. I prayed for our president. I prayed for all who would watch yesterday, who were victims of sexual assault. And I prayed for all who would watch yesterday, uncertain whether we could conduct ourselves respectfully. And I must say, after everything I have heard, I am struck that in the Twitter-fueled smash-mouth politics of our day, we must ask ourselves, what about our conduct? What about our conduct here would encourage anyone to come forward with credible allegations of sexual assault, to seek a nomination to a federal court or other position of trust, or to serve here? And as a result, I tonight will pray for our nation. The burden on this committee was to address, investigate, and resolve reasonable doubts as to credible allegations against the nominee before that. And by that test, this committee has failed. I know we have heard strong words about many of our colleagues. And my predecessor, long-serving senator and former chairman of this committee, Joe Biden, has been quoted by many, and I would say misquoted at times. But I want to share one quote, one thing he said to me when I began my service here, which was, "It is always appropriate to question another senator's policies. It is always appropriate to question another senator's priorities, but it is never appropriate to question another senator's motives." And there has been far too much of that that's happened in this process, in a way that, frankly, will make it very difficult for us to take off our partisan jerseys and at some point get back to the important work of finding solutions to the real challenges facing this country. What I have been searching for in this process is the facts. And I recognize many of my colleagues on the other side do not see it that way. Many of you have questioned the timing of when this allegation surfaced. And you have also said there are not enough facts corroborating Dr. Ford's testimony to ruin a good man. I strongly disagree with both of these points and want to explain briefly why. The first time I learned of Dr. Ford's allegations that Judge Kavanaugh had sexually assaulted her was on September 12th. Ranking Member Feinstein disclosed this highly sensitive information to myself and other Democrats on this committee only after reporters had learned of the letter Dr. Ford had provided her Congresswoman. I don't know how this information leaked. I regret that it did. The decision whether to come forward should have been Dr. Ford's and Dr. Ford's alone. And I cannot rule out that the person who leaked this information had a partisan agenda. But I am certain Ranking Member Feinstein and her staff did not disclose Dr. Ford's account prior to that date because it was not theirs to share. And I think it's regrettable that long-serving, honorable colleagues of hers have questioned her motives. I know since the day that my Democratic colleagues and I learned of these allegations, we've had one consistent request: to allow the FBI to investigate them in a nonpartisan, professional, even-handed manner and deliver their findings to us so that we could reach a conclusion. That same night, Ranking Member Feinstein sent a letter requesting such an investigation. To suggest that Senate staff interviews or letters from lawyers are an adequate substitute for a robust FBI fact-gathering process that we might then weigh is not credible and reflects, sadly, a willful blindness to the dysfunction of our institution. To my colleagues across the aisle, you know me. You know I try to be fair to nominees that come before us, and I respect this process and the humanity of those, even those with whom I passionately disagree. If I were convinced this were nothing more than a partisan hit job designed to take down a good man and hold a position vacant past the election, I would not stand for it. An investigation would be helpful because Dr. Ford's recollection shared with us so powerfully yesterday of her assault were searing but incomplete. Dr. Ford testified credibly about painful memories she's carried with her to this day. The feeling of a hand clasped over her mouth and her not being able to breathe.
We'll never get to it.
The sound of laughter while she was pinned on a bed. The weight of a body on top of hers groping her and the feeling of relief fleeing the house. Dr. Ford testified with 100% certainty that the person who assaulted her was Brett Kavanaugh, whom she knew through multiple acquaintances and had socialized with on multiple occasions. But it is true, as has been widely repeated, that Dr. Ford cannot pinpoint the date or the time of the assault, the exact location, and that she did not tell anyone about that assault at that time. There is not an eyewitness who has been able to provide the details of this, all of which is typical of sexual assault. Many experts have written how common it is for assault survivors to remember some facts with searing clarity, but not others, which has to do with the survival mode that turns on when we experience trauma. The vast majority of sexual assault victims delay disclosing what happened to them or never disclose it at all. One of the most striking things about this hearing for me has been the so far five personal friends, acquaintances, people I've known for years or decades who've conveyed to me their experiences of sexual assault on this phone while this testimony was going on. That suggests that there is an ocean of pain in this nation, not yet fully heard, not yet fully addressed, not yet appropriately resolved. And I, for one, will not countenance the refrain said by too many in response to these allegations by Dr. Ford that it happened too long ago and that in our nation, boys will be boys. We must do better than that, and we must set a better standard than that for our own families and for our future. I worry sincerely about the message we are sending to assault survivors if we plow ahead with this nomination, despite the seriousness of the allegations. And I have conveyed to my friends and colleagues that I had wished we would take a 1-week pause, 1 week only, not to spread this out past the next election, not to pursue some partisan goal, but to allow a professional FBI interview with everyone who may have relevant information, starting, yes, with Mark Judge, who obviously, given the vote of this committee this morning, will not be subpoenaed to appear before us. I'll remind you briefly that many of those who came forward to support Judge Kavanaugh, including my own professor from Yale Law School, Akhil Amar, and an organization I've long belonged to, the American Bar Association, have spoken up to also request a thorough and professional background investigation. I think to ask for a week is not to ask for too much. When Professor Anita Hill came forward, the White House cooperated, and in 4 days, a hearing was put together with 22 witnesses. I think that's what Dr. Ford deserves. I think that's what her bravery deserves, and I think that's what our nation deserves. I will not go through a long point-by-point refutation of what we've just heard from some of my colleagues, but let me simply say a few things about Dr. Ford's testimony. As I've said, she bore the pain of this attack alone for far too long, but her memories did not stay hers alone. Dr. Ford told her now husband in 2002. She told therapists in 2012 and 2013. She told friends in 2013, 2016, 2017, 2018, and has submitted testimony about all of that to this committee. Dr. Ford, when she came forward yesterday, had nothing to gain and a lot to lose. She came forward to testify about her experience of assault, and I'm going to use her words. She said, "I'm here today not because I want to be. I am terrified. I'm here because I believe it is my civic duty to tell you what happened to me while Brett Kavanaugh and I were in high school. Civic duty, to tell the truth. What has always struck me is that Dr. Ford came forward to voice concerns about Judge Kavanaugh before he was nominated. She reached out to her congresswoman anonymously, to the Washington Post tip line as well, when Judge Kavanaugh's name was on the president's short list. She was not lying in wait for an opportune time to make a big reveal to sink a nominee. Rather, she had wanted this information to get to the president before he made his selection so the president could pick someone else. I wish he had. Judge Kavanaugh yesterday unequivocally denied the allegations against him. But something he said repeatedly, importantly, was not accurate. Over and over again, he testified, and we've just heard it repeated here today, that Dr. Ford's account was refuted by 3 individuals Dr. Ford identified as being present. That's not the case, and Judge Kavanaugh knows it. Not recalling is not the same as refuting. Their statements issued through lawyers say they don't remember the gathering. Of course, none of these 3 people were assaulted that night. For 2 of them, it would have been an unremarkable evening, just another casual summer among friends. And Leland Kaiser says that she believes Dr. Ford's account, a fact not acknowledged by my colleagues or Judge Kavanaugh. I'll also say that in my view, the failure of this committee to subpoena Mark Judge, whom Dr. Ford identified as a witness and participant in her attack, is a failure in this committee's effort to get to the truth. We also have to face the reality. There are additional serious allegations brought in sworn statements by Ms. Ramirez and Ms. Swetnick, who have both asked for an FBI investigation into their claims. Their claims have varying credibility, but deserve to be heard. I wish Judge Kavanaugh would have pointedly supported a short pause for an FBI investigation for the benefit of clearing his own name. But I'll say, as I conclude, there is something much greater in my mind at stake. The fact that Judge Kavanaugh is nominated to the Supreme Court means this is not just about his credibility and the remaining concerns about his credibility that I will carry forward. It's about the court's legitimacy. We're left with the reality that if his nomination goes forward this morning, after testimony full of rage and partisanship and vitriol, but without even a brief pause for a nonpartisan investigation into the serious allegations presented, his service may well have an asterisk. Litigants coming to the court will have reason to question the fairness of the institution. And in my view, that is too great a cost to impose on our system of justice in exchange for any one man. It is my hope that my colleagues, those who have not yet decided or declared their decision, will still join in a request to allow the FBI to do its important work and for this committee to allow itself the time to get to the bottom of the remaining allegations. Given the vote this morning, I know that is highly unlikely. I initially announced my opposition to Judge Kavanaugh after our previous round of hearings had concluded. Those hearings began without a declared position by many of my colleagues on this side. In the end, for me, it was Judge Kavanaugh's extreme views on presidential power that I engaged with him vigorously on, and that I believe I engaged with him respectfully on, that determined my vote on him. But for us to proceed today without giving the thoughtful, serious, and thorough investigation of credible allegations before us is for this committee to fail to do its job. I pray that after today, we may yet find a way to work together, because our community, our country, and our world deserves no less. Thank you.
I'm going to ask my colleagues on this side of the aisle if, and I'm not going to ask the Democrats to do this, but could we kind of, I've only interrupted Senator Cruz, could we kind of make sure that we keep our remarks a little short so everybody can speak? Senator Kennedy? Okay, I guess I'm wrong. Senator Crapo.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I will do that. I just wanted to respond first to a number of the comments that have been made about, again, needing the FBI investigation and what the dynamic of what this committee has done is. It's been said that this committee has changed its procedure. This is the first time that it's conducted its business in this way. Again, as I said yesterday, I think that needs to be clarified and corrected. The fact is that when the FBI does its background investigation, it does just that, a background investigation. It talks to people who may have information about the nominee and takes a statement from them, and then delivers its package of investigative information to the White House, which passes it on to the committee, which is the report that this committee receives from the FBI. It's been said that President Bush reopened the FBI investigation when the Anita Hill information came out. My understanding is, and if I'm wrong on this, Mr. Chairman, please correct me, but my understanding is that when you, as the chairman, finally found out about the information, that information also went to the FBI. Perhaps it was the ranking member who gave the information, the letter, to the FBI, but the FBI was given the information. Is that correct?
That is correct, and they said to the White House, in the usual way they do, that they considered it closed.
So the 2 points there. First of all, the full letter, unredacted, was given to the FBI, and the FBI did what it does, and I don't know exactly what they did in the Anita Hill case, but did exactly what it usually does, which is to reopen it, if you will, evaluate the letter. And then again, I understand that the FBI then closed it and sent the information to the White House, as they did with the previous report before this allegation came up. Is that correct, Mr. Chairman?
The only thing I can verify is that the FBI did what they would usually do, and that they then, and I don't know what that was, and they probably would keep their own internal stuff to themselves, but they sent a cover letter to the White House saying the issue was closed.
So the FBI did look at this. The FBI did whatever it does in its background check activities, and then resent an updated amount of information to the White House, which the White House then forwarded to us. And then the process, which has traditionally been followed in this committee, was followed again. And I believe that immediately the chairman opened up an investigation by this committee. That also is customary practice. And as has been stated yesterday, but I will restate again, our committee investigative staff, which is extensive and well-trained, has legal authorities similar to the types that FBI agents do, such that when they conduct their investigations, the people who are interviewed and those who are reached out to by the committee are under penalty of a felony that could result in 5 years imprisonment if they don't respond honestly and correctly to the questions. Every one of the witnesses that was identified has been reached out to. Now, some comments have been, well, they didn't actually submit themselves to a deposition or to some kind of a court process or something like that. As has already been very well explained by some of our other colleagues, when a witness refuses to testify, the alternative is to try to get a statement from them, which the FBI does or the committee does. And in this case, statements under penalty of felony were obtained from all of the witnesses. So I think the argument here that there was some process followed that was not fair is simply inaccurate. The argument that the process followed was not the same as the committee has followed in the past is also inaccurate, and I think that's very critical. Now, to turn to the issue at hand, yesterday we received hours and hours of testimony from two witnesses, and both of them, frankly, made very strong cases. This committee is under the need to evaluate the testimony that was given and determine how it will judge or rule on on the obligation this committee has to give advice and consent. In that context, I came away believing that there had in fact been a sexual assault in Dr. Ford's past. As has been stated, it was not entirely clear when, where, and all of the circumstances, but there's no doubt in my mind that she truthfully testified that she had a sexual assault, had been assaulted sexually in her past. I have to say I also listened very carefully to Judge Kavanaugh as he testified. And I felt that the testimony he gave was also honest. He gave, I thought, very strong testimony that he was not there. And so I think that this committee has to face the difficult task of what burden of proof does it apply, what standard does it apply in exercising the advice and consent that it gives. And that's a very difficult thing that each one of us individually needs to face and deal with. As I've said, I don't feel that the evidence shows that Judge Kavanaugh was there that night. I believed his testimony. I believed Dr. Ford's testimony about the sexual assault. And because of that, I will vote yes today to move the nomination forward to the floor.
Mr. Chairman, this has been obviously my first process, my first time through a Supreme Court nomination process. I fought for years to be on this committee. It's the one I wanted to be on as soon as I got to the United States Senate in 2013. I made you aware of that, sir, and the ranking member. And it has been an incredible experience, a lifetime dream to be a part of this committee. And, sir, I have a lot of respect for you. Some people have even on my side of the aisle have even criticized me for the affection with which I have for you, sir. You have been a partner. And there's something about the four most senior members of this committee, you all, Senator Hatch, yourself, Senator Grassley, Senator Leahy, Senator Feinstein. In many ways, you all have been anchors in this entire institution to a time where the comedy was deeper and greater, and have resisted in many ways that I find admirable the drift towards tribalism within our country and within this vaunted institution. When a Supreme Court vacancy happened, I was one of those individuals that did not wait long before I announced my intentions to vote against Judge Kavanaugh. And, sir, I did it for sincerely and deeply held beliefs. I did it because I felt that this was a person that had made it clear in that entire list of people prepared by the Federalist Society and the Heritage Foundation that this was a guy that spoke directly towards a view of presidential power, presidential immunities, that in this perilous time where a president is a subject of a criminal investigation, that he was going to protect that president, and said as much. Make sure that the president was above the law and accountability. And, sir, I've learned a lot. I'm one of the guys that on this side of the aisle, when my colleagues speak on the other side of the aisle, I listen. I try to give them my full attention. And I don't always agree, but I've learned a lot from my colleagues. And my friendships on the other side of the aisle, my sincere friendships, there's been times during these hearings I've texted back and forth with people on the other side of the aisle. I respect them. And I fought hard during this process. I've given it everything I've got. I've learned that, heck, going back to being a football player, that between the whistles, you fight as hard as you can for what you believe. And if you want to call that partisanship, fine. I've been exuberant in my beliefs, and I've learned a lot through this process. Some of my comments have been referenced numerous times, and I know that I have not been as precise and allowed my comments to be mischaracterized, and I don't blame those people who've mischaracterized some of my comments. I take responsibility and have learned to be more precise. And I talk to these issues and I talk to my values as much as I can. I travel around this country calling for more comedy, calling for us respecting, seeing the dignity of Republicans and Democrats and recognizing as much as I can. And I say it, patriotism is love of country, and you cannot love your country unless you love all your countrymen and women. the goodness and the decency of Republicans and Democrats in this country is self-evident, and we demonize each other in ways that I will be and continue to be an exemplar of trying to get our dialogue to rise to something different, to be a country that sees that we need each other, that there's no Democratic or Republican way to success, there's only an American way. And sir, you know, and I hope, and I've said this to you personally, and I think I've said enough publicly, that in the hardness with which I fight, I mean you no personal insult, but I did say before, and I say now, before Dr. Ford's charges came up, I say very sincerely that I think that the way this process was run was a sham. I used that word, sir. And it was because we were evaluating someone for the highest court in the land with seeing such a small part of his relevant work product. I didn't understand how so much of his writing, approximately 90% of his relevant work product, was not even being seen by this committee and controlled by a process that was so broken, so partisan. And then, sir, I violated the rules that you put forward in this committee, willfully and knowingly, and accepting the consequences of that. And I did so because the documents that were being withheld from the public, I felt the public had a right to know, and they weren't classified. There was no national security issues. And gosh, we disagreed on that, sir, and I locked horns with people across the aisle. And even after all that, I was grateful for the comedy. The gentleman I knocked horns with most said to me, you know what? I was taught to hate the sin, but love the sinner. I really love being on this committee. I love it. From living in Newark, New Jersey, this is where I wanted to be, sir. I wanted to be on a committee that dealt with issues of justice in this country, because I feel that when we swear an oath to liberty and justice for all, I don't think we're there yet as a country. And I have to say now, as I'm sitting here, that I deeply resent this idea that somehow when Dr. Ford came forward, that this dealt with partisanship. This is shifted this debate in this committee and in this country from raw partisanship to something much deeper. I have such respect for the ranking member. And I was in the room when we discussed, literally hours after I was made aware that the letter existed, about what her motivations were. It was a private room, and forgive me for speaking out of turn if the ranking member believes I am, but her entire sense of decency and honor had nothing to do with politics. Politics was not mentioned. Her entire concerns were about the dignity and the humanity and the respect for Dr. Ford. The conversation we had was about the best way to handle the information that was just presented to all of us. I've now been in numerous caucus meetings where politics has not been discussed, where what has been done was some of the most eloquent speeches I've heard in our caucus meetings from my colleagues about issues of sexual assault, issues of rape. I've heard colleagues read letters that had been written not by a Democrat or Republicans, but by Americans who are concerned about this issue. This is not a partisan moment for our country. Back in the early 1990s, I was a student during the Anita Hill, Clarence Thomas, during those hearings. And I think there's people on both sides of the aisle that agree that that was dealt with wrong, that the process then did not merit the dignity and decency of the folks involved or of the issue of sexual harassment. But yet that involved multiple hearings. That involved multiple witnesses. That involved the FBI investigation. And yet we still criticize that process. But now we're here today, and we have fallen even far short of what I believed was an inadequate process. Sir, this is not about partisanship. And a lot of folks are trying to make this about whether she was flying to California or not, whether the letter was authorized or released or not, whether the process served her or not. That seems to be stripping away the heroism of Ms. Ford, of Dr. Ford, to come before this committee willingly, even under circumstances that she said herself were not her wishes. She asked for an FBI investigation. She asked for more witnesses. She wasn't given what she asked for, and she still came here and sat before this committee. And what did she say, sir? When someone has the courage to speak to one of the most powerful bodies in the land, what did she say? She shared a raw and visceral and credible, a profoundly powerful testimony with this committee and the world, and she was believable. I believe her. She told us of her indelible memory, using words like seared into her memory, speaking to brain chemistry in a way. She spoke of uproarious laughter of Brett Kavanaugh and Mark Judge being pinned to a bed, being hand over the mouth, fearing for her life, that she was terrified of being raped or accidentally killed. When asked by this committee what level of certainty, this wasn't, I don't know, I'm not 100% sure. She said, I am 100% certain that it was Judge Kavanaugh, consistent with other folks who experience sexual violence. It was seared into her memory. She knows 100%. And that's credible because she knew him. She had interacted with him socially before he attacked her. She didn't need to pick him out of a lineup of teenagers and some random attack. She knew him. Dr. Ford's credible testimony does not stand on its own. It is bolstered by significant corroboration. In 2012, 2013, 2014, 2016, she spoke of it. She told it to 5 people. Long before Judge Kavanaugh was nominated to the Supreme Court, she told multiple people that she had been sexually assaulted as a teenager. In some instances, she identified him specifically by name. In others, she described her attacker as a federal judge. Each of these individuals have provided this committee with their sworn statements attesting to these facts. We could have called those individuals to testify that this was not what I've heard, part of a coordinated attack, something to do with the Clintons and all the other allegations. This is somebody in the early years had talked about Brett Kavanaugh assaulting her. It's not some kind of political attack. This is consistent not only with her statements that have been corroborated, it's consistent what we know about other people who have undergone sexual attacks. And beyond the corroboration of outside witnesses, Dr. Ford's account is also corroborated by independent facts. Facts, not opinions. The fact that Dr. Ford identified Mark Judge and P.J. Smith as others who were friends of Kavanaugh and present at the gathering is corroborated. It's also corroborated in Judge Kavanaugh's own calendar, as we've seen. Judge Kavanaugh documented a gathering on July 1st, 1982 that included Mark Judge, P.J. Smith, and a reference to alcohol. Dr. Ford testified that shortly after the assault, around 6 to 8 weeks later, in her estimation, she ran into Mark Judge at a local grocery store, and that he seemed very uncomfortable to see her. In his book, Wasted, Tales of a Gen X Drunk, Mark Judge described working at a local grocery store in the summer of 1982. It's all consistent. The circumstances surrounding her coming forward to this committee also support her. First, she made contact with elected representatives before Judge Kavanaugh was even nominated. This isn't some political hit job. Before he was even nominated, she came forward with this testimony. Second, she submitted to a lengthy, intrusive, emotional, as she said, polygraph record. We didn't call for the polygraph tester to sit before her so we could question them. The report concluded that she was truthful and now a part of the committee's record. Third, number 3, she reportedly called for an FBI investigation into her claims, fully understanding that a false statement to the FBI could subject her to criminal penalties. We all know what it means when you get a call from a committee staffer, or partisan in this case, versus when you get a call from the FBI. where lying to them is a felony. That is a powerful difference between a committee investigation and an FBI agent interviewing people, chasing after facts, pulling on the loose threads that have been evident in Judge Kavanaugh's record. And fourth, she came forward publicly despite knowing she would face harsh public scrutiny, threats, relentless invasions of privacy, that her life would be forever altered. We've heard a lot about the effect on Judge Kavanaugh, which is real and not exaggerated, but the effect on her as well and what she had to submit to by coming forward and making that courageous testimony. Now, Judge Kavanaugh's testimony, regardless of these allegations, it stands in sharp contrast to Dr. Ford's testimony. First, Judge Kavanaugh has everything to lose should these allegations be fully investigated and proven true. Everything to lose. And that's why I don't think he wants a full investigation. Second, he has given numerous opportunities, time and time again, to call for an FBI investigation, call for an independent investigation to clear his name. But he's refused to do so. If I was in the balance and was being accused of things that I knew were lies, I would be demanding every bit of evidentiary investigation possible. Not just the FBI, I'd be calling for independent investigators. I'd be calling on every loose thread, but he hasn't. He's refused to call for this committee to hear even live testimony from witnesses that could corroborate his story or the doctor's. Third, his testimony and claims regarding his drinking habits and behavior in high school and college beyond have been contradicted by so many people. His statements have just proven to be not true. Judge Kavanaugh's freshman college roommate, James Roach, has said that he was frequently incoherently drunk and that he became aggressive and belligerent when he was drunk. But that's not the only one that said this. Liz Swisher, Judge Kavanaugh's friend from Yale College, to whom he referred to numerous times, said it's not credible for Judge Kavanaugh to say that he has no memory lapses in the nights that he drank to excess. And I'll tell you this, Mr. Chairman, Lynn Brooks, who said she did not want to come forward, another friend from Yale, and showing that this is not partisan, she is a Republican, Mr. Chairman. She did not want to come forward, but last night, after listening to his testimony, was so offended by his lies that this is what his friend from Yale, a registered Republican, said. There is no doubt in my mind that while at Yale, he was a big partier, often drank to excess, and there had to be a number of nights he does not remember. In fact, I was witness to the night he got tapped into his fraternity and was stumbling drunk, and he was in a ridiculous saying really dumb things. And I can almost guarantee that there is no way that he remembers that night. This is a registered Republican who did not want to come forward until he heard the lies of Judge Kavanaugh. Brooks said last night in an interview that there were multiple emails and texts circling amongst her classmates about how Kavanaugh was, quote, lying to the Senate Judiciary Committee in his testimony. That's from a Republican who did not want to come forward until she witnessed those lies. Judge Kavanaugh's testimony yesterday also mischaracterizes what 3 other people Dr. Ford indicated were present last night. He told us, as his exonerating evidence, kept mentioning 3 names over and over again. Judge Kavanaugh repeatedly said that 4 people who knew Dr. Ford, who Dr. Ford said were present at the gathering where she was sexually assaulted, said it didn't happen. That's just patently untrue. Mark Judge said, I have no memory of this alleged incident. This is not, it did not happen. P.J. Smith said, he has no knowledge of these allegations. That is not, it did not happen. Leland Kaiser has said through her attorney, she has no recollection of being at a party or gathering where Kavanaugh was present. That is not, it did not happen. In fact, Leland Kaiser has said she believes Dr. Ford. The only person who has denied the event has taken place, who said it did not happen, is Judge Kavanaugh. And so now this is the real point, sir.
Can you, you've gone...
I would like to finish, sir. I understand that, but may I finish my statement?
Okay. I want to ask you a question. You've gone 17 minutes. I got 3 other people who'd like to speak.
Sir, I understand that. I'm going to be closing my comments soon, and I'd like to continue.
Are you willing to let 3 other people speak?
Sir, I want to finish my comments, and you can let whoever speaks speak, sir. You're the chairman.
Go ahead, sir.
Mr. Chairman,
he
can take as much
ahead.
of my time as he wishes.
So this nation now is watching, not in a partisan way. We just saw one Republican so offended because she knows Kavanaugh. This is not Democrats and Republicans watching. This is Americans watching right now to see what this body will do. This isn't about politics or partisanship. I will forever remember what Dr. Ford said when she came before us. She said she was performing her civic duty. She wasn't trying to destroy a man. She was a courageous, heroic woman telling her truth of sexual assault and sexual harassment. This is what was done to me, she said. Many of my colleagues yesterday said they found Dr. Ford credible. But to confirm Judge Kavanaugh, you would have to say not only that you don't believe her, Dr. Ford, but that you are so certain this didn't happen that you're willing to force a vote now without any further investigation. At best, this means you think somehow she was confused, that she doesn't really know what happened to her. Even though yesterday she told us that she remembers Brett Kavanaugh covering her mouth, seared into her memory, expressing fear at the time that he might accidentally kill her. She told us details from 2012, 13, 16, and 17, told to her therapist, to her husband. And so this is where we are in the United States of America right now. This is not a partisan moment. This is a moral moment in our nation. We do not have to have this vote today. We can correct from the mistakes of the past in this nation. There are millions of people, men and women, survivors of sexual assault, who are watching this body of powerful people, and what will happen? This toxic culture, this pernicious patriarchy in this country has to stop. It's real in this country, and people are suffering, and they're watching this body right now. Children abused, watching what powerful people in religious institutions, how they sweep it aside, deny, attack. People in corporations or news media outlets who were abused and harassed for years. And their testimony, their truth was swept aside, belittled. They were attacked, they were vilified, they were followed by investigators. Millions are watching this body and how we act. Do we rush to a vote? Will we brush aside a credible witness's testimony? Will we belittle and attack credible testimony? Will we ignore credible testimony? Will we listen? Will we believe? In the United States of America right now, there are dark corners of our culture. The Center for Disease Control reports 1 out of every 3 American women, 1 out of 3 American women will experience some form of sexual violence. 1 out of 6 men. 60% of them go unreported. And there are those right now watching this group of powerful people. How will we deal with a privileged man? A seat on the Supreme Court is not an entitlement. Just because you went to Yale Law School or were the captain of your basketball team, this is not, the Supreme Court is not an entitlement. And Mr. Chairman, I'll tell you this is not a court of law. We're not saying that this man is guilty of what he said. The question is do we know enough now to delay this? Or are we going to rush to put someone on the Supreme Court with this cloud hanging over them? I cannot stomach that we are going to move forward, that we are going to say to women across this country, that say to men across this country.
I think that question,
and I'm going to finish.
I think that question you just asked is a good place to stop.
Sir, I will stop with this. I will stop with this with respect for this committee and respect for you. I cannot sit here. I cannot participate in what I know history is going to look back as a dark moment again, in the same way we look back at the Anita Hill, Clarence Thomas trials. I cannot participate that. I conclude my remarks, sir. We should not brush aside her comments. We should not belittle her testimony. We should listen to her. We should listen to women. And we should thoroughly investigate this before moving forward. To do any other thing is to diminish the truth, diminish the issue of sexual harassment in this country, and to again relegate ourselves to what I believe is a dark, dark element of our society. So with that, sir, I will leave.
Senator Kennedy.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. In my judgment, there were no winners in this room yesterday. None. All I saw were two people, two human beings in pain. All of us, in my opinion, including Dr. Kavanaugh, or Dr. Ford rather, and Judge Kavanaugh, have a blinkered perspective. Whatever happened, happened 40 years ago. And that's just a fact. I don't know what happened to Dr. Ford. I don't know if we'll ever know what happened to Dr. Ford. I do believe that something very, very, very bad happened to Dr. Ford, and I am very sorry. But I do not believe that Judge Brett Kavanaugh was involved. And that's why I will support his nomination. Now let me talk about something that I'm a little more certain of. And I will be brief, Mr. Chairman. This has been, as someone put it in an article this morning, a grotesque carnival. In my opinion, this has been an intergalactic freak show. As far as I'm concerned, Congress has hit rock bottom and started to dig. And all of this could have been avoided. Every bit of it. The other thing I'm certain of is that these cynical games, this character assassination, has damaged Dr. Ford and Judge Kavanaugh and their families irreparably. And it could have been avoided. Now, Senator Feinstein talked about this earlier, and she's right. How we treat women in America does matter. This is no country for creepy old men or young men or middle-aged men. But this is no country at all, in my opinion, at least not the kind of country I want to live in, without due process. Both the accuser and the accused are entitled to respect and fairness, and yes, to due process. To the person who leaked Dr. Ford's letter, to the person who breached Dr. Ford's anonymity, and to the person who did not tell her she could have avoided this by testifying privately in her home in California. You know who you are. You should bow your head in shame, in my opinion, and you should hide your head in a bag every day for the rest of your natural life. And you also ought to read something. I don't know if you believe in God or if you read the Bible, but there's wisdom in a passage, whether you read the Bible or believe in God or not. And I'd refer you to Matthew 16:26. For what is a person profited? For what is a person profited if he gains the whole world and he loses his soul? Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Ease till the fall of the gavel.
Mr. Chairman?
You yielded your time, you told me.
I yielded part of my time to Senator Booker. Do I have any left?
You may proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
I'll yield my time to him, Mr. Chairman.
I appreciate that graciousness, and I hope it is a sign that we will rebuild across the aisle. Yesterday, there were words spoken, and we know in families that words are spoken in anger and sometimes in the moment that we later walk back. Those words yesterday from members across the aisle to this side were extraordinary for a confirmation hearing, and I know they would say that some of our words to them may be on the same level, but we have worked together, we've traveled together, we have a responsibility together to do the business of the United States Senate. And Mr. Chairman, I know you may not agree with me, but I think in the spirit of working together, a delay in this vote would be appropriate. I'm here to make a last appeal that we avoid a rush to judgment with great respect for your position. The session yesterday was a job interview. And it's a job interview for a position unlike any other. I have tremendous reverence for the United States Supreme Court. I was a law clerk there. I've argued 4 cases there. I've spent most of my career in the courts. And my belief is that this decision on how to vote, and I will vote no, is among the most important that I will make as a United States Senator. The United States of America deserves not just a good nominee, but the best person for the job. And the person that we saw come before us yesterday was filled with such rancor and animus, such anger, that I cannot accept that he would be an impartial and objective justice on the United States Supreme Court. To describe members of this committee as a left-wing conspiracy, to threaten, literally to threaten United States senators, I simply cannot accept. We are interviewing, or we were, Judge Kavanaugh for a position that is a lifetime appointment to the highest court in the land. He cannot be removed except through impeachment, and he will be there for decades to come. I made no secret of my opposition to him based on his out-of-the-mainstream views and judicial philosophy, his apparent goal to chip away, if not overturn, Roe v. Wade and the guarantees that allow women to decide when and whether they become pregnant and have children, the decision by millions of Americans to marry the person they love, consumer rights, workers' rights, the powers of the president, which I think would become an imperial presidency if he becomes a justice on the Supreme Court. But yesterday, my opposition solidified because of temperament and fitness, which I believe he lacks. By virtue of the screed that he sat here and gave us, his views still are disqualifying for me, but his character and fitness ought to be a reason for everyone to vote no. We saw a witness yesterday of an entirely different character and temperament, a woman who told us her story in steady, even, helpful terms, a story that was deeply painful for her. And she has endured threats and public assassination, character assassination, public shaming that no one should have to suffer. My heart goes out to her as well as to Judge Kavanaugh's family. These kinds of vile comments or threats have no place in our public discourse. She has every reason to remain silent and no incentive personally to come forward except to do a public service for the nation, as she stated. And her story was powerful, compelling, personal. I believe her. I have to disbelieve an angry and defiant man whose story simply does not hold up. He claimed that the FBI had already investigated him because they did a background check 6 times. The FBI never investigated Dr. Blasey Ford's allegations. It never investigated Deborah Ramirez's allegations. It never investigated Julie Swetnick's allegations. Those are gaps in our work that remain to be done. In fact, the ABA issued a statement this morning supporting an FBI investigation into Judge Kavanaugh. According to one of our colleagues, the ABA's rating is the gold standard. The committee investigators may be conscientious and dedicated, but they are simply no substitute for the trained professionals with the expertise and experience of FBI agents. A person who is innocent would want the FBI to investigate their claims and clear their name. Judge Kavanaugh refused to make that request. Dr. Blasey Ford did so. The question is, what is he hiding? What is the administration concealing? Why have we not received those millions of pages of documents that remain hidden? Why has Judge Kavanaugh not taken a polygraph? He says they're not reliable, and that the polygraph Dr. Ford subjected herself to was meaningless. She passed it. As a judge on the DC Circuit, Judge Kavanaugh ruled that they are, in fact, meaningful. He wrote, quote, "Law enforcement agencies use polygraphs to test the credibility of witnesses and criminal defendants." Refusing to take a polygraph, Judge Kavanaugh has failed that test. Judge Kavanaugh claimed that all 4 witnesses Dr. Blasey Ford identified as being present at the party have said that the sexual assault, quote, "didn't happen." Only one person has said the sexual assault didn't happen, Brett Kavanaugh. The other 3 partygoers Dr. Blasey Ford identified said they do not remember the incident. That is a big difference. Do not recall is a different statement than it didn't happen. And the other woman Dr. Blasey Ford named, who was there, has since publicly stated that she believes Dr. Blasey Ford's account. Judge Kavanaugh tried to give himself an alibi, making it sound like he didn't drink on weeknights. His own high school calendar, which he provided the committee as evidence, contradicts that statement. During the hearing, in an exchange with my colleague, Senator Booker, Judge Kavanaugh admitted that one of the entries on his calendar from a Thursday signified that he went to a friend's house to drink. He said repeatedly that he never in his life drank so much that he couldn't remember. Numerous people who spent considerable time with him during the hearing in high school, during his high school, college, and law school years confirmed that he frequently drank to excess and sometimes became belligerent. Finally, Judge Kavanaugh claimed that he has always treated women with dignity and respect. His words. Yet he and his high school friends named one of my constituents, Renata Dolphin, in their yearbook pages, saying they were her alumnus, reducing her to a sexual conquest. That is no way to treat women with dignity and respect. In fact, she attested to the pain that it has caused her. He would have us believe that these brave, courageous sexual assault survivors have come forward as part of a vast right-wing conspiracy. How insulting to them to say that they are pawns or puppets of us or anyone else. In fact, they are brave, courageous, independent women who have stepped forward. And so I want to say in conclusion to the men of America, for you, I hope this will be a teaching moment, not to denigrate anyone who has been a survivor of sexual assault, but to lift them up. I want to enter into the record the stories of a number of constituents of mine whose pain, sadness, shame, self-doubt, guilt, fear are powerfully attested to in these statements, Mr. Chairman.
Without objection, so ordered.
They are the heroes here. Dr. Blasey Ford is a profile in courage. And I want to say to her sons, you should be proud of your mother. You should be proud of your mom. She is a profile in courage, and her name will be in the history books long after ours are gone. She will be remembered as someone who stepped forward truly to speak truth to power. We use that phrase a lot. She did it yesterday. And I am proud to say that I believe Dr. Blasey Ford, and I hope that her two sons and her husband are as proud of her as we should be. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And with that, I will oppose the nominee, and I will step out.
We'll stand at ease till the fall of the gavel.
We've been watching the action on Capitol Hill. We see there Senator Grassley. I want to bring in CBS News political correspondent Ed O'Keefe. He joins us now from Capitol Hill. Ed, I took the kids to the bus stop this morning, and a mom stopped me to say, why are all there these votes to have a vote on the vote for Kavanaugh? Can you sort of explain and walk us through the next few days, and particularly this 1:30 vote we're expecting, Ed? What is it? What if the Democrats don't show up?
You know, the nice thing about these moments, Rena, is it reminds everyone of how exactly things are supposed to work. What we have here at 1:30 is a vote of the Judiciary Committee on the Kavanaugh nomination itself. You got 11 Republicans, you got 10 Democrats. I put together a little cheat sheet for myself. Folks at home might want to Google their names and write them all out, and you can check them off as they go here in a little bit. 11 Republicans, 10 Democrats. Once that vote happens and he is reported out of the committee favorably, we expect that things are going to start in the full Senate tomorrow morning. They'll hold the first vote to essentially launch formal full Senate debate on the nomination. There'll be another procedural vote at some point on Monday, and we anticipate that an actual final confirmation vote would occur on Tuesday. A few things to keep in mind. If for some reason here in the next few minutes it ends up being that a minority of the committee members vote for Kavanaugh instead of the majority, it still gets referred to the full Senate, and it's up to the Senate leader to decide whether or not to hold that vote and still consider the nomination. It's happened in the past, it'll happen in the future, and Mitch McConnell has said that win or lose in the committee, he's bringing the nomination to the floor of the Senate. We're still at this point waiting on the fate of about, we think, only 4 senators across the 100-member body. Susan Collins of Maine, the Republican, Lisa Murkowski, Republican of Alaska, Joe Manchin of West Virginia, and Heidi Heitkamp, Democrat of North Dakota. At this point, they're really the only 4 who haven't said what they plan to do. We know that they are still mulling that decision, and basically they've got to show their cards by Saturday morning when that first procedural vote happens. And at that point, it essentially gives us a sense of how the vote would go on Tuesday, and we start to lose some of the drama and the uncertainty around all this. So it's the next few minutes here where we now anticipate it will be an 11-10 vote, where, and that essentially then begins the formal process of taking it to the full Senate.
And I heard Senator McConnell say that even if they don't vote this out of committee and judiciary, he's still going to take it up in the Senate. Is what I'm hearing accurate? And can he do that?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. As Senate leader, he has the ability to do that. He has the ability to override committees and bring anything he wants to the floor. It's the awesome power that whoever is Senate leader has. And it's been one of the complaints about the Senate in recent years under Democratic and Republican control, that the leaders can basically do whatever they want and bypass the committees, which traditionally have held much more power in deciding what ultimately gets decided by the full Senate.
You're so right, Ed, about these procedures. It gives us a window into exactly how Congress runs. We can hear Susan Collins and Senator Murkowski exactly waiting to see what these potential swing voters, where they might turn. Ed, I want to thank you. We're going to check in with you throughout the afternoon as he's got the latest. I want to bring in now CBS News White House correspondent Weijia Zhang. Weijia, what's the reaction been from the White House about this impending vote on Kavanaugh?
Well, we did hear from the official spokesperson for the White House, who has been talking to reporters from the very beginning about this confirmation process, and that is Raj Shah. And he spoke this morning right here on the North Lawn of the White House, and he said he's very confident. He hasn't been given any assurances from all the Republicans who have a vote in this, but he believes that ultimately Kavanaugh will be confirmed. So the mood here is very upbeat. Officials, I think, were breathing a collective sigh of relief after they were able to hear Kavanaugh's testimony, because there was one point that I think they were shaken after just hearing from Dr. Ford. Officials say that, staffers were worried, frankly, because her testimony was also so powerful and compelling, and they were not sure what they would get from Judge Kavanaugh, because the last time we saw him answering questions was during a news interview, and it was a very different Kavanaugh. He was subdued. He was almost robotic, and he received criticism from that, officials say from President Trump, because, you know, we know that the president values performance, especially when cameras are rolling, and I think that he believes that Kavanaugh in that interview could have done better, and he certainly delivered yesterday before the Senate Judiciary Committee. So I think there's an overwhelming sense of relief and optimism here as they wait for these votes to come through.
All right, Weijia Jiang. Weijia, we will check back in with you as well. Thank you so much for joining us. I want to bring in our panel here. Joining me now on set, Caitlin Huey-Burns, a CBSN political reporter, Niall Stanich, a White House columnist for The Hill, Leslie Sanchez, a CBSN contributor and Republican strategist, and Joel Payne, who is a Democratic strategist. Okay, Caitlin, I want to start with you first off. What are you hearing and what stands out to you as we're waiting on these votes?
Well, I think Jeff Flake coming out this morning and saying that he will vote to confirm Kavanaugh, I think really changed the game in terms of our expectations for this committee hearing and this committee vote. He was a wild card really heading into this, really not explaining where he was on this vote. Yesterday saying, kind of lamenting the whole process and also raising questions about, believability and who comes, who to believe. He wasn't quite sure he had the answers. Even in his statement this morning, he kind of acknowledged that. So saying that there's as much doubt as certainty as it pertains to Kavanaugh. So, if in fact the committee does vote as we're expecting it to confirm Kavanaugh, that certainly gives him more momentum. And Republicans are already feeling momentum after yesterday. The key is the timing and getting this done quickly so that there isn't room for more polling, more reaction from the public. There are things that could influence votes.
Niall, Caitlin's talking about the Republican momentum, but the Democrats are trying to create their own momentum. 4 of them walked out, led by Kamala Harris. Do we know those moderate red state Democrats, do we know how they're voting at this point?
We do in a couple of cases, and this actually builds on the point that Caitlin was making about Republicans. On the Democratic side, we're seeing people who might have been expected to buck the party line not doing so. Joe Donnelly in Indiana particularly is a prime example of this. He's going to vote against Kavanaugh. I was speaking with a Republican source last night who, having heard Judge Kavanaugh's testimony, believed that a couple of red state Democrats could be flipped onto the Republican side. That source was clearly implying that Donnelly could be one of them. He's not going to be. So I think that shows that we're really going back to more predictable lines for the most part, even though we do have the 4 senators, 2 on each side, who Ed mentioned. And that's where all the attention is going to go when it comes to a full Senate vote.
Leslie, what do Republicans have to gain at this point by getting this through right away?
Sure. It was a very important campaign province for the president. And you have many folks, especially in the red states, who feel that this is really the nominee, the right nominee for the Supreme Court. And regardless of what else was said, like she said, he said, that they feel confident that he's the right choice. And there are some members that have this conflict of conscience, that they do feel that Dr. Ford was very a sympathizing candidate, very truthful, and that there is something there, but they're not willing to give a lot of daylight because they realize the president wants this done. There's momentum behind the candidate, and they have to really push it through. I just wonder the consequence after the midterms.
What do you mean by is there anything in particular that you're worried about?
Particularly women. I think there's not an easy solution. There's many layers to this. And while I see a lot of my colleagues, especially in red states, they feel that something did happen to Dr. Ford, but it's mistaken identity. And I think that's just this way of reconciling a very difficult, traumatic situation in a way that's digestible, but I don't think it's that easy. And I do think that the conversations are going to continue, and conversations about the legitimacy of a very partisan nominee, that is going to continue as well.
Joel, I think it was Caitlin who was making the point that this was a promise, a campaign promise that the president made about the Supreme Court. He's trying to fulfill these promises. How do you think this, whether Kavanaugh gets through or not, how's it going to affect 2020?
Well, this is interesting. So, look at some of those Democratic members on the panel, right? Think about Kamala Harris. Think about Cory Booker, some of the most outspoken folks. It was interesting to me when some of the Democrats walked out earlier. Look at the ones who stayed. The ones who stayed are kind of the institutionalists, the Dick Durbins, the Pat Leahys, the Dianne Feinsteins, the people who, essentially don't really have a future in the Democratic Party. Those who do, Dick Blumenthal, Mazie Hirono, Booker, Harris, They needed to show the base that they had spine. And that really is kind of the word of the day for me, for Democrats, is spine. Do they have enough steel in their spine to show that they're going to resist? Because it's not enough just to say, I disagree with this nomination, I'm against it. You have to show you're going to actively resist this president. That's what the base is expecting.
You know, now, one thing I keep hearing over and over again from Republicans is, and particularly women that I've spoken to, female Republicans, is they could have brought this up way earlier. Why did they pull these dirty political tricks and try to bring this up at the last minute on the 11th hour?
Yeah, that is definitely an argument that we're hearing on the Republican side a lot. I think it's clearly in the Republican interest to suggest that this is all political. The more politicized it is, the better it is for Brett Kavanaugh's chances of confirmation. But just to pick up on Leslie's point, I think that, you know, we're all in the instant reaction business, but yesterday's testimony was so powerful that I think we're only really beginning to work through the ramifications of that, which could be seen certainly in the midterms, but also beyond that. If Republicans are perceived to be dismissive of a woman who did bring forth very credible allegations.
You could almost point to, so 2016 was a turning point for a lot of women to say, oh, we want to get involved, we don't like this, we're kind of the coursing of the culture, and a lot of the sexism that they felt and sexist comments, and for whatever the reason, more Democratic women than Republican, but more women are running in 2018. There is a direct cause effect that you see, and I think with younger women or millennial women and women that are getting engaged, it's not an easy choice anymore. It's really, you know, that's why Senator Flake and some of these others are having such a difficult time now in this new populist Republican Party. But it comes down to what is really the right thing to do. And I think there are many women that feel they want to know more. And rushing this through, which is a shrewd political move, is advantageous for the Republican Party, but where do we end up after that? That's the question.
It's also, too, you know, it was so funny. When Judge Kavanaugh was chosen instead of Amy Coney Barrett, I think everyone said, oh, the president decided to sit out a culture war. Because what the assumption was is that if he picked Coney Barrett, that's a culture war that he's trying to provoke and trying to start to rile up his base. This has turned into a culture war. Okay, because we were talking about this a little earlier, right? Think about some of the inside talk about what it's like at some of those prep schools and in some of these clubby type of environments and things of that nature. And look at the reaction of folks like Lindsey Graham, right? It feels very exclusive. And it doesn't feel very inclusive. This is not a face to America that shows that there's a lot of inclusivity. It feels like this is a culture war about kind of whose side are you on. That feels like that came up here unexpectedly. We weren't expecting this to be a culture war.
That was certainly a moment, especially for women. We keep talking about it over and over again. Caitlin, you know, at this point, Democrats have tried many things. They don't have the numbers. They don't have the voting power. Is there anything they can do at this point to keep Kavanaugh off the court?
Well, right now they're trying to apply pressure, not only to keep their own caucus together, but to apply pressure on Lisa Murkowski of Alaska and Susan Collins of Maine. We've seen that over the past couple of weeks in terms of the advertising dollars specifically targeted at those two senators. So right now they're trying to create momentum to put the pressure on those two senators who have been swing votes in some cases. Healthcare was a good example of that. That's what they could do. If, in fact, Murkowski and Collins and the Republican conference stay together and perhaps pull off someone like a Joe Manchin who is running for re-election in a state that the president is overwhelmingly popular, that could incentivize Democrats to really rev it up in November and start to kind of use the Supreme Court and judicial nominations as an organizing principle the way that Republicans have done for years and years and years.
And there are some people who are not leaving it up to members of Congress or the Democratic Party today. We actually saw some protesters in an elevator confronting Senator Jeff Flake after he announced that he would vote yes.
I told the story of my sexual assault. I told it because I recognized in Dr. Ford's story that she's telling the truth. What you are doing is allowing someone who actually violated a woman to sit in the Supreme Court. This is not tolerable. You have children in your family. Think about them. I have 2 children. I cannot imagine that for the next 50 years they will have to have someone in the Supreme Court who has been accused of violating a young girl. What are you doing, sir?
I was sexually assaulted and nobody believed me. I didn't tell anyone, and you're telling all women that they don't matter. that they should just stay quiet, because if they tell you what happened to them, you're going to ignore them. That's what happened to me, and that's what you're telling all women in America.
That's what you're telling all women in America. Niall, at this point, do we know exactly what played into Jeff Flake announcing that he's going to vote yes?
I don't think we can look inside of his head. I would say that Jeff Flake has been someone who has been obviously verbally critical of President Trump a lot, but critics from the left would say that he has never quite walked the walk in the same way as he has talked the talk. Obviously, that footage that you just showed was very, very emotionally powerful. Were Jeff Flake contesting re-election again, that's the sort of thing that could be problematic, but of course he's not. I think the fact that he is leaving the Senate makes it a little bit more surprising to some people that he has chosen to vote the way he has. He has nothing to lose, essentially, politically speaking, by voting against.
Leslie, walk us through the politics in the Republican Party at this point, whether you vote yes or whether you vote no.
When you vote yes, the one thing about the president, and I've talked about this before, there used to be this kind of whisper against the president, you know, and he's talked about it even within the establishment Republicans who are the swamp in Washington that is against him. But as he continues to win, support candidates who win, and gains this momentum, and he, in the midterms, where you expect a large loss, traditionally first-term president, 30-plus seats, it may only be 5 or 6 when this all shakes out. The president's managed to hold the line. So that whisper, that roar against the president has now become a whisper. So the president has the momentum. They realize that this is about votes and that kind of their own political skin. That's the calculation that's happening here. But again, what we've been talking about is it's more nuanced than that. What are we seeding as the Republican Party? What do we fundamentally believe in at any cost? And I think when the irony here is you see all this emotion, and they're saying the emotion around these women who are talking about these charges, but it's the Republican men right now who have so much emotion, not only with Kavanaugh, but Lindsey Graham and some of these others. So I think we're just lost in terms of where this is going to be. Win at all cost, but the future ramifications are unknown.
I want to play for you. You're talking about sort of impassioned arguments on both sides. Senator Dianne Feinstein had this to say, actually, about Judge Kavanaugh's behavior during the hearing yesterday.
This was not someone who reflected an impartial temperament or the fairness and even-handedness one would see in a judge. This was someone who was aggressive and belligerent. I have never seen someone who wants to be elevated to the highest court in our country behave in that manner.
Senator Klobuchar actually told CBS this morning that if she had acted the way Kavanaugh did in the courtroom, she would have been thrown out at this point. Joel, is this just a Democratic talking point about temperament?
No, this isn't. You know, we talked about this yesterday. I think that Kavanaugh may have won the battle for saving his skin for the day in terms of the believability, but I think he lost the war. I don't think he showed himself to have the temperament to be a Supreme Court justice. Again, I brought this up. If you're a group that's progressive or that's, quote, left wing, and you're coming before the court, if you're a Planned Parenthood, if you're someone who obviously falls on the left side, I mean, this is an ideologue. A serious ideologue, not just, you know, in the abstract. This is somebody who is a political operative for the Republican Party who's now going to be on the Supreme Court, it seems like. So I think that's got to be really troubling. One other thing I want to mention here, you know, we're thinking about who's voting and how people are thinking about voting. If you're Joe Manchin, okay, just reading the tea leaves, it actually would make sense for you if you were going to be a no vote on Kavanaugh to do it a little bit earlier, kind of do what Joe Donnelly did a little earlier today, not be the last one out. It's kind of like the game of hot potato, right? Who's left holding the bag at the end. You don't want to be the last. So that tells me a little something about maybe what Manchin's thinking with no information to work off of. If you didn't want to be, you know, boxed in as the last person, the person who's really in the target zone, you'd probably want to announce your decision a little earlier. That might give you some insight into what Joe Manchin might be thinking.
Now, why is it? I mean, there's this big suspense. I know some of this is drama and theatrics and kabuki theater, but why not just tell us where you're going to vote? Don't you know by now?
No, I don't think. I think there is genuine uncertainty, at least on the part of Manchin and Collins and Murkowski. There is, to Joel's point, certainly a comfort in jumping together, but you need to decide which way you're going to jump first, you know? And that we are hearing reports that Manchin, a Democrat, and Collins and Murkowski, both Republicans, are discussing moving together, perhaps one way or another. That'll be fascinating if it happens. yes, it is. You would think it would be clear enough by now, but I do think that there's genuine suspense and genuine uncertainty about this vote still.
All right, I want to check in now with Angelica Alvarez, who's on Capitol Hill as we await this vote. Angelica, what's the latest there?
Hi, yes, we are waiting on that vote. It should be coming at 1:30. Meantime, we've been listening into the Senate Judiciary Committee and hearing from both sides. A lot of passionate arguments from both sides of the aisle. Republicans, again, repeating a lot of what we heard yesterday, simply angry about the process. According to them, in their opinion, they feel the Democrats have really mistreated Judge Kavanaugh and even Dr. Ford. We're also hearing anger from the Democrats' side. They are upset that they have not been able to get the FBI investigation that they've asked for repeatedly, and they're also upset that they have not been able to sway Republicans to delay the vote.
All right, Angelica, thank you so much for joining us. I want to return back now to our panel. Leslie, I want to ask you this. There was something, I believe it was a Cook report that I read last week. There's concern that particularly the Hispanic voting bloc might not come out to vote in midterms, which I have to say I was surprised. If there's one sector of this country that has a lot to lose, it could potentially be this group. So tell me a little bit about the Hispanic voters, and who do you think in particular, if Kavanaugh does make it onto the court, who does this mobilize more?
You know, the interesting part, we have wanted for generations for Latinos and any minority group really to be galvanized and vote to their numbers, to their political power, but they don't. The issue with the Latinos, they tend to turn out more in national elections than in midterms because they identify with the person who's at the top of the ticket, not the party. We did a lot of polling for years, and if you say, you know, what's even just the references, the elephant and the donkey, which party is which, you will have a lot of newer voters who don't necessarily know. So the institutional knowledge and kind of the stereotypes of what each party falls into, that's not an easy line, especially when you talk about communities of color or newer immigrant communities. Mm-hmm. But on the issue you're talking about, whether it is the raids, whether it is the Dreamers, whether it's building the wall, there's certainly a lot of conversation. I think more interesting, you have more candidates running. The political power, whether it's gender or ethnic, is when people actually run and galvanize, not just register to vote, because, like to your point, they don't necessarily turn out, but when they decide to throw their hat in the ring and run and can raise money around that, that's when it starts to become very interesting.
Caitlin, you know, there's always been concern that Democrats aren't able to get the vote out, especially midterms. We know it's all about turnout. What are you seeing in the Democratic Party? What are they most concerned about now?
Well, certainly the primaries showed an intense level of enthusiasm among Democratic voters, which is remarkable for a primary and also for midterm elections, because as we know, Republicans tend to turn out in higher numbers than Democrats, just in terms of their voting base. More, older voters tend to be more reliable in turning out. The big question I have is there a ceiling for Democratic enthusiasm? In other words, can they be more mobilized and energized than they already are? And, you know, some Democratic strategists say that the Supreme Court could start to become something that really motivates people, kind of crystallizes the importance of showing up to vote. So not only expressing energy and enthusiasm and saying you're going to vote, but actually turning out to vote. There's also the issue of complacency, right? We saw that a little bit leading into 2016, where Democrats were looking at the national polls and seeing Clinton ahead, and there wasn't the turnout that she needed to win the election. There is some concern that Democrats won't turn out in the level that they're expressing now. So it's trying to keep your base revved up, but also to get them out to actually vote. Of course, there are a couple of core constituencies that we're looking at, and women, particularly those in the suburbs, in these districts that could decide control of Congress, how they will react to Kavanaugh, whether they react to it individually or take it in the aggregate. I think there are still a lot of questions. And, you know, women, as we know, are not a monolithic group. So you've had some, you know, Trump likes to say that he won women voters. That's not true, but he won a majority of white women voters, so they might react to Kavanaugh differently. Then you have women living in other areas, or it just really depends how they're kind of digesting and absorbing this, which again speaks to the timeline, why Republicans want to get this out now.
Speaking of timeline, I want to remind everyone you're watching right here, Senate Judiciary Committee. Any moment now, we are expecting the Senate Judiciary Committee to vote on Supreme Court nominee Brett Kavanaugh. It's a vote. To get it to the vote, to get it to the vote. So did I get that right, guys?
Yeah.
We're
I think you missed one vote, maybe.
I may have missed one vote. So they're going to vote this out of committee, and then tomorrow we are expecting potentially this will go to the Senate. A lot can happen, as we have discovered in just one day. We are expecting 1:30, though. This is when the vote is expected to take place. We do know, Niall, I want to go back to you about this. Those 4 Democrats who chose today to walk out. Take us back and explain sort of what happened today.
So essentially, Chuck Grassley, the Republican chairman, was reading a statement in support of Kavanaugh. And at that point, 4 Democratic senators walked out. The most prominent among them is Senator Kamala Harris of California. She's one of the Democrats' most persuasive questioners, I think, in that kind of hearing type setting. But more to the point, she's considered a probable, near certain candidate in 2020. So this goes back to, I think, the kind of jockeying for position that Joel was talking about. If you're a Democratic senator or any Democrat who has thoughts of running in 2020, you can't really get too far to the left. It's not possible to get too adamant in your opposition to this guy. So it was interesting to me that Harris was leading that group, was taking the lead in talking to reporters at an impromptu news conference afterward, really positioning herself in the vanguard of opposition. And I think, politically speaking, that's a strategically sound decision to make.
We're watching the members of the Senate Judiciary Committee, Lindsey Graham there, Orrin Hatch as well. I believe I just saw Chuck Grassley taking his seat along with Dianne Feinstein. A lot of people whispering and sort of hovering over. Curious to know, Leslie? Yeah.
I don't know about the whispering, but I will say Senator Lindsey Graham is certainly being praised among Republican circles for standing up. A lot of people feel that Judge Kavanaugh was wrongly accused, and he is very much riding the course because this is so politicized, and it's part of these Democratic shenanigans and a smear campaign, which is all part of the talking points of the Trump administration. But the caution I would give, again, saying there's 2 sides to this, is look at the other outside institutions, whether it be Harvard University, Yale, the American Bar Association, that are saying maybe we should take a second here. And the reason I say we point to that, Republicans can say it's the ivory tower, it's the elite institutions who are really being critical of Judge Kavanaugh. But I think it's about the money. It's about the trustees, the donors, the people that attend these universities that are saying, wait a minute, there is something here that needs to be evaluated. We need to take a second more. And because such powerful institutions are doing that, I think it will have a ripple effect. Not necessarily in denying the confirmation to Supreme Court, but will have a ripple effect in how we look at this process, whether we are seeing this as an egregious effort to have this cloud of sexual assault potentially out there, and really what the standard is going to be in the future. We are never going to go back, I think, to where we are before the Kavanaugh hearing.
You know, that is just something that we haven't unpacked much, but it is just a very serious situation with the Supreme Court. Whether you look at Democrats trying to get through Merrick Garland, you look right now with Kavanaugh. Has the litmus test of how you proceed forward in getting someone on the Supreme Court, is it just partisan and that's it, and we've just accepted it?
So, I actually think, we were talking a little bit earlier about the court as an organizing issue, right, for Republicans and Democrats. Historically, Democrats really have not organized around the court. Republicans have. That you could argue that's why they've packed the court so successfully in the last, 2 decades, even at the lower levels. But now this is emerging as a leading issue for Democrats. And this is the ultimate litmus test, right? Because this is the clearest example of you showing your pushback to Donald Trump, is whether or not you can effectively articulate a case against Brett Kavanaugh. And again, it's a 2020 test that is very, very serious. And it's, by the way, it's not just these folks on this committee, it's governors, it's going to be House candidates, it's going to be people in the Republican Party who are running against. This is setting up to be a real organizing issue for both sides.
And because it is a lasting legacy of a president, unlike a policy or a law that can be unraveled or repealed, as difficult as that has proven to be, it is very difficult to impeach or rescind a Supreme Court justice. That's very difficult to do. This is a generational appointment, which is why, especially for this seat, because it will change the makeup of the court from a conservative standpoint, That's why this is such a big deal for people, and that's why there's such an energy and, on both sides of this.
And we're seeing people, we have reporting George W. Bush has called certain senators who are on the fence to say, we know Kavanaugh worked very closely with Bush, to say, hey, you should vote. This is important.
And that speaks to the way in which the Supreme Court fight has galvanized everyone in the Republican Party and has been kind of the glue that keeps it all together. Remember, there were a lot of conservatives who were opposed to Donald Trump for a variety of different reasons.
The Bush family among them,
The Bush family among them, yes. And the court was the one issue that they kind of coalesced around, and evangelicals as well. This has been a driving principle for them. And so this is what is keeping the party together.
Niall, we also know that Senator Murkowski, Senator Collins were watching very closely how they vote. Do we know, do they have a relationship with President Trump?
Depends how you define relationship. It's pretty tense there. President Trump has tried to keep them on board to some extent. He certainly hasn't been critical of them in the way that he had been critical of some other moderates, or indeed the Bush family for that matter. But, people in the Senate, they're always going to make these decisions to some extent on their own interests. And someone like Susan Collins, who has created a niche for herself politically as that moderate, as that person who is willing to buck the party line, I'm not sure how eager she is going to be to tie herself completely to Donald Trump. A little bit of distance there is probably beneficial for her, I think. And just one other point quickly, Rena. I mean, all that we're talking about to me gets to the fact that the country is so polarized at the moment that the Supreme Court had been the last sort of bastion of the idea that people can transcend partisan lines. If you were nominated by a Republican president or a Democratic president, that didn't mark the rest of your tenure on the Supreme Court. Now I think we're very close to a point where both political parties simply see Supreme Court seats as part of the spoils of election wins. That's a bit of a shame, but I think it's inevitable.
I'm so sorry. But on his point, so the veneer is off on Kavanaugh. It used to be this idea, yes, he's a conservative jurist, but he would be impartial and unbiased in what he did. It was a political speech, testimony that he gave yesterday, which for even conservatives and economic conservatives were like, wow, that's not what we want to see come from a judge. And we realize he's defending his integrity. He is the accused versus being the judge. But there was a line he crossed that was so partisan, it made a lot of people pause. And to Caitlin's point about, the evangelicals, the reason the glue was there was protecting religious freedoms, defunding Planned Parenthood, which the president gave. They're willing to be blind for everything else to have those protections you have solely through the Supreme Court. So that's why this is so
Joel, I know you want to make a point, but I just want to take you live here for 1 second to give you an image here. This is the Senate Judiciary Committee. If you look very closely, look at those chairs. A lot of senators not in those chairs. We're hearing from our Ed O'Keefe. All Democrats are out of the hearing room, and a good portion of their Democratic staff, those are the people who usually sit behind the senators, they just exited the hearing room. It's now 1:38 p.m. Eastern. 8 minutes ago, they were supposed to hold this vote. They've been waiting for the Democrats to show up, and as our Ed O'Keefe is reporting, they did not show up, and their own staffers, their Democratic staffers, have actually exited the room. Joel, what's your take?
So I was going to talk about math for a second, one of my favorite topics. Look, you don't get to be majority leader unless you can count votes, okay? Everybody knows that. And so let's think about this, okay? 51-49, okay? So Republicans can essentially afford to lose 2 if they replace them with 1 Democrat, or they can afford to lose 1 and then Pence is the tiebreaker. So you could potentially see a scenario here where Republicans lose a Murkowski, okay? But they replace a Murkowski with like a Manchin or a Heitkamp. I think that's fascinating. And I think that's going to be really interesting dynamics for a Democrat like that, who essentially gives Donald Trump his Supreme Court justice when he couldn't even keep his entire party in line. I think that's a really fascinating phenomenon that could emerge this afternoon. And while Joe Manchin is probably bulletproof in a place like West Virginia, because no one's going to run to the left of him there, or Heidi Heitkamp in North Dakota, the rage, okay, of the left wing of the Democratic Party, the progressive wing of the party, if that were to happen, I think would be really fascinating to watch and observe.
Does anybody know if the Democrats don't show up at this point, do they still hold the vote?
I believe that they do. I know viewers can then call in and complain how wrong I am, but I believe it's considered an abstention by Democrats if they don't show up.
Okay. Fascinating to see it. Watch. I mean, just the fact, this image that is being broadcasted internationally at this point, streaming live, that Democrats chose not to attend at 1:30. We know, Joel, you were talking to your point about the math. We know at this point that the Republicans, they have the majority. We don't know, do they have the votes? We're still waiting to see exactly how folks are voting on Kavanaugh. But what more can the Democrats really do at this point?
Well, I think this image speaks to it, right? They don't have the votes to overtake the majority in the Senate, but they can do a lot to create visuals, to create some momentum, to create even more energy, to apply even more pressure. Having this image, refusing to be part of this, delaying the vote as much as they can to allow for, again, the public to keep reacting to this in real time. I think these are the kinds of maneuvers that they can do to do this. And Republicans are going to argue that this is political on their part.
And just very briefly, those pictures that we were looking at just now, I mean, those are going to be on the front page of newspapers. They're also going to be all through people's social media feeds for at least the next 24 hours, getting to the point that we were talking about, which is the degree to which this has become so polarized. A man may be confirmed to the Supreme Court, and he's going to have that image around him from the outset.
Talked about pictures, though, and I talked about optics yesterday, okay? There were some optics that we didn't talk about. There's an image of Lindsey Graham and Orrin Hatch and others laughing during the middle of the proceedings yesterday, which were kind of caught fire, particularly around progressive Twitter, as I like to call it. There's these images of Brett Kavanaugh while he is defending himself, very angrily defending himself. Some really powerful shots. I think this is also about optics. A lot of this, the optics that you're highlighting here in the committee room, but also all those, white men for the Republican Party who opted to give Rachel Mitchell the gavel essentially yesterday to lead questioning on her side. There's so many interesting images. How are the American people going to process this? How are voters going to process this when they go to the polls in 2 months?
And then took the gavel back, right?
Yeah.
Later on. I want to actually, thank you, Jason. I want to show you this image. This was the image. I don't know how close we can get. The New York Times today, 100%, Dr. Blasey Ford here, and then 0. I'm 100% certain that none of these allegations are true. I'm curious what the headline for tomorrow's newspaper will be now that we're trying to have this vote. And as we know, Senator McConnell's weighed in saying it's still going to go to the Senate floor.
Well,
this is again, you win the battle, maybe perhaps lose the war. The battle is they must get this conservative Supreme Court justice confirmed. That's the goal line before the midterm election. And everything else, people have rationalized. It's a case of mistaken identity, and he's still a very strong juror.
But
we're getting some, I just want to weigh in here, we're getting some reporting from, I believe this is from our Nancy Cortez, who's saying that Flake has not appeared in this hearing room, is one of the people missing, as you can see when you look around here. Graham is now going back to an adjacent room. The only senators that are currently in this hearing room, and you guys correct me if I'm wrong, I can't see fully here. I see it's Kennedy, Hatch, Grassley. Graham is actually in that room. So Kennedy, Hatch, Grassley, and Graham, the only ones in the room right now.
It's so strange, and people keep saying, oh, the Democrats are calling for this FBI inquiry, and the whole process has been politicized. So there is truth to that they should never have revealed the identity of Dr. Ford. She deserved that. But now that it's in this heightened environment, there are still questions remaining about Judge Kavanaugh, and they will vote in the affirmative, but they are going to have to pay a price.
Speed, though, Leslie.
This is not, Rena, I wish I could say one for one. This is going to percolate. This is going to be talked about in the beauty parlors and on the golf range, at the elite boarding schools, in the ivory tower, and just everybody's getting a car wash. This is because the interesting part you talked about it. People were saying, I saw this, but I didn't hear it. Maybe perhaps people were going through an airport. They're not necessarily listening. But reasonable people are saying, what is the rush? Can we finally just really know the truth here about what happened? And that's reasonable people who are not political. that they feel that a little bit of time would give it a natural conclusion. More people would come out, he'd be cleared by the FBI. If that were the case, I feel there'd be a lot more comfort level among women. I don't think that's a luxury they're willing to give right now.
But just really quickly, I was just going to say, you know, Leslie, you brought up earlier that they have essentially they have no choice is what they got to do. Is it really? Because I would argue if you're a Republican, the best scenario could be Brett Kavanaugh is convincing, he withdraws, you put another conservative who's just as strong, and you use it to whip up your base this November. Instead, you have an opposite situation where now women and Democrats are even more galvanized.
I want to interrupt for 1 second. We see Senator Flake in there, Senator Dianne Feinstein, some of the Democrats emerging there. And Grassley has also entered. I'm not sure exactly what the discussions have been. Our Capitol Hill team is on the ground there, also trying to figure out exactly what went on. Ben Sass as well. We just saw Flake enter and exit just a short time ago. I want to ask you guys, let's say Flake decides he's changing his mind because these aren't committed votes yet until you cast your vote. What happens? What does that mean?
Well, essentially it means that Judge Kavanaugh would not have a majority of the committee unless something totally unexpected happens. That would be a very serious black mark against him. And remember, we all try to make predictions according to procedure, but unexpected things can happen. The famous vote where John McCain voted against the repeal of the Affordable Care Act, he had actually voted on the Republican side before that on a procedural matter and then changed his mind. Just to get back to a point that Leslie raised, the fact that this is the kind of issue that transcends the political bubble or bursts out of the political bubble, I think that's really important. That Christine Blasey Ford's testimony had such visceral force yesterday. A female friend of mine from the other side of the Atlantic was saying, you know, that could have been me. She was watching it thinking that could have been me. That's not the kind of visceral issue that politics typically throws up. And I think that's where its power resides, and that's why it is still percolating, why people still have not really fully come to their conclusion as to what it all means or what it will all mean.
We are just learning that we saw Senator Flake exit the room with Dianne Feinstein. They are now back in an adjacent back room right now discussing and talking at this point. We know the Judiciary Committee vote, we were expecting 20 minutes ago, really. It's now delayed. A senator in the room confirms that via text message that something is afoot involving Senator Jeff Flake of Arizona. What is it? How long the proceeding will be delayed? When will this vote happen? It is still unclear. Everything is fluid. And in fact, this note from Ed O'Keefe says the word of the day here, fluid. And there's also a top Democratic aide saying regarding Flake, it looks like he is wavering. I asked if he is wavering on Kavanaugh or wavering on just holding the vote without an investigation. The aide didn't know, and this is a quote, "Can't tell. I wasn't in there from the start." So even folks who are aides and part of this committee are trying to figure out what's going on.
Rena, this is, I'll say real quick, this is a really fascinating thing because sensible people believe if you just gave it a minute to either investigate more or find out, just clear the air some, that it would come to its own natural conclusion. That's a term we heard this morning. We heard about another person who said his wife called him after watching this testimony and said, "Can you take some time right now because I need to speak to you about this?" And she just really had to process this with her husband because this brought up a lot of emotion. And they're thinking about it in the context of their family and their children and the people that they know. So this is generating, which is what I'm saying, conversations in ways that people just cannot fully process in 24 hours. They need a second, and if we rush this, that's my challenge to Republicans. If he's a good enough nominee, he can stand the time, but they feel, which is fair, a wave is coming.
Leslie, hold on 1 second. Senator Grassley is gaveling in. Let's listen in.
Until the fall of the gavel. We're going to take action with the motion that's before us. We got to make sure that we have a quorum.
Can I ask for UC to speak for a minute?
Yeah. As a point of personal privilege, I'm going to call on Senator Flake to speak. Normally, we would start the vote right now, but as a point of personal privilege, I would call on Senator Flake.
Oh, thank you. I have been speaking with a number of people on the other side. We've had conversations ongoing for a while with regard to making sure that we do due diligence here. And I think it would be proper to delay the floor vote for up to, but not more than 1 week, in order to let the FBI continue to do an investigation limited in time and scope to the current allegations that are there, and limited in time to no more than 1 week. And I will vote to advance the bill to the floor with that understanding. And I've spoken to a few other members who on my side of the aisle that may be supportive as well. But that's my position. I think that that we ought to do what we can to make sure that that we do all due diligence with a nomination this important. And I want to say that this committee has acted properly, and the chairman has bent over backwards to do investigations from this committee and to delay this vote in this committee for a week so that that Ms. Ford, Dr. Ford, could be heard, and she was yesterday. So that's with that agreement. I will vote to advance the bill to the floor.
Clerk will call the roll.
Just wait, just 1 second. Can Diane speak?
Could we have a description?
Yeah, what are we voting on? Let's see.
We are voting on the motion to report the nomination to the floor. The clerk will call the roll.
Wait, that's not my understanding of what, Mr. Chairman, let the senator explain it.
That is my understanding, and if the Democrats could speak to it, if Chris or you, as we talked about before, that the Democrats would accept and endorse a 1 week FBI investigation limited in time and scope.
Well,
that is correct.
Since you're the deciding vote here, we'll vote, and then if there's any sort of discussion, we'll go do that after the vote. Call the roll.
Mr. Hatch. Aye. Mr. Graham. Aye. Mr. Cornyn. Aye. Mr. Lee.
Aye.
Mr. Cruz.
Aye.
Mr. Sass.
Aye.
Mr. Flake.
Aye.
Mr. Bravo. Mr. Tillis.
Aye.
Mr. Kennedy.
This is on the nominee.
Mrs. Feinstein.
On the nominee, no.
Mr. Leahy.
On the nominee, no.
Mr. Durbin.
No.
Mr. Whitehouse.
No.
Ms. Klobuchar.
No.
Mr. Coons.
On the nominee, no.
Mr. Blumenthal.
No.
Ms. Hirono.
No.
Mr. Booker.
No.
Ms. Harris.
No.
Mr. Chairman.
Aye.
Mr. Chairman, the votes are 11 days, 10 days.
The nominee will be reported to the floor.
Mr. Chairman, may I be recognized?
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to thank my friend and colleague, Senator Flake, and thank you for giving us the time today to have a conversation. A number of my colleagues have asked for a 1 week delay in order that there might be an FBI investigation of what allegations are currently before this committee. I respect Senator Flake's view that in his opinion it was best to respect your having given Dr. Ford the time to be heard yesterday and advance the nominee to the floor. But it is my hope that we could work together on a bipartisan basis to diligently pursue an FBI investigation within the next week, not for the purpose of delay, but for the purpose of investigating further either allegations made by Dr. Ford or others with a goal towards demonstrating a bipartisan commitment to diligently investigating these allegations. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Senator Flake.
Senator Feinstein.
Thank you. I would support that motion. I think we do need this investigation. As a matter of fact, I sort of misunderstood, Senator Flake, what you were doing. I thought it included a 1 week investigation. So I would like to support the motion for that investigation.
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman.
We'll take turns here. Senator.
I love this committee, but we're not the majority leader. Senator Flake has made clear what it would take him to be comfortable on a final passage vote. But it doesn't matter what we say here. This will be up to Senator Schumer and Senator McConnell. So
it is completely up to them.
Yeah, and I think Jeff has made himself very clear, and
Senator,
let's move.
Senator Leahy. Senator Leahy.
Well, Mr. Chairman, I want to make sure, because this is somewhat unprecedented. When I do agree with the senator from Arizona that we should have this further investigation. So my understanding is that during the week that is taking place, there will be no action on the floor of the United States Senate on this nomination. Is that correct?
I cannot say that.
Let me say again, I can't make that commitment for the leadership. I can only say that I would be only comfortable moving forward on the floor. I'll move it out of committee, but I will only be comfortable moving on the floor until the FBI has done more investigation than they have already. It may not take them a week. I understand that some of these witnesses may not want to discuss anything further, but I think we owe them due diligence.
Mr. Chairman.
Follow it up. Just a minute. All I have said to Senator Flake is that I would advocate for the position he took, but I don't control that. Senator.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, Senator Klobuchar.
Mr. Chairman, there are other senators as well who may be interested in this negotiation on the Republican side. And there's not really a set agreement here. All of us had already said we were voting no. It is simply Senator Flake working with all of us to say, for the good of the Senate and the good of the court, the American people deserve to have the facts followed up on. And I really appreciate his willingness to do that. And that is what this is about. This is simply about, and by the way, if Senator McConnell wants to go forward in light of that, and we still have several senators that haven't said how they're voting on this nominee, I actually think this is very important what just happened right now. So it doesn't have to have an agreement. It is one senator who's standing up.
Senator Cornyn.
Mr. Chairman, I just want to express my appreciation to Senator Flake for allowing this process to move forward. There's some difference of opinion among us as to what exactly the FBI investigation would consist of. Some of us think it has been concluded and supplemented by this committee's investigation. Others disagree with that. But I respect the fact that not only Senator Flake advocated to give Dr. Ford a chance to appear in front of the committee, which was the right thing to do, but also that he's allowed this process to move forward, subject to further discussions about what the FBI may or may not be able to come up with. But certainly he maintains his right to cast his vote yea or nay as he sees fit, and maintains significant leverage that way. But I appreciate his support for a full and fair hearing for Dr. Ford and Judge Kavanaugh, as well as his willingness to allow this to go forward subject to his request.
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman.
Senator Blumenthal, I think I ought to call on Senator Feinstein. And then,
if I, through the chair, could ask a question of Senator Flake, does your amendment include continuing the investigation during this period of time?
If I can respond, there is no amendment. I'm simply stating, and the discussion that we had between us all is that I would hope, and I think we had some agreement before, that the Democrats who have been, I think, justifiably uncomfortable moving ahead could publicly, in an effort to bring this country together, say that we would feel better. I'm not expecting them to vote yes, but not to complain that an FBI investigation has not occurred. And this is what I'm trying to do. This country is being ripped apart here, and we've got to make sure that we do due diligence. I think this committee has done a good job, but I do think that we can have a short pause and make sure that the FBI can investigate. My understanding is that some of us would have to, and I'm prepared to do it, make a request to the White House to ask the FBI to do that investigation. It would be short and limited in scope to the current allegations that have been made.
Mr. Chairman.
But I would just encourage the Democrats who we talked to before to endorse that kind of thing, that we can then move on.
Mr. Chairman.
Because of the 2-hour rule, we're adjourned.
What?
The 2-hour rule.
No vote.
When did we come in? When did we come in?
Okay, surrounding more high drama here on Capitol Hill. The Senate Judiciary Committee has just voted to send Brett Kavanaugh's nomination to the full Senate for a vote early next week. That was an 11-10 vote. However, as part of that process, Senator Jeff Flake of Arizona said he voted yay to move the process forward. He said he will not vote in favor of Kavanaugh being confirmed next week on the full floor unless he sees an FBI investigation of up to 1 week into the allegations of Christine Blasey Ford. We saw a lot take place just there right now as these negotiations continue, and please continue. Ed O'Keefe is standing by. Ed.
Jeff, this is an incredible development, but it's exactly what the Senate's designed for. Essentially, the leverage and all the attention now shifts from the committee room to the full Senate, where now it's an issue for all 100 senators and not just the 21 on the committee. What Flake did there is say, I'm not going to vote for the motions to proceed to formal debate in the full Senate on this nomination unless and until there is a week-long FBI investigation. And he did that most likely knowing that he's not the only Republican who feels that way. Remember, at this hour, we're still waiting to hear what Susan Collins of Maine and Lisa Murkowski of Alaska would do in this situation. And we know he's been in consultation with them about how they might vote. So remember, we have 51 Republicans, we have 49 members of the Democratic caucus. If more than one votes no on any motion, any vote for confirmation on the floor of the Senate right now, it's dead in the water. So Flake is saying, I and presumably a handful of other Republicans don't want to proceed until we know that there's some kind of an FBI investigation underway.
And so, Ed, right now, then the up in the air votes, it would, if correct me if I'm wrong, Jeff Flake, Susan Collins, Lisa Murkowski, and then Democrats Joe Manchin and also Heidi Heitkamp. Is that correct?
Will not have the votes to take
correct. It's gone back to 5. In essence, those 5 have not publicly announced what they would do beyond Flake, and they've all, we know, been in consultation. Susan Collins remains over in the Capitol and in her private office there. She's been consulting with members of both parties. Joe Manchin is back in West Virginia today campaigning, but he's been in touch with his colleagues. And what we're probably going to hear in the next few hours is that, yes, there's a consensus that there needs to be some kind of an FBI investigation before there's a final vote. But remember, and this has been a sticking point throughout all of this, it's the White House that has to request the FBI investigation. So this gets tossed down the street to the White House, where the president's going to have to decide, do we have some kind of investigation in order to save the nomination?
Okay. Ed O'Keefe, thanks very much. Nancy Cordes also on Capitol Hill doing some great reporting. We will check in with both of you throughout the day. There's Nancy and on tonight's. Nancy, really quickly before we leave, I mean, can you just give us a quick debrief on what we just saw and what to expect next?
Well, what this shows is just how much power one senator has when the Senate is divided 51 to 49, Jeff. Republicans can only afford to lose one senator, and so Flake knows he's got a lot of leverage here. All eyes now on the Senate's majority leader, Mitch McConnell. Will he agree to hold that vote for an entire week? Will the White House agree to enable the FBI to do this investigation? Flake has been agonizing over this for the past day. He was in that hearing, walked out saying he had a lot of doubts.
All right, Nancy Cordes, thank you very much. And Ed O'Keefe, we'll be checking back in with you later tonight. More about all of this on your local news on this CBS station, on our 24-hour streaming news service, CBSN, and right here tonight on the CBS Evening News. Once again, to recap, the Senate Judiciary Committee has voted to send the full vote for Brett Kavanaugh to the floor next week, but there are caveats and there are negotiations that continue following what Jeff Flake just did. I'm Jeff Glor, CBS News in New York. We'll see you later.
For news 24 hours a day, go to CBSNews.com.
We are continuing to follow the dramatic reversal by Senator Jeff Flake of Arizona. This morning, he said he would vote yes on Brett Kavanaugh. And just moments ago, he announced that he is holding that vote of yes, pending a full FBI investigation that he is requesting for up to 1 week. I want to bring in our panel to discuss this. Caitlin Huey-Burns joining me right here. Caitlin, one of the big focuses that our Ed O'Keefe was mentioning is that the White House needs to call for this FBI investigation. You did some reporting on this. What did you find?
That's right. Remember last week when Christine Blasey Ford's lawyers and Democrats called for an FBI investigation ahead of all of this, Republicans said no. First of all,
I apologize. I want to just let Senator Klobuchar weigh in here.
This additional investigation before I vote for this nominee. And if he is joined by one or two other Republicans in that request, then they wouldn't have the votes unless the investigation occurred. And it's that simple.
Anybody else committed?
I don't know. You'll have to ask them. It is 1 week, given 1 week is what Senator Flake was interested in, and you can do a lot if you have the whole FBI looking at things in 1 week.
Did Senator Flake bring this idea to the Democrats? Did the Democrats reach out to him?
You should talk to Senator Flake about that. But I think you've seen him to be quite an independent in terms of a lot of the decisions he makes and what he says, and he just felt that he had a very important role to play here as a member of the committee. Thank you.
Is he still in there? Is he still in there?
I believe he's still in there. And again, a number of us had suggested the week. I suggested it today, as did Senator Coons. And did we actually think that this was going to happen today? No. But we are in a better place than we were at 8 a.m. this morning.
Why do you think Flake switched?
I think you should talk to him.
What did you? Sorry. Senator Graham. Thank you.
All right, that was Senator Klobuchar there weighing in. We are also hearing a little bit from the president. We are expecting any moment now a pool spray. And Rashid, just let me know. Let's listen in. Actually, this is Lindsey Graham.
I hope some Democrats will say if we do what Jeff said, that would end the process dispute, at least a few of them. I don't expect any of them to vote for the guy, but if we ask the FBI to look at what's in front of us no later than a week, no longer than a week, and they would say that would be a better process, that would be progress, and Jeff's trying his best to bring the country together and vote the best way he knows how. So I don't know if that's the agreement. I'll get back with you.
Do you expect Senator McConnell to honor this?
I don't know. That's why I'm going to go talk to him right now.
Do you think it would be a good idea if he did honor this?
Last time I looked, you need 50 votes.
So, but right now we don't know if anybody else would join up.
Well, all I can say is that right now, what Jeff is saying is makes sense to me. If that again,
do you think that Murkowski?
I don't know. I'm not speaking for Mitch. I'm going to talk with Jeff. And somebody's got to explain this to Trump, so I guess that'll be my job.
If it's going to take 50 votes, are you going to back this move?
Huh?
If it's going to take
if I'm nothing, I'm practical. Okay.
Thank you, Senator. George, this is really an astounding play by Senator Flake.
Senator Lindsey Graham weighing in there, a slightly lighthearted moment, saying someone's got to explain this to Trump. If I'm anything, I'm a realist. By the way, the president has weighed in. We're expecting that video to play back any moment now. And President Trump has said that he has thought, quote, he has not thought, and I'm quoting here, even a little bit about a possible replacement for Kavanaugh's nomination. Caitlin, I know you were just finishing your thought earlier. We were talking about this FBI investigation, and you need the White House to weigh in. It seemed like we heard Lindsey Graham, very different tone from yesterday, what these Republicans were saying about an FBI investigation.
That's right. Republicans kind of signaling, okay, fine, we'll do whatever it takes now to get this nomination through. We were talking about during the Judiciary Committee that Flake must have some consensus from a Murkowski or a Collins or a Joe Manchin that these votes, that they won't have the votes unless this FBI investigation goes forward. The president does have to authorize an FBI investigation, and the argument from Republicans has been that Brett Kavanaugh underwent 6 FBI investigations and nothing came up, that they put this new allegation from Ford into his file, sent it back to the White House, and that because there was no evidence of a federal crime here, that wasn't the FBI's role. There is, however, the concern that Democrats have raised
I apologize to interrupt. We want to listen again to Lindsey Graham here.
Some of the games being played, but he believes if the FBI had a few more days, some Democrats have told him that would alleviate their process concerns, even though they're not going to vote for him. So I think what Jeff is trying to do is end this the best he possibly can to accommodate some people on the other side and to, bring the committee together if possible. So this is democracy. Am I mad at Jeff? No. Am I in a different place? Yes.
But what happens if the FBI is not done with this background check or investigation?
I think what Jeff is saying, well, one, you can have the FBI, the CIA, and the Foreign Legion, and they're not going to tell you any more than you know now. That's my view, but we'll see what happens.
But if they're not done, what's going to happen?
Senator. He said he's going to. A week is enough for him or maybe less. So we're not playing this game of opening this up and it goes on forever. What he said was that I would feel better if they had a week to look at what's in front of us, no more. Some Democrats have said okay with that. Now, I'd like them to come forward. I'm going to talk to Mitch and Jeff and eventually engage with the White House. But, again, I don't think we need this. I am long since ready to vote. I think he's been very poorly treated, Judge Kavanaugh.
Has the Republican leadership agreed to this?
Judge Kavanaugh's nomination. Do you think this is going to sink Judge Kavanaugh's nomination?
Well, absolutely not. I think Jeff feels good about Judge Kavanaugh. You just want to make sure the process is fair. But you need to ask him. I've never felt better about him being on the bench than I do right now.
Senator McConnell out a statement this morning saying he was going to vote yes.
All right. We have Senator Blumenthal, a Democrat from Connecticut. Let's listen in.
It has to be real and penetrating so that the truth and facts and evidence are all uncovered. This FBI investigation cannot be a show or a charade. It must be real, and it must go to the witnesses who are likely to produce facts and evidence.
Senator, is it your understanding that Flake had the assurances of other senators in his party before he decided to make this move?
Senator Flake talked to a number of senators in his own party as well as on our side, and I appreciate that he was seeking common ground.
What can he and his colleagues do if the leadership decides to press ahead with the vote anyway?
Obviously, Senator Flake could vote against the nomination.
Has he told you he would do that?
No, he hasn't indicated to me what he would do, but the incentive for the leadership following his wishes as to the delay is they need his vote, along with all of the other members of the majority. Thank you.
Thank you. By the way, who initiated these conversations today? Was it him or a Democrat?
I can't give a comment.
All right, we just heard Senator Blumenthal there. One of the questions that was tossed by a Capitol Hill reporter was, do you know if Senator Flake had spoken to other Republican senators, which is key. We're talking about how powerful Senator McConnell is in this, but having Flake with some other Republicans tag teaming this could be pretty.
That's right, because Republicans could lose one vote, and Mike Pence, of course, could come and be that tiebreaker. But given what we know about what happened yesterday with Jeff Flake meeting with a couple of these senators who are kind of on the fence here, it seems to us that from what we're seeing, that Jeff Flake does have some consensus among some of those in his pocket. Otherwise, there wouldn't be any incentive for McConnell not to actually bring this to the floor.
We are also hearing from the president. The president had a bilat with the president of Chile, and in that bilat, he did weigh in on Kavanaugh. And my understanding, we haven't this confirmed fully, but I think this is well before the Flake situation unfolded. But he said POTUS speaking on Kavanaugh, saying that he is deferring to GOP senators. He spoke fondly about Ford testimony and whatever they think is necessary. He said without a delay. Interesting. He said without a delay.
One important thing to keep in mind about an FBI investigation is that we've talked to experts, and it really wouldn't take that long.
Here is the president. Let's listen in.
Mr. President, any comment on the request for a delay from Senator Flake? He wants a one-week delay so the FBI can investigate further.
Well, I'm going to let the Senate handle that. They'll make their decisions, and they've done a good job. Very professional. I'm just hearing a little bit about it because I've been with the president of Chile, and we're talking about some very important subjects. But I'm sure it will all be very good. I guess the vote was a positive vote, but there seems to be a delay. I'll learn more about it as the day goes on. I just heard about it because we were together.
And what did you think of Dr. Ford's testimony when you heard that?
I thought her testimony was very compelling, and she looks like a very fine woman to me. very fine woman. And I thought that Brett's testimony, likewise, was really something that I haven't seen before. It was incredible. It was an incredible moment, I think, in the history of our country. But certainly she was a very credible witness. She was very good in many respects. And I think that I don't know if this is going to continue onward or are we going to get a vote. But again, I'm here, so I'm not out there watching because I can't be, out of great respect, although maybe we'll go watch together, okay? We'll watch together. But I think it will work out very well for the country. I just want it to work out well for the country. If that happens, I'm happy.
Have you thought at all about a replacement for Judge Kavanaugh?
Not even a little bit. Not even a little bit.
What's your message to Murkowski and Collins and the House right now?
I have no message. I mean, they have to do what they think is right. It is no message whatsoever. They have to do what they think is right. They have to be comfortable with themselves, and I'm sure that's what they are.
Would you be willing to reopen the background investigation in Kavanaugh?
I'm going to rely on all of the people, including Senator Grassley, who's doing a very good job. That'll be a decision that they're going to make, and I suspect they'll be making some decision soon, whether to take a vote or to do whatever else they want to do. I will be totally reliant on what Senator Grassley and the group decides to do.
Are you going to talk about Venezuela today?
We're going to talk about Venezuela. I was waiting for that question. We will be discussing Venezuela, among many other things. A lot of interesting things going on in that part of the world. But Chile is really something special. If you look at what they've done, how far they've come, you look at how well run the country is. So I just want to say it's an honor to be with you. A great honor. Thank you very much.
Are you still willing to
Thank you very much, everybody. Thank you. Thank you. Whatever they think is necessary is okay.
Right, we were wondering whether President Trump was made aware of a decision by Jeff Flake, and apparently in this press avail, he did say he acknowledged that he was aware that Senator Flake has reversed his vote and pending an FBI investigation. And when asked what message he has for Senator Murkowski and Senator Collins, he says, "I have no message. They have to do what is right." CBS News White House correspondent Weijia Zhang joins us right now. Weijia, I'm just curious what a morning it's been for you, and what have you been hearing? Has the message from the White House press office varied throughout this morning, or has it been consistent?
You know, I think first it's important to point out that even though the president acknowledged he was aware of some sort of development that involved Flake, I really don't think he knows yet exactly what that means and how this could play out and the decision that he has to make in the upcoming days. You know, he continued to defer to GOP senators, saying that he trusts them, he thinks they're going to do the right thing. But, you know, the fact is that he is the one who will have to decide whether to order this FBI investigation. So even though the president says that he will rely on Senator Grassley and McConnell, that's a conversation that they will all, I expect, have very soon. And, you know, they will be coming to him to say, President Trump, listen, I don't think we have the votes on the full Senate floor now that Jeff Flake has come out, and I imagine that Senators Collins and Murkowski are also with him to demand this investigation before they move forward with the full vote. So even though you're right in that he acknowledged that something has happened and that it made it out of committee, I'm not quite sure that he has been briefed about exactly what has transpired and that Flake and others could be calling for this investigation. And it is his decision, even though the president says it's up to the senators. He is the one that's going to have to call for that background investigation. Before this development, though, the White House was certainly very optimistic, and throughout the day, they thought that this was going to make it out of committee. They were confident that ultimately Kavanaugh would be confirmed. But this does, of course, change the game a little bit, because this is what Democrats have been asking for all along. So there was no question about the facts as all the senators made the final vote on the Senate floor about the Supreme Court nominee. And so, you know, who knows what will transpire from the FBI investigation, if there will be one. But I imagine if, you know, it is made clear by Flake and other Republicans that they will not vote yes without an investigation, the president doesn't have much choice but to order one, I think. But in terms of what the White House is saying, nothing yet so far about this specific development. But before this, the mood here was certainly upbeat about that 1:30 vote. And, you know, I imagine once somebody explains to the president the situation, we can expect more from him. And as we heard from Senator Lindsey Graham, he apparently thinks he's the one to do it.
We did. That was a funny moment, Weijia, and a good point of distinction that you make, that the president might not be fully briefed on this. So we should give him a little bit of room here as to see whether he weighs in a little bit later. Weijia, I want to thank you so much.
Sure.
I want to turn now to Ed O'Keefe, political correspondent on Capitol Hill. Whew, Ed, what can you tell us, my friend?
At this point, as we just said, this is now in the hands of Mitch McConnell. It has left the committee room. It's now the full Senate's problem. And so it becomes Mitch McConnell's job, number one now, to save this nomination, as has been his campaign pledge and his vow to President Trump. But last we checked, again, it's the White House that has to request an FBI investigation. So what McConnell now has to do is check with his caucus and say, who's with Flake on this? How many of you Republicans agree with him that we should wait? If more than one more, Susan Collins, Lisa Murkowski, maybe somebody else say, yeah, I'm with him, well, then mathematically he has no choice but to wait until that investigation happens, because Democrats will have no reason to vote yes, meaning any attempt to move ahead with this nomination in the full Senate stalls. So that's the conversation that, as Lindsey Graham said earlier, has to happen now with the White House. They're going to have to sit the president down and say, look, the reality is you don't have the math unless you let this FBI investigation happen. Yeah. How many days it lasts, what exactly it looks into, who gets subpoenaed, all of that is a detail that we don't yet have and we don't yet know, and we'll just have to wait and see.
And as you mentioned, we just don't know. But, you know, there is also a third accuser. Michael Avenatti is representing this third accuser. Do we know, is there any appetite on Capitol Hill to take that on? Or do you believe, is it your understanding that this would just focus on Dr. Ford?
Well, we don't really know what to understand just yet. It only happened. But I think, and the only thing that will matter is what is the appetite among Republicans. Mm-hmm. If more than one Republican agrees with the Democrats that there should be something, it will happen under this scenario, because you just won't have the math. So, again, you got to start with, what does Susan Collins want to do? What does Lisa Murkowski want to do? Do they agree with Jeff Flake and the Democrats that there should be a delay? And if they signal at some point this afternoon or tomorrow that they agree, then this thing stalls and the FBI is going to have to get involved. Yes, there are Democrats up here who say that all of this should be investigated, that the FBI should take everything, scoop it up, and figure it out.
Right.
That would lead ultimately probably to something that lasts several weeks, which would certainly be okay with most Democrats, but is not probably what's going to happen. And so there's going to have to be discussions now through the rest of today about what exactly transpires. And we'll wait and see whether we hear by the end of the day that the president tells the FBI director, Chris Wray, that they have to get looking into this.
And Ed, do we have a sense of exactly who Senator Flake has been speaking to on the Republican side, who might be behind him supporting this FBI investigation?
Well, whether they'd support the FBI investigation is still unclear, but we do know that last night consultations began with Lisa Murkowski of Alaska, Susan Collins of Maine, and Joe Manchin of West Virginia, who is the one Democrat most have expected would ultimately support Kavanaugh, just given the politics of his state and the fact that he's up for re-election this year. The president won there by more than 40 points. He's faced a lot of pressure to vote yes, but hasn't necessarily telegraphed that he's going to do that. So we know he's been talking to those two Republicans. In conversations today, obviously other members of the committee were made aware of this. And we believe this started. It was sparked by some comments that were made during the committee proceedings by Chris Coons of Delaware, a Democrat. Coons and Flake are good friends. They're both on the Foreign Relations Committee as well. They do a lot of overseas travel. They're around the same age. They've worked to try to bridge the divide between the two parties. Coons spoke on the committee.
And I apologize. I'm going to interrupt you. You're speaking of Coons. We've got Coons right now. We're going to take Senator Chris Coons of Delaware.
They simply present evidence. But I think there's a number of senators who, after Dr. Ford's testimony yesterday, believe that there was significant evidence that had not been thoroughly examined and that should be done. We as senators reach the ultimate conclusions about whether we vote for or against Judge Kavanaugh, but I do think there was enough doubt raised yesterday by Dr. Ford's testimony that a number of senators felt that a further investigation was justified.
Did Senator Flake mention the protesters this morning? Did he say anything about his state of mind and why this came about?
I'd encourage you to talk to Senator Flake. Let me simply say this. Senator Flake is a genuine conservative. He's written a book about the conscience of a conservative. He and I do not share a lot of political views, but we share a deep concern. Senator Flake and I share a deep concern for the health of this institution and what it means to the rest of the world and to our country if we are unable to conduct ourselves respectfully and in a way that hears each other. In the back hallway conversation, a number of our colleagues also had very sharp conversations with each other about some of the partisanship and some of the posturing. And I frankly think that what Senator Flake is trying to do is to both achieve a brief, credible investigation of allegations in front of us and serve as a role model, as he has for me today, of someone who is willing to take a real political risk and upset many in his party by asking for a pause so that the American people can hear that we are able to work together on some things. That even though he and I are from different parties with different values and different backgrounds, we respect each other and we can work together. I have traveled to countries in other places in the world with Senator Flake and know how passionately he feels that our division right now teaches the wrong thing to the world about our democracy and suggests that we are not able to respect each other or work together. If you look at his voting record in the last Congress and mine, they are almost as far apart as they can be. Yet we respect each other and can work together and think that is an important lesson for the world.
What did you say the impact on the institution and the country would be if the Flake did not support a one-week pause?
So that exactly my concern as expressed in my speech to the Judiciary Committee earlier today. My concern was that by bullying through this nomination without any investigation, it would send the wrong signal about partisanship and leave a cloud over Judge Kavanaugh. Yes. He was in the chamber when I delivered the vote.
Could you elaborate on those conversations? You said there were some sharp conversations in the back about the partisan
Look,
nature.
Anyone who watched the Judiciary Committee hearing process yesterday or the speeches before the markup today knows that there are members of the committee who are accusing each other of all sorts of things. My one comment was that Senator Biden, when he was a senator, once said to me, you can always question another colleague's priorities, you can question their policies, but you shouldn't question their character and motives. There is way too much of questioning each other's character and motives, and there were some conversations about how we all need to lighten the extent to which we're going after each other personally. Thank you all very much. I really appreciate it.
Thank you, Senator.
Senator Chris Coons weighing in there. I want to bring back in political correspondent Ed O'Keefe. Ed, you couldn't have queued up that soundbite any better. You were just talking about the close relationship between Flake and Coons. And I don't know if you could see it or hear it, but it appeared to me that he was almost tearing up when talking about Flake.
I'm just going to see if I can get Senator Coons to come over
Yeah,
to the camera.
as if on cue, he showed up and was quite helpful there in sort of coloring our understanding. And look, here he is again. Oh, this is for the, well, all right, Rena?
Yes.
Come back to Dennis, just.
How did it all play out today?
Senator Flake and I respect each other. We've traveled the world together. We've legislated together. And we're concerned that what we saw in yesterday's confirmation hearing and in today's speeches in the committee is tearing the country apart. He felt very strongly that he wanted to send a signal to the American people that we can work together, that we can pause on the final vote on Judge Kavanaugh to ask the FBI for a brief, focused in scope and time investigation. And I said I would come forward and say that was an important and significant thing for him to do. I believe he has the support of several colleagues in holding off a final vote until that happens, and I'm hopeful he'll hold firm until that happens. And I'm going to insist that this be viewed as an opportunity for us to work together across the aisle.
Did he tell you that he has the support of Senators Collins and Murkowski to get the leverage he needs with Senator McConnell?
I'd encourage you to ask him that, but I know I've actively been in conversation with other colleagues, both Democrat and Republican, about this idea. of a one-week pause for a limited in scope FBI investigation, and I think that's an admirable thing for a number of my colleagues to be also advocating for.
And do you think there's any chance you could vote yes after this 1 week period? Is that part of the negotiation or no?
What I'm intending to do, what I'm doing now, is celebrating and recognizing the fact that Senator Flake is holding the door open for a further investigation in the interests of the American people, seeing that Dr. Judge came forward with some concerning allegations and they're being heard, and that Judge Kavanaugh and his family are genuinely tormented by some of the more extreme allegations that have been made, and that in both cases, a further investigation is warranted. Thank you very much.
Quick,
We gotta go. We gotta go.
in essence, they have a close relationship. There was some real straight talk amongst each other today about what potential damage yesterday could cause to the institution of the Senate and to the country overall. But it's a high wire act for Democrats, because now they're putting a lot of faith in Flake and what it sounds like is a small handful of Republicans to get that 1 week, up to 1 week extension, and then proceed with a vote. Do cooler heads prevail after that? Does the Senate ultimately take the teacup and cool it off a little bit? We'll see. But certainly an interesting development this afternoon, and one driven by guys like Coons and Flake, who have spent years trying to bridge the gap between the two parties.
Absolutely. So, Ed, just really quickly to sort of recap here, is the next thing we're waiting on to hear from the White House? Is the ball now in the White House's court to determine whether this FBI investigation happens? What are you looking for in this afternoon?
What we're waiting for is a signal from Leader McConnell that he's on board with this, that he understands that it's something his colleagues want, and then they'll have to talk to the White House about possibly getting this done. So we'll see. We should expect that it'll be fluid all afternoon long, but definitely starts with Mitch McConnell and then heads over to the White House, and at some point, maybe later today, we'll get a better signal.
All right,
of what they're planning to do. Sorry, I was just checking because developments are so fluid, they could be arriving in our inbox, but so far they haven't. Back to you.
We are grateful you are checking, and we are grateful for streaming in this day and age, because you can take us wherever you go. So, Ed O'Keefe, we will check back with you as well. I want to check back in with our panel here on SAD. Caitlin Huey-Burns is a CBSN political reporter. Niall Stanich, a White House columnist for The Hill. Leslie Sanchez, CBS News contributor and Republican strategist. And next to her, Joel Payne, a Democratic strategist. Caitlin, I know, I'm sorry, you've been interrupted multiple times. We have gone from this FBI investigation, but I wanted to get your thoughts on all this.
Yeah, Weijia and Ed laid out what it would take to get an FBI investigation. I think it's also really important to note that the FBI investigation won't necessarily be conclusive insofar as the decision then will still be up to these lawmakers. The FBI will complete it under the prospect that McConnell signs off on this and that Trump signs off on this. The FBI talks to many of those members that were involved in this or alleged to be involved, talks to them, does the background check, which actually could be completed in a couple of days. With Anita Hill, it was completed in a couple of days, and of course sanctioned by then President Bush at the time. But again, it will provide some information and presented back to the White House and then presented back to the Senate. So again, the FBI cannot decide anything about this, but they can provide more information. And as Leslie was talking about earlier, from a political standpoint, this seems to make a lot of sense for Republicans not wanting this and not wanting this to hover over the nominee.
Just to recap for everyone joining us now, the drama really started just a short time ago, 1:30 p.m. Eastern. We were expecting a vote in the Senate Judiciary Committee. That vote was delayed. Democrats did not show up. And Senator Jeff Flake later announces that he is holding his yes vote. He announced earlier in the morning that there was a yes vote. He says he would like a limited in scope 1 week Senate and FBI investigation into these allegations. We don't know exactly what that would mean. And does he have the support? We are waiting to see whether or not. Niall, how do you think Mitch McConnell is going to respond to this?
Well, who thought the Senate was boring, right?
That's right.
This is just an extraordinary turn of events to have Jeff Flake switch his vote or switch his position in this manner after everyone thought that he had essentially bowed to party loyalty earlier on in the day. Mitch McConnell has been vigorous in suggesting that Judge Kavanaugh needs to be confirmed as fast as possible. But does this make it politically untenable to do so without the 1 week delay? I think it does. Jeff Flake appears to suggest he won't vote unless that delay happens. If Flake doesn't vote to confirm, I don't see why Collins or Murkowski would. That would seem to leave them.
We even heard Senator Lindsey Graham soften his tone. It was a very different tone 24 hours ago on an FBI investigation.
Well, and indeed President Trump, even though he may not fully have grasped exactly what's going on here, that was a much more muted tone than we have heard from him over the past couple of days. So it's clearly a very febrile atmosphere. One final point, Rena, I mean, it's not just the fact that there's the allegations from Dr. Ford that made Republicans want to get this over and done with. It's the fear that the longer Kavanaugh hangs out there, the more allegations could come forward, the more the other two women who have made separate allegations could demand their moment in front of some form of testimony. So all of the problems just multiplied. Mitch McConnell certainly has just got a headache at best.
I'm just looking at the calendar here. We've got a month. The Supreme Court is seated on Monday. It's the last Friday in September. We've got 4 weeks. Leslie, there's no plan B, the White House has said, if Kavanaugh doesn't go through.
Not to put another nominee forward, but let's really unpack just a bit of this.
Okay.
One is, it wasn't even just the change in the last few days of Lindsey Graham, it was the last few hours. We started this morning and it was much more hostile, kind of bristling at the idea of slowing the momentum. We are going to move forward 100 miles an hour. To have this vote, regardless of who's with us or not, Dr. Ford was given her due. Case of mistaken identity. Let's just go ahead and proceed. And it was the female senators. Murkowski was from a couple of days before saying, what would an FBI investigation into this issue, what would it would certainly illuminate. It would certainly help. And then Collins, and there's just some reporting, we don't know how true it is, saying that they were a bit concerned at the tone and temperament that the judge had yesterday in defending himself. Are there this idea there's two sides of Kavanaugh when he drinks and when he doesn't? These are serious issues causing pause, and a lot of people were saying that tone, that signal it is sending, that it's serious enough. This is not about the way he would vote on an issue. This is personal character and temperament, and just taking enough time to make sure that this has really been thoroughly doing their due diligence will give comfort to a lot of even Republicans like myself who are really concerned about that.
We are just getting some information about Senator Murkowski, and Senator Murkowski now saying that she does support delaying that vote. Rashid, do we know if she's in favor for the FBI investigation? We don't know if she's in favor of the FBI investigation. We just are hearing, producer Rashid is telling me we are hearing, in fact, that she is in favor of delaying the vote. I want to ask you, Leslie was talking about tone, Joel. The phrase that I have from the president is, when asked about Murkowski and Collins, what's the message you have? I have no message. They have to do what is right. It struck me as such a different tone from the president on this.
It is, and it sounds like maybe someone's been in his ear a little bit and telling him that maybe the best thing right now is not a Trump tweet storm or some intense pressure from Donald Trump. These are we saw how quickly within, 30 minutes this changed inside the committee room, right? These are very, very tense moments. These are very high stakes things that are going on here, and the president has to be very careful with his rhetoric and with his tone. A couple of things I want to point out. Time, okay? You brought up time earlier. Time is not the friend of Senate Republicans who believe that Brett Kavanaugh should be on the Supreme Court. I brought this up yesterday. I was in the Senate when we went through this with a different issue with health care in 2009 and 2010. What we found is that more time did not do anything to help us pass the bill that we wanted to pass. It watered down the bill, and it ended up hurting us in the following midterm elections, if you'll remember, where this was Scott Brown replacing Ted Kennedy. That was a bad cycle for Democrats. In part of why that happened is because time dragged out. There was more bad stuff about the bill. You would have to be very naive to think that only good things are going to come out about Brett Kavanaugh in the next few days. Just in the time that we've been up here this morning, there's another big story by Ronan Farrow that came out talking about what Senate Republican staffers did to potentially gum up the works in terms of more accusers or more concerns about Kavanaugh being heard. So time is not the friend of Republicans. And the last thing I'll say, gangs. Gang of four, okay? It's not just Flake. Flake has the political capital to give cover to Murkowski, to Collins, to Manchin, potentially Heitkamp. He's the only person up there. It's not coincidental that Jeff Flake does not have another election to go back on the ballot box. These other senators are depending on him to give them the cover, the air cover, to be able to have this position. So I think that's important to note as well.
And that's where relationships matter a ton in the Senate. Flake does not have a relationship with the president at all. You can say that it is a very negative one. In fact, he has been a top critic of the president, which is why it was so remarkable this morning when he came out with that no vote. And remember that video that we were playing of the protester cornering him in the elevator. You could sense in her voice and what she was saying to him how emotional this is. And I think her questions to him are questions that a lot of women in this country have been putting to lawmakers elsewhere. So clearly, that moment, at least, raised some questions here. And politically speaking, I mean, the question I had yesterday was why Kavanaugh wouldn't just agree to an FBI investigation. Republicans, especially a Republican like Jeff Flake, for whom the Supreme Court is a key issue. I mean, he is a traditional conservative as far as the courts are concerned and some other issues. Why not just have the FBI investigation to alleviate any questions that the public might have? Even if they're inconclusive, at least saying we did everything we could to try to vet this out, and now this is the information that we have now, and here we're moving forward. Politically speaking, it does seem to be an advantage for Republicans to go, if they are to go ahead and do this.
You know, we were talking a little bit about leverage and pressure. I would love to ask Senator Flake today exactly how much the protesters in that elevator may have influenced him. I want to play you that video that our producer on Capitol Hill got.
I told the story of my sexual assault. I told it because I recognized in Dr. Ford's story that she's telling the truth. What you are doing is allowing someone who actually violated a woman to sit in the Supreme Court. This is not tolerable. You have children in your family. Think about them. I have 2 children. I cannot imagine that for the next 50 years, they will have to have someone in the Supreme Court who has been accused of violating a young girl. What are you doing, sir?
I was sexually assaulted and nobody believed me. I didn't tell anyone, and you're telling all women that they don't matter, that they should just stay quiet, because if they tell you what happened to them, you're going to ignore them. That's what happened to me, and that's what you're telling all women in America.
Well, the senator stood there in silence listening, and then he made a dramatic reversal.
I have been speaking with a number of people on the other side. We've had conversations ongoing for a while with regard to making sure that we do due diligence here. And I think it would be proper to delay the floor vote for up to, but not more than 1 week, in order to let the FBI continue to do an investigation limited in time and scope to the current allegations that are there, and limited in time to no more than 1 week. And I will vote to advance the bill to the floor with that understanding. And I've spoken to a few other members who on my side of the aisle that may be supportive as well. But that's my position. I think that that we ought to do what we can to make sure that we do all due diligence with a nomination this important. And I want to say that this committee has acted properly, and the chairman has bent over backwards to do investigations from this committee and to delay this vote in this committee for a week so that that Ms. Ford, Dr. Ford, could be heard, and she was yesterday. So that's with that agreement, I will vote to advance the bill to the floor.
And we are learning that Senator Murkowski, Lisa Murkowski, is in fact behind Senator Flake, saying that she does support a delay. We don't know, though, if she supports an FBI investigation. I want to bring in our panel. Niall, you know, you're talking about sort of the optics here and the politics. What are you looking for?
Well, what we're looking for is the signs from Senator Collins, who's now the 3rd Republican who's out here. But I think that really the key thing is, are Republicans, including Mitch McConnell, going to accede to this demand? I don't see how they can't. I think that it has to that investigation now has to take place for a week. It is just an extraordinary roller coaster that we're on here, which is why it makes it so difficult to predict anything. Roughly 24 hours ago, after Dr. Ford finished testifying, I was speaking even to people who are Trump loyalists who were very concerned about Brett Kavanaugh's fate. 6 hours later, or 4 hours later, they were much more bullish about it after he'd testified. Now today, seemed like Flake was for Kavanaugh. Now he's pulling back from that. How many more twists are we going to have in this tale? It's an amazing spectacle.
You talk about the twist, but I'm curious, no matter what, will Republicans ultimately win? If Brett Kavanaugh makes it to the court, they win. If Brett Kavanaugh doesn't make it to the court, does it then mobilize their base to get out in November?
I do. I think it does. Absolutely. I think there's some very big positives here. I agree with the idea that time kills deals. It works in business that way, too. But what women particularly need is to feel heard. We know this. Sensitivity training, everyone. Just in case you don't know. They need to feel heard. But more importantly, they like to do their own due diligence, and they like a third-party source. When you talk to women voters and just kind of temperament, they want to know that this is outside the political process. That's why the FBI is the cue and is the key here. That's what they're listening for. It's something, okay, they're going to present evidence. So let's say Collins Murkowski come forward and say, we've read it, we've seen it privately, we have confidence he is qualified. There will be a big sigh of relief, and people say, okay, we trust your judgment. You looked at independent research, and you moved forward with this confirmation. There will be a much better support laid out for the judge. And if you roll that back, conversely, if they see this information and pull away, they'll have confidence in that as well.
I'd like to raise another point really quickly. So, okay. So we now, as Lindsey Graham said, someone's got to explain this to Trump. Okay. So when someone goes and explains it to Trump and says, yeah, so the FBI, the one that you've been beating up on for the last 3 years, so we're going to entrust them essentially with the fate of your Supreme Court nominee. How's that going to play? Because this president has treated the FBI as his hobby horse to beat on for the last 2-3 years. He has taken any ounce of credibility he can take out of them with every passing day. Isn't it remarkable? Isn't it interesting that now the FBI could hold the key to his nomination? I think that's fascinating. And I wonder, again, when, as Lindsey Graham said, someone explains this to Trump, how he is gonna react to that reality.
I suspect we'll read about it on Twitter.
We will probably.
I suspect we will. I want to ask you guys, as you look forward, and obviously midterms is what makes this sort of enlarged in such larger magnitude. What's at stake here for Democrats and Republicans ultimately?
Well, for Republicans, the Supreme Court nominee was supposed to be a key selling point to their voters, to remind them, especially those soft Republican voters or independently minded Republicans or who tend to vote Republican, and especially women who may be concerned about this issue, saying, look, you may not like everything that Trump is doing, you may not like his rhetoric and what he's talking about, but remember why you supported him in the first place. Remember what we wanted to accomplish as Republicans together in this agenda. Supreme Court was supposed to be that. It's also obviously a key a key legacy for the president, because this is a lifetime appointment. So that's what's at stake for the Republicans, and it's very clear now that they will do what it takes to get that through. For Democrats, we know they're highly energized and mobilized, ready to come out in this election. We've seen that backed up by the primaries and reported numbers of turnout. The question is, does the Supreme Court now become an organizing principle for Democrats the way it has traditionally been for Republicans? That remains to be seen. And also, what's really telling, too, about the reason why Democrats wanted an FBI investigation in the first place, because they know that public confidence in Congress right now is at a very low level. We've seen committees that were traditionally known for their bipartisanship, the House Intelligence Committee, for example, now the Judiciary Committee and the Senate, even though Feinstein and Grassley do have a good relationship, have gotten along well, that there isn't that level of confidence in the public that the public has to have Congress handle it. So the FBI investigation is supposed to be seen as an independent arbiter to make people feel a little bit more comfortable with going forward, even though it's not something that they traditionally get involved in.
We talk about Democrats now. I'm thinking about those red state Democrats. What do you think? How are they going to weigh in on this?
I think right now they have every cover to continue their opposition to Brett Kavanaugh. The pressure to them was only really going to build if Republicans were monolithic in supporting Kavanaugh and were saying this is all a political ploy. There's no real incentive right now for those red state Democrats to back Kavanaugh. But just to pick up on Caitlin's point, Leslie's mentioned it as well, suburban women who are not adamant supporters of one party or the other are going to be absolutely crucial in the midterm elections. Overall, back in 2016, Donald Trump did lose women overall, but I think kept Hillary Clinton's margin to 6-7 points. There have been recent polls showing Republicans losing the female vote by 15-20 points, and that was before the events of the past 48 hours. If that gap is proven accurate on Election Day or grows bigger between now and Election Day, that's potentially catastrophic for the Republican Party.
Leslie, as you're breaking down sort of how Republican women are looking at this, they were a crucial voting bloc for President Trump, white Republican women in particular. When you look at this sector, have you done any polling? Have you seen any polling on how their thoughts were going into this? Obviously, it's too soon to be polling them.
Sure. Well, you did have a Morning Consult political poll that came out that said Republican women were dropping its support for Brett Kavanaugh by 11 points. And that was before you heard the testimony. And if you polled them between the two testimonies, that would have been a very different story overall. I think there is a consensus that Dr. Ford, it was so passionate and so compelling that people really believe her and her 100% identity of, identifying the assaulter being Brett Kavanaugh. That's a problem. And for Brett Kavanaugh not to really address that issue, show a calendar, I wasn't there, I don't really want to do the FBI thing. Mark Judge is really just, he's a recovering addict. We can't really rely on his judgment anyway. That's almost what they were trying to do, is minimize that person as a witness. It just seemed odd. And then his temperament. So it left a lot of unanswered questions that Republicans need to address if they want to keep the Republicans in the tent.
We were talking
Women
about
in the tent.
We were talking about red state Democrats. Joe Manchin now says that he supports Flake's call for an FBI investigation at this point. What do you make of that, Joel?
Well, I think we're hearing the Gang of Four all start to come out and reveal themselves. We had Flake. Then we have Murkowski. Now we've got Manchin. I guess the watch will be on for either Heitkamp or for Collins now. That makes sense for Joe Manchin. And I know, Niall, I take your point earlier about, red state Democrats. I actually think they still feel a lot of pressure. I have some pretty good contacts with some really, high-profile red state Democrats. And they, honest to goodness, they don't feel like any of this has taken them off the griddle. They think that the president is still wildly popular in some of their states, places like North Dakota, West Virginia, Montana, even though we heard Tester come out against Kavanaugh today. But they know the president's very popular there. And they know that for a lot of people, it's not about Brett Kavanaugh, it's about Donald Trump. The people out in the middle of the country, they don't see this as just Brett Kavanaugh. They see this as Donald Trump. So whether I know anything about Brett Kavanaugh, I bet you none of those people in West Virginia, North Dakota, no offense, probably couldn't cite any case law from Brett Kavanaugh or any parts of his resume. But they know he's Donald Trump's choice. And they know that if Joe Manchin or Heidi Heitkamp or Joe Donnelly goes against him, they know that means that they're going against the president. And I'd be interested to see how their rivals are going to play that. We saw Mike Braun in Indiana already come out very strongly to try to bracket Joe Donnelly on that issue. I imagine we'll see the same thing, even though Manchin hasn't committed. We'll see the same thing from Morrissey in West Virginia.
I don't know if that press release would go out now, though, after Flake did this.
Speaking of, give me 1 second, Leslie. We've got this press release here from Joe Manchin, and this is what he says. He said, following the statement of Senator Flake, he calling for a 1-week FBI investigation. I'm quoting here, I applaud Senator Flake's decision to rise above the partisan circus on display during this entire process. It took courage to take a stand and call for a 1-week FBI investigation to get to the bottom of the allegations against Judge Kavanaugh. This has been a partisan and a divisive process. The American people have been pulled apart by this entire spectacle, and we need to take time to address these claims independently so that our country can have confidence in the outcome of this vote. It is what is right and fair for Dr. Ford, Judge Kavanaugh, and the American people. Anybody surprised?
No, I mean, in terms of, just going back to the bare politics of this, assuming that nothing comes out of this investigation, it does give those red state Democrats some cover to say, look, I did support looking at this further. I didn't come out right away and support him. I didn't come out right away and deny him. I'm doing my due diligence as a member of the Senate, where advice and consent is core to their duty in the upper chamber. I think this does work well for them right now. Again, barring nothing comes up. If something does come up, again, they're able to say, look, the FBI, an independent body, found this information.
Just to jump in quickly, Irina, I think we're all discussing this on the basis that the FBI investigation may proceed and not find anything, and I understand why we're doing that. I mean, Mr. Kavanaugh denies any wrongdoing, but what if that's not the case?
Right,
what if the
right.
FBI does in fact uncover some damaging information? What if more allegations do come forward that are seen as credible and not just some partisan ploy or something from the fringes? Then you're in a very serious situation. Then does that then blow back on those Republican senators who had emphatically wanted to go ahead with Kavanaugh's nomination, the people who were trying to defy these calls to hold back? There's a whole lot of questions that we're not going to know the answer to here for several days at least.
The interesting part, I think many Republicans feel that Brett Kavanaugh was falsely accused, and they really point to like he was a circus leader of some gang rape, kind of posse, and that ridiculous, extreme, these anonymous letters that came in. They point to all of that. He's defending himself because he is the accused. He's not doing this under the pretense of a judge. Okay, those are very fair arguments. It's very politicized on both parts. Let's assume, I still see a scenario where you could see Kavanaugh confirmed. You come back, there's nothing that comes out that's any different. Absolutely. There's a little of the heat is taken off of this. It looks reasonable minds come to agree. He is very qualified. Nothing's happened in 35 years. We can't really resolve that, and they move forward. It's not going to be a great body of love for him, but at least it's a sensible solution. And I think that's what women, particularly swing women, are looking for. Swing voters are Republican or men. I mean, male or female.
I think these folks are all looking for a reason to say yes. Okay? Manchin, Flake, Collins, Murkowski, maybe to a less extent. They all want a reason to say yes. Okay? They're waiting not because they're looking for a reason to say no. I think they're waiting because they're looking for a reason to say yes. And I think they're waiting to see if maybe with time, and again, we've talked about time here, maybe time takes the pressure off. What's interesting, though, if you're a Joe Manchin, I actually think it's in your interest to get this resolved, get this out of the way, and get back to talking about healthcare and how much the Republicans screwed over your state with healthcare and the tax bill and things like that that actually work in your favor from a polling standpoint. This is not something that I think a Joe Manchin wants to hang out there any longer.
Speaking of timeline, guys, we've got to hit a break at this point. Maybe a caffeinated beverage as well at this point. I'll get one for you. But we're going to take a little break right now. We've got our continuing coverage of a very incredible moment at the U.S. Senate. We'll have much more. You're streaming CBSN. Hi, everyone. I'm Rena Ninan. Thank you for joining us. A dramatic afternoon playing out on Capitol Hill as a Republican senator calls for a delay in the confirmation of Supreme Court nominee Brett Kavanaugh. Arizona Senator Jeff Flake had a major reversal just as the Senate Judiciary Committee was preparing to vote Kavanaugh out of committee. He said that he would be willing to vote in committee, but he wanted a week-long delay for the FBI to look into allegations of sexual assault against the Supreme Court nominee before a full Senate vote.
I have been speaking with a number of people on the other side. We've had conversations ongoing for a while with regard to making sure that we do due diligence here. And I think it would be proper to delay the floor vote for up to, but not more than 1 week, in order to let the FBI continue to do an investigation limited in time and scope to the current allegations that are there.
Well, this comes after a day of emotional, high-stakes testimony by both Brett Kavanaugh and his accuser, Dr. Christine Blasey Ford, on the Hill. Ford says she's 100% certain it's Kavanaugh who tried to rape her while the two were in high school. Kavanaugh denies the allegations. Well, prior to the delay, it was unclear if Republicans had the votes to confirm Kavanaugh. Now there are reports that one of two previously undecided Republican senators, Lisa Murkowski, says she backs Flake's call for a delay. Democrat Joe Manchin, also undecided, backs the idea as well. Well, last night, the president called for the Senate to vote. But in the wake of today's developments, he said he just wants things to work out well for the country. He also had this to say about yesterday's gut-wrenching testimony.
I thought her testimony was very compelling, and she looks like a very fine woman to me. Very fine woman. And I thought that Brett's testimony, likewise, was really something that I haven't seen before. It was incredible. It was an incredible moment, I think, in the history of our country. But certainly she was a very credible witness. She was very good in many respects. And I think that I don't know if this is going to continue onward or are we going to get a vote.
CBS News political correspondent Ed O'Keefe joins us now from Capitol Hill. Ed, I know more and more senators are coming out in support of a delay. What can you tell us?
Right. Just in the last few minutes, Rena, Joe Manchin, the Democrat of West Virginia, said he's on board with Jeff Flake's idea. So is Lisa Murkowski, the Republican of Alaska. She was seen walking into the Capitol shortly after the drama here in the Dirksen building broke up, saying, yeah, I too am on board with this. So that right there is enough. 3 moderates, 2 Republicans, 1 Democrat saying, I don't want to move forward until the FBI gets involved. What's going on right now is there's a group of Republican senators over in the office of Majority Leader Mitch McConnell discussing this and making clear to him, you don't have the math. And unless and until you agree to this FBI investigation, you probably won't. So Manchin just a little while ago putting out a statement that says, in part, I applaud Senator Jeff Flake's decision to rise above the partisan circus on display during this entire process. It took courage, he says, to take a stand and call for a 1-week FBI investigation to get to the bottom of the allegations. He says later, it is right and fair for Dr. Ford, Judge Kavanaugh, and the American people. This buys Manchin some time as well. There's other moderate Democrats in the mix, but Manchin especially facing pressure back home to support Kavanaugh, to come up with some reason why he would. Now, this will potentially now play out for another week, and we'll see what happens. But what we are waiting right now is a signal from the Capitol down to the White House that you've got to move forward with this FBI investigation or shelve the Kavanaugh nomination entirely.
Ed, anything from Senator Mitch McConnell?
So this was effectively a message to him that
No, because they're meeting in his office right now as we speak, and we've gotten no signals from his aides or from him himself. We might later this afternoon. We'll just have to wait and see.
All right, Ed O'Keefe coming to us from Capitol Hill. Ed, thank you very much. We were speaking a little bit earlier about, let me actually reintroduce our panel here. Caitlin Huey-Burns joining us, Niall Stanich, Leslie Sanchez, and Joel as well, joining us, Joel Payne. Joel, let me start with you. You were talking sort of last night, we were all discussing about 2020. I know this is, I want to take a big step back.
Yeah.
I know no one's even talking about 2020 yet, but there were a lot of moments in the testimony yesterday of potential folks, particularly in the Democratic Party, who might be running.
There were. I mean, Booker, Kamala Harris. That's inside the committee, but we haven't even, I mean, let's think about the people like Elizabeth Warren. Let's think about a Bernie Sanders. Let's think about Joe Biden, who, by the way, kind of came up, tangentially a couple of times today, not just for his role back with Anita Hill 25 years ago, but also some precedent that he had established on the committee. It's here. Both with the individuals, but also with the framing of the issues, right? Because again, this is not generally an organizing issue that Democrats use. Democrats don't generally vote on the Supreme Court. That's one of the reasons why Republicans have been able to, build such a gigantic lead, not just with the Supreme Court, but with the lower courts, et cetera. That kind of changes now. Democrats are going to treat this as an organizing issue. I'm sure of it. And not just because it's a Democratic issue, but because it's a women's issue, because of the fact that women are at the forefront. This is the year of the woman. Record number of women running for Senate, House, governor's races, all levels of government. So I think this is a real game changer in terms of 2020. I don't think this is going to be a back burner issue for Democrats anymore.
We've seen, to your point about women and being an outsized constituency, really, and a core constituency for everybody running in 2018, including the candidates themselves. We're at a record pace in terms of women candidates. You've seen from Republicans and from the president himself kind of starting to realize that this is a really potentially big issue in terms of women and the sensitivities around that. Listening to the president's statement in the White House today, I thought was pretty remarkable, calling Ford's testimony compelling, calling her a very fine woman, essentially giving her a credence, which was really interesting. And the Republican senators know that the optics of yesterday would have been even worse had they been the ones questioning Ford. And so certainly that's playing into all of this.
There's also this one moment where you see her, Rachel Mitchell, questioning and silent Republican male senators behind. And I think somebody tweeted out, I believe it was Moms Demand Justice had tweeted out, why not vote more women in if it takes a woman to do the questioning here at this point? Leslie, you were going to say something.
No, I agree completely. I mean, let's think where the president's gone from this as a con job to the 1 hour press conference he has where he's like, I've been falsely accused many times and there's 24 women, all of them incorrect, in terms of their perception of what's happened. And so he was citing and looking at Brett Kavanaugh through that lens and very quick with the sharp elbows to defend him at all cost. And very many of the Republicans stepping in line. I think Lindsey Graham was leading that march. We heard her, we heard him, we believe him. She's confused, or false identity or whatever you want to say is the reckoning with how they reconcile that. Let's just go ahead and move forward. And I think that's where the cry and the heat was getting so intense. And really, it's calmer voices that a political win at what cost? We certainly believe the Republicans should have this seat. Republicans deserve this seat because of the win in 2016. But is he the best candidate? And I think very much to Joel's point, he could be. You're looking for a reason to vote yes, the senators are, and giving it this pause could give them that.
Can I do one other thing really quickly? We've talked about the elevation, the brinksmanship here in the battle in regards to the court. You got to think about this not just about Brett Kavanaugh. It's about Merrick Garland. It's about Harry Reid, nuclear option on the court a couple years ago. It's about Bork, okay? This is a battle for the court that has been elevating for probably the past 20 plus years. And really it's reaching crescendo point. And I don't think there's any signs that this is going to back off. I mean, Caitlin, I'm interested in your reporting in terms of what that would say about that. But I don't get the sense that this is anyone's going to come in and just be like, guys, you know what? Let's just let's just look past all of the original sins of the past. Let's look forward.
Absolutely not. Nobody is going to unilaterally disarm or at least volunteer to do that. I think it's also important to take this out of the Senate, take it out of the Supreme Court nomination in and of itself. This has become kind of a cultural reckoning in this country. And you mentioned yesterday during our live coverage that, the world is kind of watching all of this because this is speaking to so many different issues of identity, of women, of issues that our country is facing on multiple fronts. So this has taken a significance and it's become now accessible to people beyond just the next Supreme Court pick.
Well, we talk about sort of women and what a key issue and moment this was, but we also look back at Anita Hill in the 26 years. I had Rita Braver on, Sunday morning correspondent, who was a Capitol Hill correspondent for CBS News at the time. And she was talking about how she actually feels in those 26 years what little has changed when it comes to progress for women in sexual assault.
And it was clear yesterday that the committee, that same committee, had still not really figured out how to handle this. Yeah. It was remarkable that, Orrin Hatch, who is retiring this soon, and Chuck Grassley were there in that room. There are still no Republican women on that Senate Judiciary Committee. There are only a handful of them still in Congress right now. And so it is remarkable. We talk about how much has changed since then. We also need to talk about how little has changed and how much remains the same.
I want to play what I'm kind of curious whether Senator Flake would say was a pivotal moment this morning that may have changed his decision on how he votes. He was confronted by some protesters in an elevator as he was exiting.
I told the story of my sexual assault. I told it because I recognized in Dr. Ford's story that she's telling the truth. What you are doing is allowing someone who actually violated a woman to sit in the Supreme Court. This is not tolerable. You have children in your family. Think about them. I have 2 children. I cannot imagine that for the next 50 years they will have to have someone in the Supreme Court who has been accused of violating a young girl. What are you doing, sir?
I was sexually assaulted and nobody believed me. I didn't tell anyone, and you're telling all women that they don't matter, that they should just stay quiet, because if they tell you what happened to them, you're going to ignore them. That's what happened to me, and that's what you're telling all women in America.
I want to turn now to Joel Payne. Joel, you spent a great deal of time on Capitol Hill. We were talking about how optics matter, and I don't know, if I was Senator Flake, what do you do in a situation like this?
Well, I think he probably handled that the best he could. We had some chatter about maybe staff could have helped him out a little bit there. Just curious as to where that was, if it was like in the members-only area. Clearly it wasn't. But listen, I think if citizens are watching that and watching what happened about an hour, 2 hours later, you've got to understand that matters. That type of advocacy matters. I mean, you cannot underestimate the importance of, I'm sure all of us at some point of our career have maybe spent time in congressional office, and you get all these letters and emails in, and, sometimes at home people think, oh, it doesn't matter, people don't pay attention. Let me tell you something. If you get 10,000 letters or 10,000 emails in a day, or if you have someone confront you in a hallway that passionately, or someone, shares a message that really sits home with you, that matters. That sits with you when you're in a committee hearing. That sits with you when you're voting on the floor. So I think, that's citizen action and progress right there that we can't ignore.
There is a big, the undercurrent there is this, and we've talked about it, is this awakening on the issue of sexual assault and the nerve it hit, and the tone and the conversation. And it's hitting a frequency, especially with women, that is...
But if it is an awakening, Leslie, so many women have asked me, if he makes it onto the court, what does it say to us that you still don't believe us? There is no solid proof. That's the bottom line in this, right? We don't have solid proof over whose testimony to believe.
Thank you. And that's the pushback to this, that no one is, he should not be immediately assumed that he's guilty. And that's where a lot of Republican women are like, wait a minute, there's 2 sides to this. He deserves a fair hearing, in the sense. I don't know that it was necessarily fair. I think they were both very compelling. And that's the question. So it's not lining up in terms of how people are reacting to it. Some people are having a very visceral reaction because they've experienced something themselves. Their daughter may have experienced something, their sister, their mother, and it's very personal to them, but it's maybe very, and it speaks again to that frequency Dr. Ford is talking to. And other women may say, oh, boys will be boys, or men, and they dismiss it, and it doesn't have that severity of it. So somewhere in the middle is the truth, but we have to recognize that, and public leaders have to recognize the moment and intensity around that to make decisions, to make the right decision. That's why rushing this is a more detrimental thing for the Republican Party, just to push it through, because it will show exactly that point. We don't listen, we didn't care, she's wrong, she's misinformed, and that discounting of any woman or any voter has major, major impact.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with that completely. And I think that sometimes people get caught up in kind of straw man arguments on this. it seems to me, talking to female friends, generally speaking, that what people are calling for is these allegations to be taken seriously when they arise, right? And so if you're just going to go ahead and confirm someone without even pausing for a week, which is what Senator Flake is calling for, that seems to be emblematic of a lack of taking the allegations seriously. It's only a minority of people, I think, who are saying that because someone says something, it is axiomatically true, even absent other proof. But let's have a serious investigation into whether credible allegations are true or not.
I want to weigh in. Senator Klobuchar spoke shortly after that very dramatic turn by Senator Flake. I want to play you what she had to say.
It is simply Senator Flake working with all of us to say, for the good of the Senate and the good of the court, the American people deserve to have the facts followed up on. And I really appreciate his willingness to do that. And that is what this is about. This is simply about, and by the way, if Senator McConnell wants to go forward in light of that, and we still have several senators that haven't said how they're voting on this nominee, I actually think this is very important what just happened right now.
Senator Klobuchar weighing in there. You know, there was that really dramatic moment with Judge Kavanaugh and Senator Klobuchar when they were talking, Caitlin, about drinking.
Yes. And Klobuchar, senator from Minnesota, had said that her father was an alcoholic, and she was asking Kavanaugh about drinking, and he turned the table back at her and said, "I don't know, have you ever drunk? Have you ever had too much to drink? Have you ever blacked out?" And it was just completely insensitive. And what was remarkable, and Leslie and I were noticing a woman behind Kavanaugh kind of slipping him a paper, and then they took a break, and then he came back and he actually apologized to her. I think it's also important as we're talking about Senate relationships and how the Senate, as of yesterday, just seemed to kind of stoop to a level that everybody was kind of uncomfortable with at the time after watching that hearing. Today, I think, does show that some of these relationships in the Senate do matter. And also, you know, Flake, the reason why we're so focused on Flake and talking about Flake is that he's retiring. He is a top critic of the president. And it was clear that he has become somewhat of a pariah in his own party. He wasn't going to run for re-election because it was quite clear that he wasn't going to even survive a Republican primary in his own state. So he's fully aware of the politics here, and he has no relationship with the president. Instead, it's actually quite a combative one here. And so you heard Senator Coons talk about his relationship with Flake. Coons is very well liked among Republicans, even though he's a Democrat there. So we're starting to see the committee try to get to some kind of solution here. We'll see how long that lasts, but certainly a difference from yesterday as far as right now at 3:17 is concerned.
Two other things jump out at me. One, it's hard to look at Jeff Flake at that committee and not think about John McCain today, okay, and carrying that legacy and that mantle of John McCain. And I wonder how much of that was with him as he was, reaching for that moment today and reaching across the aisle and talking to his colleagues and, really standing for the institution and standing for independence in terms of, deciding things like judicial nominees and things like that. We know that was really important to John McCain. So I have to wonder how much of that was in Jeff Flake's mind. Another thing, I've talked about the Gang of Four that we feel like is maybe emerged here. I come from a time in the Senate where that used to be very common to have like a Gang of 8, a Gang of 13. I mean, when I started working in the Senate in 2005, it was very common to have, these bipartisan groups get together to influence and sway legislation. That's something that's kind of a bygone time now, but that absolutely, it kind of feels almost like the Empire Strikes Back a little bit. People trying to recapture some of that moment from the past.
I'm also curious, we know Mark Judge, who wrote a book and very close friend to Judge Kavanaugh, whether or not if this FBI investigation does go forward, which at this hour we're not clear whether it is or not has the support, if he would appear and answer some questions and exactly what the scope of this might be.
Right.
Exactly.
Go ahead.
No, please.
Well, and whether he would answer them under oath and under penalty of perjury. That is really something that Democrats have been hammering on a lot. It's something that Judge Kavanaugh was very resistant to and I thought somewhat evasive about during his testimony. So once, this is the whole danger that we were talking about earlier, that time is not a friend to Brett Kavanaugh in this respect, that the longer this process is elongated, then the more opportunity there is for negative information for him to emerge, for new accusers perhaps to come forward. I don't see how Brett Kavanaugh gains from this delay unless it just ends up with a completely clean bill of health.
We are going to unfortunately have to leave it there. I want to thank you guys. It has been quite the marathon with all of you. Grateful Caitlin Huey-Burns, Niall Stanich, Leslie Sanchez, Joel Payne. So grateful you guys could all be here with us. And as I mentioned, the president said that he did find Dr. Ford's testimony credible, but he also said he hasn't considered replacing his Supreme Court nominee. When the president did speak, though, it was unclear just how much he knew about the support for Senator Flake's position. CBS News White House correspondent Weijia Zhang joins us right now. Weijia, I'm just curious what a morning it's been for you, and what have you been hearing? Has the message from the White House press office varied throughout this morning, or has it been consistent?
You know, I think first it's important to point out that even though the president acknowledged he was aware of some sort of development that involved Flake, I really don't think he knows yet exactly what that means and how this could play out, and the decision that he has to make in the upcoming days. You know, he continued to defer to GOP senators, saying that he trusts them, he thinks they're going to do the right thing. But, you know, the fact is that he is the one who will have to decide whether to order this FBI investigation. So even though the president says that he will rely on Senator Grassley and McConnell, that's a conversation that they will all, I expect, have very soon. And, you know, they will be coming to him to say, President Trump, listen, I don't think we have the votes on the full Senate floor now that Jeff Flake has come out, and I imagine that Senators Collins and Murkowski are also with him to demand this investigation before they move forward with the full vote. So even though you're right in that he acknowledged that something has happened and that it made it out of committee, I'm not quite sure that he has been briefed about exactly what has transpired and that Flake and others could be calling for this investigation. And it is his decision. Even though the president says it's up to the senators, he is the one that's going to have to call for that background investigation. Before this development, though, the White House was certainly very optimistic, and throughout the day, they thought that this was going to make it out of committee. They were confident that ultimately Kavanaugh would be confirmed. But this does, of course, change the game a little bit, because this is what Democrats have been asking for all along. So there was no question about the facts as all the senators made the final vote on the Senate floor about the Supreme Court nominee. And so, you know, who knows what will transpire from the FBI investigation, if there will be one. But I imagine if, you know, it is made clear by Flake and other Republicans that they will not vote yes without an investigation, the president doesn't have much choice but to order one, I think. But in terms of what the White House is saying, nothing yet so far about this specific development. But before this, the mood here was certainly upbeat about that 130 vote. And, you know, I imagine once somebody explains to the president the situation, we can expect more from him. And as we heard from Senator Lindsey Graham, he apparently thinks he's the one to do it.
We did. That was a funny moment, Weijia, and a good point of distinction that you make, that the president might not be fully briefed on this. So we should give him a little bit of room here as to see whether he weighs in a little bit later. Weijia, I want to thank you so much. Coming up after a break, Democratic Senator Joe Manchin is one of the swing votes that could decide if Brett Kavanaugh gets on the Supreme Court. He's also facing a tough re-election fight in West Virginia. We'll take a look. You're streaming CBSN.